I'm not going to overcomplicate anything. I'm not going to sugarcoat anything because I can't. I run this coaching business on top of being in school for 9 hours every single day. And it's still posing $50,000 per month in profit, not revenue, profit. The reason why I'm able to do this is because I built my systems and processes in a way where I don't need to be stuck behind my laptop the entire day, and I can go to school and I can do other things whilst only working a couple of hours per day on the coaching business to actually really move the needle. And that's exactly what I'm going to be showing you here. This isn't going to be some kind of generic theory where you walk away from the video even more confused than you were to begin with, or at the end of the video, you're really just like, what the fuck did I just watch? I didn't understand anything and I didn't really learn anything at all either. All this is the exact strategies, frameworks, and team structures which I used to make $300,000 net profit in just the first 8 months of really running this offer. And this is also the exact same strategy that I help my clients with under 5,000 subscribers scale to 20K a month, 30K a month, and sometimes even up to $100,000 per month, which we've seen before with just 4,000 subscribers. And before you even think of me being some kind of exception or the actual value which I provide being behind a paywall, it's not. I'm giving all of this away inside of this video because it's not that hard. A lot of people in info, they like to overcomplicate things. They need to create crazy macros, create crazy statistics, tell you to implement XYZ funnel, and all of these things work, but you don't need to overcomplicate them. Like at the end of the day, once you have these fundamentals in place, once there's no fluff, no BS, that's when you can scale, because simple stuff scales. The only question is, are you going to actually use this? Are you going to watch this course and treat it like you paid $10,000 for it? Or are you just going to binge watch it like Netflix and never actually apply anything I speak about? Because if you do actually take everything which I speak about in this video seriously, you have the potential to change your business, your income, and the way you live your life. So take this video seriously, block out the noise, turn on D&D on your phone, and take some notes. So without further ado, let's jump straight into it. I'm going to be telling you exactly how you can actually optimize your content, then how you can do proper market research to build up your coaching offer or school community, how you can actually create your offer, how you can create the right funnel and, create the right assets for your funnel, how you can prepare for a launch, how you can actually do the sales calls, how you can onboard new clients, how you can actually fulfill for the stuff that people are buying so you're not just running some sort of scam operation, and how you can actually scale up your operation. So obviously we need to start at the very, very beginning of actually optimizing your content, because it really just comes down to, if nobody knows what you're selling, how are they supposed to buy something that they don't even know exists, right? So if you're getting 0 eyeballs onto your content, I mean, that's 0 people who have the potential to buy, right? So you need to be getting at least some sort of eyeballs on your content, but you don't want to get this twisted. Some people think making a lot of money just means trying to go viral and get millions of views or whatever, but that's simply just not the case anymore. I know people who have 5,000 subscribers on a YouTube channel who make way more money than guys with millions and millions of subscribers. And this is talking from someone who's actually behind these creators, behind these coaches, actually talking to them on a weekly basis and figuring out what their funnel is actually lacking, how much money they're actually making, and just exchanging insights. So it really comes down to the quality of your followers, but you still want to be targeting the right followers, and that's important here. So if you either are a coach or creator, you're selling some sort of high ticket or even low ticket service, product or service, whatever you're selling, these are the main platforms that you can do it on. This is the ecosystem that you want to build up. Now, I'm aware that there are different platforms like X, Twitter, whatever you really want to call them nowadays, but these are my favorite platforms, and I'm actually going to tell you why. Now, first off, we have short form platforms, right? We have TikTok and we have Instagram. Now, these are most effective for actually getting as much traffic as possible, but we also have platforms like YouTube that are the most effective for actually nurturing this traffic, and we have traffics like Instagram that are the most effective for actually converting this traffic. Now, I'm actually going to break down why these platforms are so good and why I'm actually talking about these instead of talking about Twitter or X or, whatever platforms people are using nowadays. Now, with TikTok, your main goal here is to just get as many views as possible. Now, let me see if I can do a little bit of an eye, but your main objective on TikTok is to get as many views as possible. And from those views, you want to just depending on your niche, you want to draw them into your YouTube, and on your YouTube is where you can actually nurture them, right? So it's actually like
Someone who's only seen you or watched your content for 1 or 2 minutes isn't going to give you $2,000 for your high ticket coaching program. But someone who's watched your content for, let's say, 30 minutes, I mean, they'll at least get on a sales call with you. And then from there, it's going to be your job to actually convert them. And YouTube is a really good platform for actually nurturing the audience, right? Exactly like I talked about up here. It's the most effective platform for actually nurturing that audience. And that's why you want to be using YouTube over pretty much every other platform to nurture audiences. But other than that, I also talked about Instagram being the most effective platform for converting traffic, right? But there's a really, really good reason behind it. I'm going to get into in a second. Now, instead of having the objective like you have on TikTok to actually get them onto YouTube and, you know, further nurture them, your objective here is to get them to follow you on the platform. And you may be asking yourself, why don't you just instantly drive them to YouTube? Well, it comes down to the features that Instagram has. Now, there's a bunch of features that Instagram has. Instagram's a really great platform, but there's one main feature which I just like so much, and it's called story sequences. If you can even just dial this one thing in, you'll be able to double your coaching business in the next month or two. I've been seeing people run $50,000 per month coaching businesses of story sequences alone. The biggest guys in this space are using them, and it's one of the most exciting things. I mean, I've created story sequences. I think it was a few weeks ago. I made a story sequence for one of my coach clients. He posted in his Instagram story. He made $20,000 just like that in 24 hours, which I think is absolutely insane. And I still feel like story sequences are just, you know, one of those untapped things. So this is really important that you implement this into your strategy today. If you need help to implementing it, of course, you know what to do. You can be cool with me. But here's the important thing here. The biggest guys in the space, people like Jordan Brown, who are making $400,000 a month. People like Eddie Cumberbatch, who are making $430,000 a month. People like Cardinal Mason, who are making $600,000 per month. They're all using story sequences and etc. etc. Literally everybody who's over $50,000 a month, they're all using story sequences just simply because of how easy they are to make and how well, like the ROI that you actually get on your time. Just if you need a little bit of a cash boost, story sequences are the perfect way to get more calls into your calendar, right? So you may be asking yourself, what is the strategy? Well, it actually lies in the name, right? Story sequences, it's posting stories in a specific sequence, because just posting stories on your Instagram account, that's not going to get you any sales. You want to be very tactical and strategic about it. So this isn't really for everybody. This is purely for people who don't want to spend even more hours creating new content, don't want to find new people to go through the value funnel. So people who are actually going to get to know them, first of all, so going to see their content maybe 1 or 2 times on their feed, then they're going to get to like them. So, you know, at some point, like when you see enough of somebody's content, you're going to like at least like them to some extent and then trust them. So trust them, you've seen their content maybe 10 to 15 times, and this is the point where you're actually following them. Well, I mean, this is just a long process to go through, and it just takes a long time to get new leads. And this is also for people who don't want to compete with everybody else for new leads. So this may sound a bit weird, but let's just put it like this. You're in the SMMA market, and there's new people who are learning about SMMA, and they're going on YouTube and they're searching up SMMA. Who's the first person that pops up? Who's the first person that they actually click on? Who's the person that they're gonna like the most, right? All these people on YouTube, all these people on Instagram, they're all competing for these new leads, right? The new people who are getting into the space, or even if it's not a business model, new people who are getting into fitness. Let's say, who are the first people that they're going to see, or maybe who are the people who they're going to, you know, be able to connect with the most down the line. That's what it really comes down to, right? So this is specifically for people who want to tap into a huge warm lead list, which they already have, right? By the way, it's not your email list, it's a huge lead list, and it's a lead list of leads who already know, like, and trust you, which, as you coaches and creators know, is a secret formula to actually converting your audience. And it's a list that will buy, even if there's no absurd guarantee, $5,000 plus price tag, and the product isn't even that great. What I'm talking about is, of course, your story viewers, like it says in the name. Now, Because if you really think about it, who are 90% of the people who are actually clicking on your story? Well, it's your followers. And most of the people who follow you have already gone through the value funnel, like I talked about before. It's people who've already gotten to know you. You know, again, like I said before, they maybe see you a few times, then they get to like you. You know, they've seen you enough times to the point where they actually like you, and then to the point where they trust you, where they're actually following you, right? And the biggest guys in the space are tapping into this audience. So if you don't have the attention span of a goldfish, because this is honestly, like, I'm going to be dropping a bunch of gems in this video, but this is definitely top 3 over here. So if you watch until this end, well, at the end of this section at least, what you're going to learn is how story sequences, like what are actually story sequences, because you know you've got in it, they're stories, but you need to put them tactically. I mean, what does this actually mean? How to use story sequences with 100% effectiveness, the secret story sequence formula, the best types of story sequences to post on your story, and an extra game plan for you to book 10 high quality appointments for your high ticket offer in the next 72 hours. And you can start the timer right now. So here's how the normal story sequence is structured. And by the way, an important thing to note with story sequences is that they're not to give even more value to your audience, because you're giving value through the reels that you're posting, through the posts that you're making, and etc., through actually interacting with your audience. That's the value part. Stories, or at least story sequences, are specifically created to sell your audience something. So when you're creating these and when you're actually doing the copywriting for them, you're not giving even more value. They already know what your offer is. You're just making it seem 10 times better inside of the story sequence, obviously with your power offer, which we're going to talk about a little bit later on in this video. But the first sequence is going to be building hype. The second one's going to be building hype, although you're going to want to hook here, but I'm going to get into that in literally 30 seconds. This is hype, and at the end it's going to be a call to action. So this could be, I don't know, a link to your website, a link to your calendar, them to DM you a certain keyword, or whatever it really could be. You just want your call to action at the end. And this is an example of that, what that could look like. You're going to have your hook over here, then you're going to have your story, you're going to have the proof that like your story actually exists, or whatever you're talking about, it actually works, and then you're going to have your call to action at the end. And you may be looking at this and you're like, okay, this seems a little bit too simple. This can't be making $20,000. It's just so simple, I'm telling you, but it's so effective. But there's still problems that come with it. Like, it's not too good to be true. Nothing's too good to be true. There's the big problem of audience burnout. Your audience can burn out extremely quickly, but lucky for you, there's a really good solution to this. Now, if we look at people like Iman Gachi, these people are posting stories of their lifestyle content. You see, this is lifestyle, you know, where he's showing off his watch. This is lifestyle where he's just like in the pool. This is lifestyle where he's just at his desk. This is lifestyle where he's at the gym. And this is lifestyle where he's working out. And this is all in the same day, by the way. If you follow him, you might have been seeing he's been posting a lot more lifestyle content recently, and especially a lot of lifestyle content before he posts his story sequences. Because even guys like Iman Gachi, they're also posting story sequences. And the rule that you want to follow here is that on your main account, you want to be posting 4 story sequences per month and unlimited lifestyle content. I mean, this guy, it's not like you want to have a cap on how many stories he posts per day. He had like, I mean, you can count this up. This is more than 10 stories, and they were all lifestyle stories. So there's no cap on how many lifestyle stories that you can post, but there is absolutely and utterly a cap on how many story sequences you can post. Because if every single time that your viewers are clicking on your story and they're thinking, oh, I'm going to get sold to again, you don't want that happening to you. What you want happening is that they're clicking on your story and, you know, they don't really know what's expected. And that's where you want to be, because then they're going to click on your story because they're curious. But you don't want them to be in this situation where they know that every single time they click on your story, you're just saying the same thing. You're always just doing a call to action, or even if you're doing a call to action and you're phrasing it differently, it's still a call to action. You don't want to be in that situation. You want to be in a situation where they're clicking on your story, they don't really know what's going to come up, and that's why they want to click on your story, right? And the second type of story sequences you can post through, the other, like how many, like you may have this account as well, is a clipping page, right? A page where you're just posting a bunch of reels. You're gonna have your main account for maybe where you're driving your traffic on from YouTube, but you're also going to have your side account. And this is usually for bigger guys. But after you see the story sequence strategy that I'm going to talk about right now, you're going to want to do something similar. You're going to open up your own clipping page. And this is why I love clipping pages so much. I mean, I saw a guy make like $16,000 in a day, not even from his main page, just from his clipping page. And it was nowhere near the page that Iman Gaji has. So here's an example of an actual low-key sequence. So this is something that you can post on your clipping page. And even if you don't have a clipping page right now, I really recommend you also watch this part, just because you're going to want to start a clipping page right after this. And then we're going to get into the actual story sequences that you can post for your main page. But as we're just looking at over here, this is just a normal story sequence, right? So, well, it's not a normal story sequence, it's a low-key story sequence. So it's a story sequence, but it's not like in-your-face call to action. So what we have right here is we actually have a win, right? He's pretty much just saying like, this is pretty cool. Somebody in my, so what he's selling, I should put this straight so that you guys have the context. But what he's selling is a low-ticket community, pretty much a little bit of a private Discord. And he's pretty much showing a win of someone in the private Discord. And then he's saying something like this just motivates me 2 times harder. Then what he's doing, he's just taking a picture of his food. He's posting on his story. You know, he's updating his audience. Then we have again, he's just, I mean, he doesn't always post case studies like this. You don't want to show too much because it gives them the impression that you're just shoving it down their throat. But pretty much, he's just pretty much putting case studies here, because you can do this once every 3 days on low-key sequences if you're actually active on low-key sequences. And then do you want to go even more viral on social media? And then he just has a link here, because he posts so much lifestyle, so not lifestyle, low-key sequences. They already know what's coming, they already know what he's selling. So at this point he can literally just put the link, put the name of his private Discord, and they already know what it is. Then here is something that's actually pretty interesting, and I'm going to start testing this for a few of my clients as well. Now you can do this right before a story sequence, and then after that you can post a sequence, right? So let's just say after this would be the actual story sequence on a main account. But this is also, I've tested this for, you know, accounts that are smaller, not smaller, but the clipping pages, and this works extremely well. So what he's pretty much saying here is, one day your dad's gonna ask you why some people have so much money, and then he's gonna say, I hope you know the answer. And this is pretty much just a motivational thing. Obviously you don't need to say this, but you can just give a little bit of motivation, where in the first story you're pretty much asking a question, and in the second story you're pretty much copying the last story, you're making the background a little bit darker, and then you're pretty much just giving the motivation or whatever. Here he's reposting a reel that he posted on this account earlier that day. Here he's reposting a story that somebody posted of his private community. And here he pretty much went out to get food, or he got Uber Eats, it came to his place, and something funny happened here. I don't know what happened, because obviously it's just a screenshot, but something funny happened here, and this would be classified as lifestyle content. Here he got a DM, and then he's pretty much just making the response inside of his story, just giving everybody in his community the value. So he's pretty much just saying like, I think this guy's asking some sort of question, and then he's like, consistency is key. The more you focus, the more. Sorry, let me just read this. Yeah, he's pretty much just saying like, multiple years of focused work really adds up, and this is important, right? This is a little bit too cool to action-ish. This, like, it's a little bit down your throat, but it's not that bad, right? If you just put the tone down a little bit less than this will be a perfect low-key sequence. And low-key sequences, you can post these every 2 days, I'd say. Like, I wouldn't post them every single day, but every 2 to 3 days you can post this, and it's gonna work. It's gonna work really well. And you don't want to post any too shove it down your throat story sequences on your clipping page, just because people won't click on it at all. You really want to do low key on clipping pages, and you have a little bit more access, and you can actually do a little bit more on your main account. So here, let's go back to the main account, 4 story sequences per month. And you want to be posting a lot of lifestyle content if you're doing 4 story sequences per month. And 4 story sequences a month, that's just 1 per week. So it's pretty simple. And let's just go over an example. This is actually just one that I did for a client, which I thought was pretty good. So hooks. Guys, please, I've been seeing so many people in the coaching community that are just not taking advantage of hooks inside of the story sequence game. So we have hooks. big announcement, and this is instantly hooking them in. You want to think of story sequences a little bit like reels, they're structured in the same way. So big announcement, and this pretty much just hooks them, right? They want to read through the whole thing. Then I'm saying, I'm about to give you access to something I spent the last 30 days writing and summarizing. So, building a little bit of hype, just like I talk about. I can't really post it here on Instagram because it's kind of personal. So far, I've only shared it with a couple close friends and family members. Still building hype, building that momentum. What is it going to be? What is it going to be? It's something I've been reminding myself before every trade for the past 2 years. Every single one. Without it, there's no way I would have come close to making hundreds of thousands of dollars through trading in Forex. Again, building that momentum, going up. So here's what I'm going to do. Again, still building that momentum, going up, going up, going up. I'm about to drop a link to a newsletter. And to be completely honest, I've been gatekeeping what I'm about to share in this newsletter for the past 2 years. Starting on the 19th of October, I'll be sending one core principle per day on how to trade Forex profitably. Then again, building the momentum. This is just getting a little bit out of hand because it's going to ruin up the Miro board. Let me see if I can actually... All right, well, that's not working. That's fine though. You guys get the point. It just keeps going up, keeps going up. He's building a lot of hype. The information I'm about to share with you in this newsletter will be better than what 99% of gurus charge thousands of dollars for. That is my promise to you. And then here, this is pretty much the call to action. What you want to do with every single call to action is build a little bit of scarcity, right? So 78 out of 200 spots filled. This is great, but if you're selling a high ticket offer, you can be like 5 spots available or 3 out of 5 spots filled, whatever you really want to say. If you're doing a story sequence, you can even, if this would be for a high ticket coaching offer, you could follow up with that story sequence. So let's just say this is another story sequence, and you'll be like, you can put like an arrow going back, and then you'll be like 3 out of 5 spots filled already. DM me keyword or click on the link, which would pretty much be your call to action to get the last spot or whatever, right? So that would be an example of a pretty simple story sequence, nothing too crazy. This would be more low key. So it's like there are some shove it down your throat sequences, but I don't recommend using those. I recommend using something a little bit more low-key, a little bit longer, a little bit that's giving some sort of value, but it's not really value-ish, like something like this. It's interesting to read, and it's not shove it down your throat. Then we have something like this, which is actually on Iman Gadji's account, Chat with Iman, so it's not his main account, but it's one of his accounts where he's pretty much, I'm pretty sure the idea of the account is pretty much to attract. So this would be perfect for you coaches and creators selling high-ticket coaching. He's pretty much attracting... He's pretty much trying to attract clients for his 8FL program. And his 8FL program is, from my understanding, helping build people's personal brands, and it's $18,000. So keep that at the back of your mind. If you're using this strategy and your, high ticket offer $6,000, I mean, it's going to sell like hotcakes, right? His is 3 times more. So let's dive into this one as well. Here we go. So we have a lifestyle to kick it off. It's pretty cool. Then he's answering a few Q&As. He's doing this about 4 to 6 times. So you can see it here. I mean, he's answering quite a few questions. And then only over here, he's saying building a personal brand is the biggest cheat code to life. I've done it better than anyone else. This is what I help my clients do inside of 8-figure license. Taking on 5 clients for November. So you guys can see here, he's building scarcity. DM 8FL. That's the call to action if you want to join. And now this is pretty much what happens after this is interesting. So this is pretty much what I talked about over here. If you follow now I'll get into that in a second. If you followed my event last week, you would have seen I sold 1 year of subscription of my software Flowsy last week. Made $1 million in the first day, few million that week. This is normal for me ever since 2022 when I took my personal brand seriously. He's actually showing the proof. So when we actually go back to how the story sequences actually work, you can see here, this is pretty much the proof part. Let's just get back down. I make millions of dollars profit from my smallest business, my eyewear brand, Gadji. How do you not see this yet? Personal brand is the key to everything you want in life. This is pretty much the proof. And then I don't accept people with coaching courses in trading or forex or anything OnlyFans webcam related. This I'm not sure if that's going to put my engagement down on YouTube, so I'm not going to say it, but you can pretty much read the word there. We know is way too effing powerful to give it to industries I don't align with. Nothing personal and no judgment, but there's a few kinds of people or industries we both work with. I make way too much money to compromise on my values. And here he's doing something interesting where he's pretty much saying how good his product is without directly saying how good his product is. Now, this story sequence is really good. The only thing that I would change with, I mean, it's a low-key sequence, so there's different sorts of approaches you can take with it. Obviously, he's not trying to kill his audience here. This is the first few stories that he posted, but what you're gonna wanna do here at the end is another call to action. So in here, I would say DM, and then his call to action now, I'm pretty sure was 8FL. So DM, this looks horrible. I don't have enough space, but you guys get the point. DM AFL, right? And then that would pretty much be a call to action. And then I'd add a little bit more info up here, and then DM 8FL would be a little bit bigger. And then from there, obviously, his DM setters would be qualifying. They'd be pretty much be qualifying everybody who's they'd be qualifying everybody who's messaging them, and then they'll be sending them a link to a calendar or just a calendar where they can actually book in the call. And the last thing that I want to talk about story sequences, by the way, there's going to be timestamps on this video just because I know this is going to be one of the longer videos, but there's going to be timestamps so you can just skip ahead or whatever. But I really do recommend watching through the whole thing because there's a bunch of value in this video. Now, here, this is another Eddie Cumberbatch. This is pretty much, this is actually talking about the guy who we talked about up here, Eddie Cumberbatch. So it's this guy right over here, if you guys are curious. He has 180,000 followers, and then this guy is asking him, Eddie, how did you do on Close Friends? Got 50k views on the first story, consistent 30k now when I post to Close Friends. Used to get 5 to 10k on a normal story and 20k-ish on good stories. So views are up by triple, right? And this is another strategy which you can implement. I've been seeing a lot of guys implement this, and we're slowly but surely also implementing this for our pretty much just our clients in general. The only problem with this is it's pretty expensive. It usually starts at around $1,000 a month. You get it for free when you actually work with me and my team, which, by the way, if you want to do so, you can book a call with me, first link in the description. But it's a pretty cool strategy. It's pretty much just close friends. You can ask around or just send me a DM on Instagram, and I'll help you out with close friends stories. Just it's not part of my package. It's not what I sell. I pretty much sell the whole growth package, but this is what some people sell as a main offer. And just a heads up, it's pretty expensive. So if you don't really have the funds, I don't recommend going to this route straight away. I recommend just starting with normal story sequences, getting the initial funds, and then with those funds investing into close friend stories. And obviously you want to keep some money to yourself. Now the next thing that I want to talk about is your actual mechanism of nurturing the audience, because we talked about after we get them to follow, what happens after that? We're gonna have the link in the stories, right? Link in the bio. What's the link in the bio gonna be? 99% of the time is gonna be the YouTube link. What are stories gonna be? Obviously these aren't gonna be story sequences going to the YouTube videos, but they're gonna be one slide stories, which are pretty much gonna be like, yo, I post a new video. If you're interested, you can watch it here, right? So stories, what is this driving to? It's all driving to YouTube. Why? Because we talked about it before. Most effective platform for nurturing traffic, right? And that's extremely important. And with YouTube, the biggest mistake that I see people making is they overcomplicate the entire YouTube process, and you just do not want to do so. That's the worst thing you can do. Just don't overcomplicate it like William Brown over here. You can see William Brown, 67,000 subscribers. That's just, before I tell you some numbers, let's analyze some of his posts. 22 minutes, so we're actually focusing on time. They're not 3 to 7 minute posts. How I'd make 10k a month ASAP if I had to start again. So really no fancy titles. Not even a thumbnail, it's literally just a specific second of the video, and he just took it like that. So no fancy thumbnail, 500,000 views, and we're not going for views. This isn't me saying go for views. This is me saying he converted a crazy amount of views. I think for every 600 views that he gets on his channel on average, I actually watched one of his breakdowns, 600 views that he gets on his channel, he gets one paying customer. Now tell me anybody else in this space that's getting one customer for every 600 views. It's absolutely insane, right? And the trend follows, right? I mean, here I just filtered for the most popular videos. Most of his videos get between 5 and 10,000 views, but step by step, how I made 16.4 million. It's just, it's really, he's not overcomplicating the process, and the videos that he's posting right now, he's also not overcomplicating the process. It's super easy stuff. He made this thumbnail. All right, fine, this is a thumbnail, but he made this in Canva. I know this Canva font, he made this in Canva, so he literally made this himself. I showed Mike Ferguson how to make an extra 100K a month or so. You really don't need to overcomplicate it. Like, you don't need thousands of dollars a month on a YouTube team. You just need to make super simple content. Because is your goal to go viral and get millions of views on YouTube? No, your goal is to actually target your ICP and only speak to your ICP directly. So when you have these platforms, let's say Instagram, when you have these platforms like TikTok, you want to actually redirect them here, and our goal is just further nurture them. So why are you trying to rank and get millions of views when you know that your goal is to just further nurture this audience, right? And, you know, obviously, just some quick tips I can throw out there just from this channel. I've made a bunch of money off of this channel, attracted my ICP, got a really good network just off of this channel alone. And these are the tips that I'm using, and this is what William Brown is also using. So if you're interested in, you know, just further nurturing Instagram audience, this is what you should do. Longer content performs better. Value is the most important thing. When you're watching this video, the amount of value that I'm giving for free, the amount of value that most people would charge thousands of dollars for, you're getting it all for free in this video, right? So it's an insane thing. It's my pretty much unique selling proposition where everybody, I get tons of DMs. Even when I deleted a video one time, I started getting DMs like, yo, can you put it back up? I saved it in my notes. I wanted to watch it again. And I just sent them the Google Drive link so that they can actually watch it. But value over everything, right? Because with value, people are actually going to see, they're going to stand out. Because if nobody's giving value nowadays, it's all just click me, whatever, right? But then you have to think, if somebody clicks on your video and they see, oh, this guy actually knows what he's talking about, they're going to know, like, and trust you so much more, and they're going to have such a higher chance of actually buying your product. Again, fancy editing doesn't matter anymore. I'm getting thousands of views on my videos right now. Zero editing. Like, I really just don't edit, right? It's really, really minimal editing. And the last thing that I want to talk about in terms of YouTube account optimization is the jogster effect. And this is really, really important. If you're just trying to nurture your Instagram audience, say your Instagram account's really big, this is perfect for you. And even I would say like Q4 time this year, it's working really good. So let's jump straight into it. Now, the jogster effect is really interesting because what you're doing is you're pretty much creating a video that drives a lot of curiosity. The jogster effect is all about curiosity, and William Brown mainly talks about it. So you're driving curiosity. Let's just take this video as an example. It's his most popular video with 500,000 views. Now, if you're looking at it, the thumbnail, it's like there's no crazy editing on the thumbnail. There's not like some graphic designer behind it. He literally just took a part of the video, he's showing it, and it's like, okay, it drives curiosity. There's a nice view in the background. They might want to hear what he has to say. Then the title, it's not that complicated. Not every letter is written big. It's just how I'd make 10K a month ASAP if I had to start again. It's super, super simple. And the last thing is that they're pretty long videos, which is also important. And when they click on the video, you need to give them immediate value if you're using this, because you seem a little bit unprofessional. You need to clear up all that unprofessionalism with the instant value that they're going to get through the video. And that's exactly how you use the jogster effect. Now, okay, we have all the optimization in place. What do we do from here? Well, we can use the 222 content strategy, which is the same as Alex Ramosi. So we're running top of funnel content. Top of funnel content is pretty much just, I'm going to explain this with a few examples in a second, but it's pretty much top of funnel content, middle of funnel content, and bottom of funnel content. Now, there's so many different variations of the three, and I'm going to break them all down. So here's some examples of the top of funnel content. We have videos like Daniel Dalen, who, like, POV, life as a 27-year-old 8-figure founder or whatever, right? Day in the lives. Again, day in the lives. I bought a Lamborghini Aventador, my new $20 million house tour. I mean, this is Jake Paul. It's just to set the example. It's just videos that everybody would click on, right? I mean, day in the lives, buying a Lamborghini, whatever. This appeals to such a broad audience. Then what we're going to do, we have all these views coming in. We want to actually niche down a little bit, but we can't niche down too hard because then no one's going to know what we're talking about. We just need to niche down a little bit. So then we have the middle of funnel content, which is perfect at doing that. Now, middle of funnel content is usually the best way I can describe this is just giving them a full guide, right? And it doesn't have to be a detailed guide, it's just a full guide. So how to start day trading in 2024, how to start reselling sneakers in 2024, full growth operating guide, getting rich slow, and no BS guide, right? This is the types of videos that's going to get the people who are seeing you for the first time, maybe getting to know and like you, to actually getting to trust you with this sort of content and actually get interested into the business model or really whatever that you're selling, right? So you're giving them a full guide, or just giving them a little bit of a sneaker peek, but you're not being specific yet. And then the bottom of funnel content is where you really get to be specific. You're talking about, let's say, buying sneakers, right? You're reselling sneakers. What's a specific topic in there? Okay, well, buying sneakers in bulk, or how to actually start copywriting. I mean, this is also one of those guide videos, but I thought that this was perfect just because it's like he went specific in this video, where the best outreach script for copywriters. Copywriters only know that they need an outreach script after they watch a full tutorial, after they watch like a full breakdown video. Like, these are the steps you need. Oh, they're gonna figure out, okay, I need to learn how to do outreach. How do I do outreach? They're gonna type it up. They're gonna see this is the more in detailed stuff. And when they have enough information, they're finally gonna go to your course. But it needs to be an entire cycle, right? You need to get them first top of funnel content. Then they're gonna be interested. Then they're gonna want to interest in your business model or whatever you're selling. And then you're actually gonna convert them with this type of content. The last type of bottom of funnel content that I really want to talk about is case study content. This is important. You're going to take the successful case studies that you have, you're going to film them, you're going to create a little bit of an interview video, and this is going to build insane trust, because this is building undeniable trust that what you're doing actually works, right? So in terms of content, you really just do not need to you really just don't need to overcomplicate it. If you have this structure in place, you're pretty much going to be ahead of 90% of people. Now, the next thing that I want to talk about is market research, because market research is one of the things that I do for my clients that everybody else is missing out on, and this is why I make my clients so much more money. Literally yesterday, we booked 30 sales calls. What actually went into booking those 30 sales calls? Well, we did market research. First off, we did market research calls, which I'm going to talk about here. We did over 10 market research calls. We had a 20-page market research doc where we're just talking about the pain points, the desires, the gap, the dream outcome, and etc. But I'm going to get into this in just a second. But the key point when you're doing market research is to actually get the data, and your audience decides what you sell, not you. This is the mistake that I see way too many people making. They just assume what their audience wants. You can't do that. You can't just assume that your audience wants to buy something. You need to ask the audience, what do they want? And then you're just going to be supplying the demand, right? So what's step one to the process? How do you actually do the market research? Well, you need to brainstorm what people want. Now, I know I'm not saying brainstorm and then instantly implement it. All I'm saying is that you need to brainstorm, and then after the brainstorming, after you a little bit, when you're running the market research calls, when you're in the DMs or whatever, you can ask them, well, which one of these do you think would be the best, right? So you're just brainstorming a few ideas. You're having conversations with your audience. So this is going to let you extract the pain points and understand their desires. You're just combining the both, right? So you need to get a good understanding of your following. If you have under 10,000 followers, I recommend just doing DMs and calls. So in the DMs, if you're having good conversations inside of the DMs, you might post up a story being like, yo, DM me or whatever. And then inside of the DMs, you're going to be getting the pain points. And if they're being active and they're actually talking to you well, then I would ask them to get on a call, because calls are really key, right? I'm pretty sure, yeah, exactly. I have it here. Calls are key because you get to dive deeper onto the pain points. You really get to dive a lot deeper. And if you have over 10,000 followers, then what I recommend is doing a type form. And if you get the detailed type form responses, just get them onto a call. Now, you may be asking yourself, how are you actually going to get these people onto a call, or even just respond to you to begin with? So if you're on Instagram, I recommend doing a story poll, just posting up your Calendly link, doing a type form or twist the DMs. On YouTube, it's really just type form and Calendly. On Twitter, it's Typeform and Calendly. On emails, it's Typeform and Calendly, and that's pretty much it. You really don't need to overcomplicate it. Even though on emails, I would even say you just completely just straight up Typeform, and the good Typeform responses that you do get, then you actually book onto a call. But again, calls are really key just because you get to dive so much deeper onto the pain points. And you may be asking yourself, okay, I have the person on the call now, what do I actually talk to them about, right? Well, on the call, you need to discuss the following stuff. What's the promise or dreamland? What's the problem? What's the journey of these potential clients? What's the problem list? What are the desires? What's the desired situation? What is the gap? How do they actually bridge the gap? What's the unique selling proposition? What are the unique selling proposition details? Why should they actually believe you? What are the features and benefits? What are the deliverables of the actual product? What are the high ticket? What could the sales argument be? What are the customer verticals? Like, where do they live, and etc. What are potential questions that they might ask? Because like, you can literally just ask them, like, do you have any questions? And then you write these questions down, and then you're gonna write down the objections. So you can be like, okay, if I had this ready for you right now, would you be interested in buying? And they'll be like, yes, but, and then everything that comes after but, you're going to write down, because that's going to be the objection. Now, step 2 of this, after you've done this, you've run a few market research calls, is you're actually going to analyze, well, they're not even sales calls, you can really just call them market research calls, and you're going to talk with your current clients. So if you have any current clients, you just want to talk to them and be like, what can I add to make this even better? And if you don't have any current clients, you don't have to do that, but I definitely recommend analyzing the market research calls. And analyzing your sales calls, you're going to look at the common objections. What's the big problem? What's the main bottleneck? Why did they get on the call? What did they say? What did they say before and after buying? Right? And what you're going to talk about with your previous clients, you're going to be okay, what do I actually ask them? Well, it may seem a little bit obvious, like, how can you make this better? But you don't want to say that directly, because they're going to be like, yeah, it's perfect already, or whatever. You need to be specific. So are they getting results? Are they grateful? Do they enjoy the community? Do they find the product useful? What would they change? Would they buy it again? These types of questions that dive deep, because if you just say, rate it from 1 to 10, or how can I make this better, they're really just going to give you a broad response. So you want to go in with these questions specifically, and you want to keep your goals in mind at all times. Gather as much data as possible. That's number 1. Deeply understand your customers. Understand your audience's exact pain points, creating your unique selling proposition depending on your specific audience, not your niche's specific audience, which means that your specific audience is going to be better than, it's going to be more niched. Like, your specific audience is going to be different to just your niche specific audience. You want to talk to your specific audience specifically. So let's say, for example, you're selling a course on how to start a social media marketing agency, and maybe your audience specifically is primarily women, and that would be an insane unique selling proposition for you to stand out from the entire competition, right? And just finding these little things could be the difference to a 20k launch and a 100k launch, because these are the details that we look for during the market research. And the whole market research process really just resolves around figuring out what's their demand, and then at the end you're just going to supply the demand. And it's really simple. I don't want you to overcomplicate the market research, but then again, it's crucial that you actually do some sort of market research to figure out if there's any really unique selling propositions that you can take on your offer. Because if you figure out that in your audience, a majority of them are women, that's just an insane unique selling proposition. And you want to find these little things, because you might be thinking, yeah, I know my audience or whatever, but you want to really dive deep. And this is extremely, extremely crucial. And I see so many people missing out on so much money just because they don't dive deeper onto the market research. And when you have your content optimized and you have the market research, from here you're going to need to create the offer, because after you have the market research, only there you can start creating the offer, you can start creating the VSL, you can start creating the landing page, you can start doing all these things. You can only do that after you finish the market research. So the important thing here is that you're going to use your new data to create the offer around what everybody in your audience already said that they wanted. So we're not just guessing, it's not a guessing game, we're doing off of previous proven data. So there's 2 types of offers on social media. There's an offer statement and there's a power offer. So an offer statement would be the first phrase that they read on your sales page. For example, agency owners, coaches, and consultants. You're one step away from learning how you can fill your pipeline with 30 to 100 qualified appointments every single month, guaranteed, right? That'd be first phrase on a sales page. There's also a power offer, which is a direct offer to people. This is what you hear people when they're saying they're offering reels or on their stories or whatever. This is a power offer. So for example, an offer statement would be a quantifiable end result with a time frame, niche, risk reversal, and unique mechanism. Pretty much the Alex Hormozy or pretty much framework that you hear in his $100 million offers. So in terms of quantifiable end result, the final result or transformation that you offer has to be quantifiable, right? So the progress that leads to the final outcome should be easy and easy to track, right? The time frame, when people buy, speed is really the key in business. So the time frame to achieve the outcome is one of the most important things that people are looking for. Then risk reversal, you want to take all the risk away for them. This is where the offer, you're pretty much making the offer seem a little bit too good to be true, and you don't pay or work for free until you do. That's an example of risk reversal, right? So you don't pay, for example, we'll book you 100 qualified appointments, or you don't pay, or we'll book you 100 qualified appointments, or we'll work for free until we do. Or the niche, be specific to who you're selling to. Again, this is what I talk about again, unique selling proposition. You want to use this. This is extremely important, right? You know how to talk only to the certain people, right? You only want to talk to your niche. Everybody else you don't care about. It's quality over quantity. Same thing with sales calls. If you book 100 sales calls, but let's say 30% of them are qualified, you didn't really book 100 sales calls, right? There's a really big difference, right? So you want to be qualifying people, you want to be canceling appointments, you don't have the budget, you want to be doing all of these things. And the last thing and the most important thing is the actual unique mechanism. And this is why they should choose you instead of everybody else, right? It's your unique method to achieve the desired results. So let's just take an example. I help niche do goal or final results in time frame using the unique mechanism without pain point and risk reversal, right? Or this is an example of a power offer that I made for one of my clients. Huge announcement. I probably get 10 messages every day of people out of this Discord asking me XYZ. Because of this, I've spent the last 30 days writing and summarizing the exact 5-step process I've used to XYZ. I don't care if you're X, Y, or Z. This applies to everyone doing X, and I want you to take full advantage of it. And to be honest, I've been gatekeeping this for the past 2 years. This is the exact thing I've read for the past 2 years before every X, every single one. This isn't going to be your average information you get from watching YouTube videos. I've seen people charge over $10,000 for these exact principles, and over the next 5 days, I'm going to be emailing them to all of you. Here's how it works. Over the next 5 days, I'll send one principle to you via email. You'll have the opportunity to read through it, take notes, and instantly implement it into your trading strategy. I'm giving you in here all early access, and I want every single one of you to take this opportunity seriously. Join before it's too late as the actual call to action. And of course, that's highlighted because when they click on it, they're actually going to get the link. Now, this would be an example of what you could post in your Discord channel, your Telegram channel, or maybe even a Instagram group chat, right? And this is extremely important. And 3.5, because I feel like it's a whole entire thing about the offer, right? Because when you're creating your product, what you're doing is you're essentially creating features, and features is what people actually pay for, and this is why it's so important. For example, let's talk about a few products that you could create. We have coaching, 1-to-1, so this would be 5 to 10 clients, 4 to 10K price point, 30 to 120 days, one-on-one weekly calls, 24/7 access to your private phone number. That could be a unique selling proposition, and get you're pretty much getting the best results, right? And this is another thing that I want to talk about. Coaching offers, when you're doing one-on-one coaching, you're always going to get the best results with one-on-one coaching. Then we have coaching one-to-many. So here you can take on 10 to 20, 30 clients, 3 to 8K each, 30 to 120 days, 3 hours a week on group calls, monthly one-to-one calls, community plus text, and pre-recorded foundations. Then on an inner circle, you can really just get 200 to 100 clients, 20 to 100 clients, all at 3 to 6K each, 30 to 120 days, 1 hour a week on group calls, 2+ weekly calls with the team, coaches for students and community, and pre-recorded course. And then we have a high-level course. This could be 50+ clients, 1.5K to 5K each, lifetime value, weekly calls with you and your team, and fully pre-recorded course. So this would be similar to what Iman Gachi was running back in the day. Then we have purely course. You can have infinity clients, something similar to what Mia Heza was running back in the day. I really do not recommend doing a course, but if you want to, you can get really infinite amount of people, $300 to $1,000 lifetime weekly or monthly calls with you or your team, fully pre-recorded course, and it's made for beginners. Now, the main thing to note here is that you don't need to really be running sales calls for this. You can really just have a landing page and get, I wouldn't call it passive income, but you don't have to do sales calls. So it's sales call. It's the seamless process, right? But you're going to make a lot less money too. Then we have a community. So infinity amount of clients, $25 to $250 a month, weekly, monthly calls with you and your team for special news, made for beginners, quick pre-recorded course, and the main asset is pretty much the main asset that people are trying to get inside. And this is all good. Now, for most of you, especially the smaller people watching this video, I definitely recommend going this route right here. 4 to 10K one-on-one coaching, you're going to get the best results, which you can further leverage to actually, run ads or even just organically get more people, because getting those results is going to build undeniable proof. And let's say you make 100K doing this, and then from there you can actually transition to one-to-many, inner circle, high-level course, just a course, community, whatever. But I recommend starting with coaching one-to-one, because you're really just going to get the best results to begin with. And now you're looking at this and you're like, okay, this sounds interesting. How can I actually host my course? Well, there's different platforms, and there's not just all-in-one fix. And I want you to get that out of your head. It's not just all-in-one fix, but these are pretty much the best platforms you could do so. So on School, you can have the best course, right? So it's really easy to organize, a leaderboard, a challenge where you see over here, where people can actually unlock different stuff at different stages of their journey. On Discord, you're going to have a community, something similar to this, a start here, place new members where people can introduce themselves, announcements, recordings, daily source, where people can ask questions, main chat, wins, share source, and then here, maybe beginning of the day form, work form, end of day form. So this would be more of a business opportunity type of thing. And then here you can have average Q&As that people ask in your niche specifically. And then for one-to-one calls and group calls, I really do recommend Google Meet. It's absolutely phenomenal platform, but it is a little bit preference if you'd rather Google Meet or Zoom. I personally prefer Google Meet just because it's so seamless for people who don't have Zoom already installed. It's a little bit of a pain with Google Meet. You just send one quick link over and it's super simple. Now, the goal here is to actually find a phrase that can sell itself, that's inside of the offer, have a product or service that can get crazy results, because obviously you can leverage these crazy results to get crazy results for yourself in terms of crazy results of actually selling your coaching course, community, whatever. Use a platform that makes everything seamless, which is pretty much these platforms right here, which I really, really do recommend. These two are pretty much free. This one's $100 a month, but it's the best by far. Like if you're selling $3,000 plus coaching, what's $100, right? And you're building the supply for the demand, like I mentioned before, right? So with the market research, you're pretty much figuring out what people want, and here you're just building it, right? You're building what the people actually want. And once you finally have your offer, you have the content optimization down, you have the market research down, and you have the offer down, now you need to figure out how you're actually going to sell it. And you're going to sell it through a funnel. And the most important thing when we're talking funnels is quality over quantity every single time. It's a lot better to have few qualified leads than lots of unqualified leads. Now, you're selling to better than now at this point, the person who you're selling to better than they know themselves. The offer is exactly what they need and they know it, right? But the only problem here is that they need information. They need more information because they want to be educated buyers. Everybody wants to be educated buyers nowadays. So our goal here is to create a process which they'll go through which is pretty much in the marketing world called funnel, which is pretty much it's further informing them and actually helping them transition and get into our program, right? Pretty much just onboarding them. So there's so many different funnels you can run, but here are just the main funnels which I'm seeing people use, and from there you can sort of make a decision of what's going to work for you best. Now, the first funnel that I want to talk about is a webinar funnel, and it's hyping up a specific date, and at the end of and it's going to pretty much be a call where hundreds can attend. It's going to be a day, you're going to have a really big group call, and you're pretty much going to walk them through a presentation. At the end of the presentation, there's going to be a buy now link at the end of the call, and there's going to be a pretty high conversion rate. So it's just going to be cool, and the call is pretty much going to be a video sales letter, but it's not really a video sales letter. You're just going to be talking to them. At the end, there's going to be a buy now link, and then you're going to be able to ask people, people are going to be able to ask you questions. Then pretty much the most popular funnel in existence is the video sales letter funnel, also known as the VSL funnel. And essentially you're gonna have a VSL, so which is gonna be a video that explains your product or service, finds out the pain points, the desired outcome, and gives a strong offer plus backed up with tons of proof, which would pretty much be this right here. And then in terms of here, we're just going to have our offer. So market research, results, time frame, and guarantee, like we talked about before in our offer section. So this would essentially be the offer statement that we're going to put onto our website. Then we're going to have a pre-call, which is going to be nurture. So after they book in the call, they're going to be redirected to this new sales page where they're going to pretty much be confirming their call and more information to review. So after the call's booked, they're going to ask to confirm it, and they're going to have you're going to have the opportunity to showcase even more results to build undeniable proof before the call. So they're pretty much pre-sold before the call, pre-call flow. You're going to pre-sell them, right? So the next funnel, which has been popularized, I'd say in the beginning of 2024, but people are using less and less now because they're understanding the importance of different funnels as well. But there's going to be the DM funnel. So it's going to be, you can DM them a certain keyword, and there's going to be many chat automation where they're going to respond, and then after that an appointment setter is going to take over. Now you can find a really good appointment setter on onlinejobs.ph. I think I have it over here. No, but you're going to find a really good appointment setter on onlinejobs.ph, $300 to $500 a month, 10 hours plus per day. You'll get a pretty good deal. You just need to train them up. Now you don't want to just be talking whatever, you want to have an actual DM funnel in process. So what does a DM funnel actually look like? First we're going to have the intro, then we're going to want to actually qualify them. So, first off, building the gap and also seeing if they can actually afford whatever we're selling. Then we're going to have the transition. So do they actually need help? Propose the call, and then book now, right? There's going to be a book now. You're going to send them a book now link. Now you want to give a reason to do it now when you're actually saying book now. Then the next sort of funnel you can run is a school or Discord funnel, whatever you really want to call it. And it's going to make people problem aware, educate them of the actual process, give quick value, and the goal here is to actually, you can upsell them. That's the main thing. So even if you're charging $20 a month, you want to upsell them into your $2,000 coaching, and it really just depends on how engaged your audience is. Now, what you can also do is you can run ads, and your ads are going to be, let's say you're selling this for $20, that's going to cover your ad cost, and then you're going to get a huge list of really warm leads, because obviously we have the ascension funnel, which means that a paying customer will stay in motion. So a paying customer, let's say they pay you $50, then $500 product, and then the coaching for, let's say, $2,000 or whatever. But the main thing here is you're getting people who are going to stay in motion, right? So your ads might not be profitable, but long term they're going to be profitable, and they're going to get your name out there. Then we have lead magnet funnel. So this is an example of a lead magnet funnel that I actually made for one of my clients, and it's just going to be a simple landing page. Doesn't give access to anything. It's just going to show the headline. When they click on the video, pop-up's going to come up, which is going to be something like this: collect info, full name, email, and phone number, and then it's going to get the info for the training, and they'll be email retargeted. That means we're going to be running email campaigns at the back end of this to actually be retargeting all of these people, and the VSL, well, the video that they're going to watch after that is for you, is going to be just educating them. So showing them the video, telling about the guy's come up, calls out all the guys in his situation, and leverages pains and his change to get people to actually apply, right? After that, he's actually going to qualify. So when they scroll down a little bit, there's going to be a type form to see if prospects are actually serious. Then they're going to say this application is only for freelance brands and scalers who have the funds to invest in their learning. And then after a while, they're going to be like, what's your budget? So under 500 to 1,000, 1,000 to 2,000, you guys get the point, right? So we're just pretty much disqualifying everybody with under $1,000 for most coaching offers, unless your coaching is like $5,000 plus. But obviously not everybody's going to have the full amount up front. So you want to be collecting, let's say your coaching offers $5,000, you might want to collect, let's say, $1,500 and do payment plans for the rest of the money, just so that you can really maximize your revenue and actual cash that's collected, right? Well, by cash collected, I mean profit. So booked calls, after you're going to book the call, you're going to see if the prospect actually has money, and then you're going to have a setter qualifying these leads and booking calls. And in the beginning, I recommend just qualifying them yourself. Like, you're not going to be getting a stupid amount of calls. It's not going to be hundreds of calls. I really just recommend doing it yourself and just double checking it, because you don't need an appointment setter just to qualify your calls. It's really simple. But after you start getting to, let's say, 30 to 50K a month, that's when I really recommend bringing on an appointment setter. And you don't just want to bring a random funnel. Actually, I'm going to get into that in a second, because I want to talk about the last tool of funnel, which is the email funnel. You can do affiliate marketing. I don't recommend this though. This is really, if your audience is way too broad and you just need any single way to monetize it, do affiliate marketing. Just do an email campaign and run up an email list. That's the best thing you can do. and then make money off of affiliates. Now, don't just pick a random funnel. You need to make a calculated decision if you want to make as much money as possible. And to do so, you need to ask yourself the following questions. Where's my traffic coming from? Do my leads actually know me? Is it all cold traffic? Am I transparent with what I sell? Can they achieve the results alone? Do they actually have the time to spend? And you need to pause the video right now, just pause the video and write all of these answers down to those questions to all of those questions, and use the following funnel based on your answers. So if the traffic's coming from YouTube, they know you. It's your first launch with, you have a bunch of time. You can make it alone, right? And there's lots of spare time. I recommend doing a webinar funnel, email funnel, or a VSL funnel. And by the way, here by email funnel, I essentially mean the lead magnet funnel, so not the actual email funnel. Then it's going to give you a lot of practice. So you're going to be able to practice with your pitch deck at the end, right? Then, this is usually used for copywriting people, for people in sales, and for Amazon FBA people, so people selling these types of courses. Then if your traffic's coming from Instagram, not everybody knows you, your product isn't really being pushed, and results can't really be achieved alone, and they have a ton of spare time, I recommend doing a lead magnet or a DM funnel or a Discord or school funnel. Now, your story, here you're going to be showcasing your story and how you actually achieve the certain results. So it's going to pretty much be value plus call to action. And mainly this is going to work for drop shipping type of people, TikTok shop people, so people selling TikTok shop courses, and people selling trading courses. That's the main people that this is going to work for. Now, the next sort of people is going to be traffic from all platforms. Now, not everybody knows you, but your product is public. Results are hard to achieve alone, and there's not much time. This is mainly going to be good for VSL funnels, for email funnels, which, by the way, here again, I mean the lead magnet funnels, and then free training funnels. And by free training, this is also just a different sort of lead magnet. So it's a little bit different, but it really also just is a lead magnet. Now, you're going to list out their desires, pains, and problems, and give them an actual solution. And this is mainly used by people who are in client acquisition, AI infrastructure, and e-com, right? Now, there's no best funnel. You really just have to use the funnel which matches your audience the best, and you can figure it out with this over here. Now, there's different types of places where you actually build your funnel on, and let's just compare them real quick. So first off, we have ClickFunnels, which is best for non-live funnels. I like ClickFunnels the most. I use ClickFunnels for pretty much all the funnels I work on. Then we have Go High Level, which works fine, has everything. It's pretty much it's a CRM, and it's just a CRM, so it's pretty simple to use. And I'm pretty sure ClickFunnels is around $100 a month. Go High Levels $300 a month, and then we have Webinar Jam, which I'm pretty sure is also around $100 a month, and it's only effective for webinars and lives. Now, if you decide to create a VSL funnel, you need to actually leverage as much emotions as possible. It has to be both entertaining and educational. It can't sound like you're selling too hard, right? You can't be just shoving it down their throat. The more pain and solution to it, the more pain and solution to it, you can actually call them out, right? So the more the person is actually going to listen. Like if you're I don't know, if you're still living with your parents or whatever it could be, right? Then you're going to make it around them and not you. So tell a story that actually resonates with your ICP, and you're going to know who your ICP is, when you're actually doing the market research phase. And of course, that's pretty much the main things that you need to touch on. And you can pretty much structure it like this: feature pace, intro, builds credibility, who this is and isn't for, client results, your journey, your mechanism to actually get it work and how it actually works, how you differentiate yourself, step-by-step process, cost of not taking action, make clear what they do and what they can't do, and add 4 benefits of choosing you, and then a call to action. It's really as simple as that. And the main thing here that's going to perform the best in terms of VSLs is storytelling VSLs. They always perform the best because they can really just see the person behind the camera. And if you decide to create a lead magnet, you want to make it as good as possible, because people are actually going to read it, understand you. They're going to understand you a lot better. And the main goal is to get people interested. And when they get a lead magnet, they're like, if this is what I'm getting for free, what am I going to get on the paid stuff? And you want to structure it like this. this. You want to have a bold claim, proof and testimonials, who this is for, who this isn't for, story about how you actually got the results, step-by-step process of what you actually did, and a call to action at the end. And this could be something like a video, a doc, an ebook, and etc. And the main goal over here is to choose the best process. That's number one. Understand the most effective type of funnel. Build an effortless experience for the prospect, create assets to educate them as much as possible, and how the supply will be made accessible to the market, right? You're pretty much making the supply accessible to the market with the actual funnel, right? So with the funnel, your goal is simply just to get as many people into your pipeline or process or whatever you really want to call it as possible. After that, we're going to have the launch preparations. You actually need to prepare for the launch. And the most important thing over here is to actually generate hype. So the more excited you make your audience, the more money they're essentially going to throw at you. Now, if you have a product or not, it doesn't really change the process. Now, strategy remains the same. If you're selling anything right now, stop, take time, and create a big launch that will change the trajectory of your business. Now, that's extremely important here. So how are you actually going to build hype? Well, on day one, we're going to have an Instagram reel. And, here you can have the Instagram reel script if you really want to insert it. And you're going to change all your YouTube descriptions, your Discord and school announcements, which would be something similar to this that we went through before in the power offer section. And you're going to have a story sequence, which is pretty much going to be similar to this, what we went through inside of the story sequence section. And all of this is going to be call to actioning to an email list or a lead magnet. Now, I recommend lead magnets here just because you're going to convert at a higher rate. But you're just going to be getting emails, newsletters, emails, phone numbers, and names. That's all you care about. You're building up the email list, you're building up the phone number list. You can actually dial them, which I'm going to get into a little bit later, but those are the most important things there. Then from day 2 to 5, you're going to be posting stories on daily stories. So 2 lifestyle stories per day and 1 educational story per day, daily educational reels, daily educational emails, and daily reminders to read the emails inside of the Discord and even on your Instagram, posting story sequences, not even sequences, 1 slide story, pretty much being like, yo, check your email and check spam, right? This is all call to actioning to the email list. And after around a week of building hype, you're going to want to actually launch it up. So on day 1, you're going to post your power offer. Instagram story sequence, that's number 1. We talked about that before. Discord or school power offer, we talked about this before. YouTube video, which is undercover VSL, we talked about how to structure VSLs. Instagram power offer reel, which is pretty much going to be really similar to your power offer. Dialer booking and appointments, you're just going to be calling them up and asking them if they're actually interested. And this is all going to be going into your funnel. And you're going to be running this for about 4 days. You're going to be shoving your offer down their throats for 4 days long. You can have Instagram story sequences on a daily, Discord or school announcements on a daily, Instagram power offer reels daily, and dialer actually booking in appointments. And this is all going to be going down your funnel. Now, up until your funnel, you're going to want to run an email campaign. And on day 1 of the pre-launch, you're just going to do a test email and ask the subscribers to reply so that you're actually going to get your emails into their inbox and not just their spam. On day 2, you're going to make people aware of the launch. On day 3, you're going to give your personal story. On day 4, you're going to give a little bit of a case study. And on day 5, you're going to give a waitlist email. So the launch is ready and the day after people get in. So you're pretty much just building hype over here. On day 6, there's going to be the pre-launch. So launch email, power offer with a call to action. And that's you really just don't need to overcomplicate this process. If you just have this in place, you're going to be your offer is already going to be fantastic. By the way, if you need info, you need help with the emails or whatever, you can book a call with me, first link in the description. Now, the next thing is YouTube. Now, you can run a little bit of a YouTube launch sequence. Now, on day 1, you're going to post a YouTube video that's going to announce an event in the community feature. So it's not going to be a video, you're just announcing the event in the community feature. On day 2, you're going to schedule a premiere and make people turn notifications on, and you're also going to say that inside of the community post. And on day 4, this is day 3, it's going to go live, and you're going to push all of the traffic to the landing page or your funnel or really whatever you're selling, right? And the traffic from YouTube is warm and it's a lot easier to convert. You can literally just post a VSL as a premiere and make people feel engaged, show up, love, they're going to love the traffic, and you're just going to push all of that to a landing page. And this should be an undercover VSL. So it's going to be a VSL, but obviously in your title, you're not going to say this is my VSL or whatever. You're going to phrase it as the best business models to start in 2024, or whatever it really could be. You're just going to phrase it as a little bit of a VSL. And the last and final thing that I want to talk about is school and Discord. Now, on day one, you're just going to post a really simple, power offer teaser. You're going to be like, this is coming up, but it's not really here yet. On day 1 to 2 is going to be the pre-launch, so you're really just going to be engaging with everybody, answering questions. You might host a little bit of a call where you're also going to tease it a little bit. And on day 3, we're going to have the final power offer. Day 4 to 5, engage with all the posts again and get all the members onto a sales call. That's really important. And in the community, if the community is free, people will have a lot less commitment. But if they have already paid for the low ticket and found value, then you want to really keep things simple and ascend them, right? It can work on both platforms, but it needs to be minor adjustments. Now, what do I mean with ascending them? It's an ascension funnel. It's really, really simple. So here, let's say they're paying $0, and from the $0 community, they might get up to the $50 community, and from the $50 community, they might buy the $500 course, and from the $5,000 course, you can really get them to the $2,000 course. And as you can see here, let me actually just change the pen to green. You're just slowly and slowly ascending them up the funnel to actually getting to the more expensive products. And it's a lot better than just having $0 and not doing anything with the guys who can't afford it yet, but guys who will be able to afford it maybe after a little bit of time. So it's really important that you're slowly ascending them, and this is why school funnels are so important for guys with bigger audiences. Now, at the end of the launch, all the traffic that's going to be generated will get redirected to the funnel with the only intent of booking calls. If the offer is less than 1K, just send them a payment page and a Calendly, instead of a Calendly. But if the offer is under 1K, just make a nice sales page. You really do not need sales calls for offers that are under 1K. You only need sales calls for offers that are over 1K. And I really recommend you, I don't care what niche you're in, I've seen people make 20K a month in teaching other people knitting. So there's 99.9% of people can sell a 1K plus offer. Now, the goal here is to get as many eyeballs within your audience that you already have, right? So engage with as much of your audience as possible, get as many leads and as many calls as possible. You don't care about closing rate when you're first just launching, because you just want to get as many people onto your calendar as possible, make people talk about your offer, collect personal details, and the goal here is how the market will get you into contact with the supply, right? And then once you've done this, once you've actually prepared for the launch and actually done some sort of a launch, you can actually start with the sales. Now, the important thing here is that you're actually using every single lead. So you have to get the most out of every lead you get into the funnel. Now, if you already have a sales team, really just take your time, chill, take a deep breath, review the sales calls, get the setting calls, the overall process, track the KPIs, and etc. And you can use all that information to improve every part about it. And if you don't, it's time to create your money-making machine. Now, at this point, you've already got a bunch of warm leads. They've scheduled the calls, but they're not ready for it yet, right? They booked the call. What actually happens after this? What's the process that happens after they actually book in a call? Well, first off, we're going to want to send them pre-call assets. Now, in terms of the pre-call asset creation, you're going to get the people to the call as educated as possible and respond to common objections and pre-handle objections. This is what you want your pre-call funnel to do. So pre-call VSL, frequently asked questions, explanation video, student interviews, spam wins. By the way, I see people just showing a few wins when they have hundreds. Spam as many wins as you possibly can, and how I did whatever XYZ. So you really want to showcase your journey. And in terms of the pre-call VSL, so the video that they actually watch after they book in a call with you is going to be, you're going to be going over the offer, how it can help, how you're special, and educate the people around the service, right? So you're going to want to talk about who you are, what they can expect from the call, case studies, who this isn't for, who this is for, what you specifically do, how it works, the expectation that you should set, and of course, thank you or sort of like see you soon sort of thing. So as soon as they book the call, there's going to be an automation, which is going to be immediate, by the way, and it's going to redirect them to the pre-call assets. And immediately after they get the pre-call assets, they're going to get an email confirming the time and location and link to pre-call assets. 48 hours before the call, they're going to get an email plus a testimonial inside of the email and a text reminder. 24 hours before the call, they're going to get an email plus a testimonial and of course a text reminder. 12 hours before the call, email reminder and testimonial plus text reminder. 6 hours before the call, mail reminder and testimonial and again text reminder, and 1 hour before, just an email plus text reminder. 15 minutes before the call, mail plus text reminder, and then right before the call, email plus text with the link to the call. Now, when you're looking at this looks humongous, but this is what it takes to actually get them to show up onto the call. Because after you've done all of this, the only reason why they won't show up onto the call is because they're not interested, right? At minimum, they'll cancel the call and you won't waste your time or your closer's time, right? And then in terms of manual actions, we also have a bunch of manual actions that we need to take, because we can't just rely on these actions right here. We're going to want to qualify prospects and confirm over the phone. So of course, in your calendar, you're going to be asking for their phone numbers. So max 4 hours after the booking, you're going to be calling them up, or your set is going to be calling them up. After the phone call, you're going to send them the VSL inside of the DMs or WhatsApp in case they didn't see it inside of the pre-call flow. 3 hours before the call, first meeting reminder just over the DMs. 1 hour before the call, second meeting reminder over the DMs. This is what you can be doing, or your closer can be doing. 15 minutes before the call, a third meeting reminder. 5 minutes before the call, link to send DM or WhatsApp, right? So that's fairly simple. And if they gave you the contact info, you can't waste a single lead, right? If they didn't book a call, automated action, right? 1 email every day for a week, then they'll get into the newsletter, right? So value email, call to action email, testimonial email, call to action email again, your transformation email, and a call to action email. You need to be sending all of this over a week to get all of the leads inside of your pipeline, right? And the manual actions, of course, you can't just rely on the automated actions. Wait 24 hours and dial everybody in. So you're going to be calling up like, hey, why didn't you book in? Is there a problem? Whatever, right? Call booked, and then immediately you're going to dial them again, qualifying them again. And if you dial them and there's no response, you're going to text them, and then you're going to dial them again. After the dial, you're going to text them, and you're going to repeat this process around 4 times. Now, I really recommend getting a dialer to do this and just giving them, let's say, usually it's going to be, I would stick to around 3 to 5%, depending on how big the offer is. They'll get the share. So if you get them, if the dialer gets them into the sales call, they might get, I don't know, $20, and they'll also get 5% of the deal if the closer just manages to close, right? And you may be asking yourself, how can you actually analyze your sales process? Well, you need KPIs, which is pretty much just short for key performance indicators. Now, your business will only grow if you track it. This is what every single person who's doing over 100K a month has told me. Every part of the process has to be tracked. So if there's any problem, you need to find it and solve it. If there's a low closing rate, review the sales calls. If there's no booking, look at the traffic, low show up rate, improve the pre-calls assets, right? It's all these little details that are extremely important. So it's extremely, I need to exaggerate this, that you track everything inside of a spreadsheet. Every lead will be put into a spreadsheet, and every step that they take will be tracked. Now, the key points to track are the actual calls that you booked, the pre-call assets consumed, the closing rate, the show-up rate, the AOV for high ticket, the funnel conversion rate, the dials made, the follow-up sent, and etc. And the goal here is to get as many qualified calls as possible, over 50% closing rate, depending on where your audience is coming from and how qualified they are. Don't waste a single lead. Build trust before the call with a pre-call asset, and you're pretty much telling them how the market gets the supply, right? Or pretty much the supply would pretty much be the sales call where you're going to be selling them the actual supply, but this is just before them. So we actually need to get them onto the sales call so that we can actually sell them the supply. And that brings me to my next point of, actually onboarding these clients. You're getting all of these clients now through this absolutely dialed in process. You actually need to onboard them so that everybody doesn't just say, I need a refund or whatever, because that's the thing that we want to actually counter. Now, the main important thing here is to make everybody feel special. Everybody should experience an effortless experience of getting into your program, right? Getting value immediately and feeling part of something bigger. So invest into a CSM or get time in welcoming your students. Now, by CSM, I just mean Client Success Manager. Now, call closed, let's say you close the call, obviously to actually get them or consider them as a client, we actually need to collect the payment. And from here, you're going to have some automated action. So you can have an onboarding email, video explanation plus a first call booking where they can actually book the onboarding call. They can have access to the, private community or course, or / inner circle, whatever you want to call it. And manually, you're going to send them a message to confirm the first call 3 hours before the call and 1 to 2 days before the close. 1 to 2 days after the close, you're going to set everything up plus schedule the second call. Now, in terms of automated, you're going to send them an automated video, how the onboarding process is going to look like, what the next steps are, and first actions to do. On the onboarding call, you're going to talk about what the journey will look like. You're going to make a roadmap for them and get to know know them a little bit better. From there, you're going to set up expectations on the journey, give them an overview of how everything will go, understand where they are and where they want to go, make a roadmap with them to their desire, give them the first 10 steps, and schedule a second call to see, just sort of check up on the progress. Now, the goal here is to make everybody feel welcome, set up everything to get them the results. The market bought the supply, and now you need to justify the purchase, right? That's pretty much what happened. And number 8, we actually need to fulfill on our promise. So the important thing here is that we're actually delivering good results. And the more results, the more case studies, the more trust, the more money you're going to make at the end of the day, which is why fulfillment is super important. And you also don't want to look like a scammer, or not just look like a scammer, you don't want to be a scammer to begin with. So that's why fulfillment is so important, and that's what we really do for our clients. We help them actually get insane results so that number 1, they don't look like a scammer, and number 2, they're actually getting good results so they can make more money. So if you want to become a client of ours, then you can book a call with me, first link in the description, and we'll help you build out everything that we can talk about in this video and what we've already talked about. Now, if you care about the progress of your students, they will feel important and work a lot higher, right? So you're going to create a file where you put all of your students, you're going to put all of your students, and you're going to track everything, like payment plans, progress, number of calls, service provided, struggles and wins. And this is where having an overview of the progress of everybody, knowing the success rate, see what's working, understand everybody, and always being updated on everybody's journey. And from here, the fulfillment is up to you, right? And I can't help you much, and it really depends on your product and what you're offering. So it's different for every niche, but you just want to create the best experience possible. And if you really want to do so, you can book a call with me and I'll help you do so. Now, the goal here is to get more results, to get as many results as possible and as quickly as possible. Now, you always want to be on track with everybody's results, because if you're always on track, if you're always keeping up with everybody's progress, they're going to feel special, and they're also going to be more inclined to give you referrals. And referrals is another way where you can absolutely print money, but I'm going to leave that for another video. But that's super important. So if you're in tap with everybody, they're going to be so much more likely to refer somebody. And the average person, they'll at least have 1 to 3 people who they can refer you, and that's an extra 10 grand which you can put into your business, right? If they refer you 3 people and your coaching offers 3.3k, that's an extra 10k revenue for every single person after they've stayed maybe, let's say, 6 months, which is why you really need to calculate these sorts of things, because you hear people making 200k a month and their audience is 20k followers. How are they doing it? Because they have this entire process absolutely dialed in for themselves, right? They have referrals dialed in, they have all these different things dialed in, and when you're actually there, when you're at 10 to 30k a month, you actually need to really start scaling, and you need to be extremely clear on the goal, right? You have to decide where you want to go, and if you want to scale massively or just get a few more clients. So there's really 2 routes that you can go when you're trying to scale even further. There's number 1, paid traffic, where you'll pay for people to come into your funnel. Ads are simple because you don't really need to overcomplicate everything. Just test a few creators with a limited budget and see what's really performing best, and create content with this structure right here. Hook, info, call to action. Really simple, really similar to what we actually had with the story sequence earlier. And with the hook, you're going to make a promise to the people. With the info, deliver the promise. And with the call to action, get people into your funnel. Now, the important parts are the hook and the phrase you say right after. So the more interesting you sound, the better the ad will perform, and you really want to create different hooks and just test different angles, right? Because trying different hooks and angles is the secret to ads, and that's why your organic launch is important. Because when you do an organic launch and you collect 10 to 20k, you already know what hooks work, you already know what angles you can take to get more clients, and that's what's important over here. So if you want to scale to a massive operation, you need to do both tactics. Now, obviously, you need to do both tactics. I'm also going to cover ads right now. So, organic traffic. So via organic traffic, viral content to get followers and get people into the funnel, which is the actual top of funnel side of things, right? These, like we talked about in the beginning of the video, day in the lives, just sort of like lifestyle stuff, buying a Lamborghini, buying a house, and you want to focus on top of funnel content on every platform. Your only goal is to go as viral as possible and to get people to know you. And this pretty much works for bigger niches, right? So you're going to want to do this if you're in drop shipping or if you're in social media marketing agencies. But if you're in a smaller niche, let's say helping B2B brands, this is not the way to go. If you're in a smaller niche, I recommend just sticking to middle of funnel content as your top of funnel content, and just middle of funnel content and bottom of funnel content. But you really want to be niche if you're in a smaller niche. But if you're in a bigger niche like social media marketing, then you want to go top of funnel content to actually get people into your funnel. Now, you really don't want to overcomplicate it, and you just need to be yourself, because that's going to show you don't want to try and be somebody who you're not, because people are going to see straight through it. And the realist you are, the better the clients will be. Now, I don't know why I had this twice in here, but if you want to get a few more clients every month without spending your life within the camera, or if you want to get a bunch of clients pretty much, and you don't want to just be on your camera all the time, and you want to scale it in a way where you don't need to create even more content, you should transition into ads. But I only recommend transitioning to ads after you're at about 50K per month. And if you want to get more clients every single month and keep insane profit margins, you need to create content, right? Just define the goal and go after it. So if your goal, you pretty much just need to figure out what you want, build systematic systems to scale and expand in the market.
The nitty-gritty step-by-step process on exactly how I've been able to make $300,000 in net profit just 8 months into the year with this small YouTube channel that has roughly 3,400 subscribers, all by utilizing branding, business, content, and sales. And as you guys can see right here, I've really gone step by step. I've gone super deep into each part of my processes and just broken it down for you in a way where anybody can digest it, and anybody can just take this video, watch the video, and then pretty much implement something very similar into their own process if they want to sell a high ticket offer to a micro niche audience, pretty much B2B or B2C. Just anything that has to do with building a micro niche personal brand and then selling a high ticket offer between $5,000 and $15,000 on the back end. This is literally the playbook for it. So let's jump straight into the video. So step number one is branding, and you need to understand what your overall branding is. This is the first thing that allowed me to differentiate myself from my competitors. Obviously, right? You need to differentiate yourself, and the easiest way to do this is through branding, right? So obviously, you got all of these YouTube videos coming out, you got all of these stories coming out, all of these reels, all of these DMs, and etc., etc., etc. And they all need to be following the same brand. Even when you're speaking to your prospects in the DMs, you need to be speaking in a way that aligns with your brand, right? This is the difference between people like Iman, Sander Stage, Jordan Brown. They all have their own personal brand, which is branded, and that's what differentiates themselves from their competitors. That's why Iman sold the most SMMA courses. That's why Jordan Brown became an industry leader in ecom. That's why Sander Stage sold a bunch of IPGA courses, right? And everything that I'm going to teach you in this video comes down to this exact branding playbook, right? Because all of the YouTube videos I'm going to tell you to do, they come down to the branding. All of the Instagram reels I'm going to tell you to film, they come down to the branding. All of the funnels that I'm going to tell you to make, they come down to the branding. Everything comes down to the branding, right? And I never overcomplicated it. I just kept it very, very simple. So I spoke about personality, colors, and lifestyle over value, right? Am I doing that? Yes or no, right? So in terms of personality, I kept it very simple, kind of direct to the point, quote unquote sharp, concise, and professional, because obviously these videos right here, I'm just filming them from my office. So there's not too much which I can do in here in terms of lifestyle, and I don't want to do lifestyle content either. I want to keep it very simple. I want to share value, and I want to get my clients, based on the fact that I have value to offer them, they have knowledge or value which they can find valuable enough to get an ROI on that, and for that reason they're going to buy my product, right? I don't want to build it around, okay, I have a Lamborghini, buy my dropshipping course, or whatever it could be. I want to build it around actual value, right? And this is just personal preference. There's nothing wrong with showing a Lamborghini and selling a course, but that's just my personal preference. In terms of colors, as you can see, I'm consistently using red in my story sequences on Instagram, which I don't really have any posting yet. It's literally just people coming from YouTube, they follow my Instagram, and I run story sequences to retarget those people, which I'm going to get into later in this video. And then obviously lifestyle over value, you guys probably saw here when I was speaking about personality, I chose value over lifestyle, right? Very simple, not overcomplicating this, and I don't want you to overcomplicate this either. This is the easiest step of the entire process. Step two, obviously business. What are you selling your prospects, right? And the biggest thing here is really getting crystal clear on exactly what you're going to sell. As you guys can see here, BlackRock is to acquire alternative data provider for $3.2 billion. And it's not just BlackRock, it's tons of other people. And this doesn't just go into selling coal and like big corporate structures and $100 million deals, $1 billion deals. It applies to every single business model, because the person who knows their customer best is the person who's going to be able to market and sell to their customer best. And that's the person who's going to get the sale, right? So it applies to all industries. And then obviously this is including info too. So if you want to do a market research, if you have an existing audience, obviously you can utilize your Instagram, your YouTube, your X account, your email list, sending type forms, sending different story posts, sending them to a Calendly, to a type form, asking them questions in the DMs. There's tons of different things that you can do here. And if you don't have that, you can look at other people's social media posts. You can look at their comment sections. You can, kind of imagine, what would this look like? What would I want this to look like? And then make content around that, right? And the best way to do this, once you gather this information, you're going to put it all into a long Google Doc. And you're pretty much just going to speak about what's the promise in Dreamland, the problem, journey of potential clients, the problem list, the desires, desired situation, gap, how did they bridge it? Like, I'm not going to go through this entire thing. You can take a screenshot if you want to. But what I'm trying to say here is you don't need to overcomplicate it. You take a simple market research, you identify a simple ICP, and then you spend more time going deeper into them with a doc like this. It doesn't have to be these questions, but these are usually the questions that work best, especially if you're selling high ticket, right? And then one book that I would recommend here, which I thought was very good when I was reading it, was Ready, Fire, and Aim, $0 to $100 million in no time flat. And here he essentially goes deeper into the market research process, which I would recommend, right? I've used this in countless market research, and obviously my agency manages multiple $100,000 per month info clients. And this has really helped us a lot in order to achieve those results, right? Now, this is all cool. We have the branding, we have the business, but these are really the simplest parts. Like, how long is branding really going to take you? You don't want to go too deep on this. You don't want to not do it at all. You just want to do it to like a certain point. Business, like, you have your offer, not going to overcomplicate this. But really what it comes down to, and what it comes down to when you're selling high ticket product on the internet, is the content and the sales. And this is really the only two important parts. Everything else, like if you have really good content and you have really good sales, that's like the highest ROI tasks which you can focus on, right? Like I would rather have really good content and really good sales than a really good business and really good branding. Now, obviously, because I'm covering all four, I have all four of them going for me. But that's why I'm going so much deeper onto content and sales, because these are a lot more important. So in terms of content, if you go to my YouTube page right here, I really post 3 variations of content. Very simple. And I do this maybe once every 2 weeks now. So obviously I'm not consistent enough with it, but I'm still doing very well. And I'm still getting leads pretty much every single day, right? So this just goes to show you don't need to post every day. You don't need to post every 3 days. I do it every 2 weeks. Obviously, I had a foundation which I need to initially build in order to be in a situation where I can do this. But after 3 months time, after 4 months time, this is really a situation which you can put yourself into. So I have top of funnel content, middle of funnel content, and bottom of funnel content. I'm going to get into exactly what these mean below. But essentially, just to kind of preface, I post out of every 10 videos, I'm posting 5 top of funnel, 3 middle of funnel, and 2 bottom of funnel. And I'm going to show you exactly how to structure these videos in a second. But before I show you how to structure these, you need to understand the playbook behind them. Otherwise, they're not going to work for you. So my playbook here is really raw and authentic content. And most of the idea really comes down to the idea. All right, by far. This is like the most important thing, because if your idea isn't good for the video, it's not going to matter how fancy your thumbnail design is. It's not going to matter how good the video itself is. It's just not going to perform. You need a good idea. That's what people click on. So based on my experience, kind of my, I guess you could say, philosophy to making videos on info is just copying my competition. Why? Because it works. I'm not really going to overcomplicate it. Like, we've seen it time and time again. We've run up offers in ecom, we've run it up in SaaS, we've run it up in the trading niche. We've sold to pretty much every single audience that wants to buy a business opportunity offer, or B2B, which is obviously they have a business and we're selling them a business, like on this channel right here. And really, like, you just copy other competitors. Like this video, the thumbnail and title, I've copied this of a competitor. Now, I'm not saying go word by word. I'm not saying the thumbnail should be identical. My thumbnail isn't identical, but what I'm saying is you want to copy them, because if you're going to try and reinvent the wheel, actually, let me just get into this diagram, which I'm going to show you right here. Look, if you want to reinvent the wheel, it's going to take an infinite amount of effort. Like, this isn't a non-linear pattern in terms of effort that it takes to reinvent a YouTube video. If you want to be Iman, who's the first guy to post a YouTube video, it looks like this, but in reality, your effort is going to be like this, right? And then for the second person to literally just copy it, it's going to be this much effort right here, because they obviously need to identify this opportunity in the market. But, this is half, it's probably a quarter. It's not a linear pattern. You want to find a guy who has a really good idea. Let's say they get 100K views, but they put 20 hours of time into the video. You can get 50K views and put in 2 hours of time into the video, right? Because the lead flow with the amount of outputs which you're going to get from the video is a linear pattern. Now, obviously, it comes to spotting this video, because if you're this woman down here, which, just found out about this video and she's like, oh, let me make this video, obviously it's not going to work well for her. But if you spot this trend, if you see it performing well and you're able to act on it immediately, it's going to be a linear pattern, and you're going to make a lot more money because you can do a lot more quantity with a lot less time, with a lot less labor, on a lot higher profit margins, right? So it's very, very simple. You want to find videos and then reap similar results for less work, right? And this is exactly what I do here too, right? Like, I look at different YouTube videos. I might like not go on the exact same thumbnail and title, but I'm going to go similar. Different YouTube videos I'm going to find on YouTube. Obviously, this is one of mine. And I'm literally going to compile different things which I think they did well, compile different things which I think was good on the title, was good on the thumbnail, and I'm going to put them all into one video and essentially make a banger video with extremely good value. But also, for people to click on that to begin with, I need to create a really good thumbnail and a really good title. And that's what I'm doing through this market research and kind of copying process, which I'm showing you here, okay? And then the video itself, very simple, comes down to three things: the thumbnail, the title, and then the video itself, right? We can all agree on that. Now, thumbnail and title, most important thing. Video itself doesn't matter that much to some extent, and I'll tell you exactly why. So the video itself, like, if you're actually good at what you do and you actually know what you're talking about, it's not going to take that much effort to make a really good video, because you already know what to say. You already have the value. You're not trying to fake it. You don't need to follow a script, because you already know what needs to be said. Same way this video right here, completely unscripted. Every single video on this channel is unscripted. Obviously, I have these Miro boards which I'm following, but like, I don't have a script. I don't have a teleprompter here. I'm literally just speaking based on what I'm thinking. I don't even plan what I'm going to say in this video. I literally plan the Miro board, and that's about it, right? So you really don't need to overcome this process, as long as you actually know what you're talking about and you're actually legitimate. So no BS. You want to get straight into it. Actual value is always going to perform better than kind of like cookie cutter advice. But, I don't need to tell this to you guys. If you're making micro niche content, it's value over everything. The same reason why I'm giving out probably $3,000 worth of course content in this one video alone. And that's what's going to crush my competition, because my value is better, my titles are better, my thumbnails are better. And that's why I'm always going to crush my competition, right? In terms of titles, it's very easy. No capital letters. If there's too many capital letters, it's not going to work as well. And then we're kind of quote unquote trend hacking. So you want to give them the wow, but don't make a full tutorial on how to do it. Give them the wow, but don't give them the how. And then in terms of the thumbnail, very simple. Like, you don't need a thumbnail designer. I do them myself mostly, because it literally takes me less time to do it myself than to hire a thumbnail designer. I go on Canva, make it in 2 or 3 minutes, and then it's done. I try and make them very easy to understand. And obviously, you don't want the same stuff on your thumbnail as you want in your title, right? That kind of goes without saying. And that is kind of how you make the video itself. But then it also falls into categories, right? Like I was talking before, what kind of content are you posting, right? It comes back to the top of funnel, middle of funnel, bottom of funnel, right? So in terms of top of funnel content, This is essentially content that attracts your ICP, that your ICP is going to click on for the first time, right? So for example, for me, I know that my ICP is either existing or aspiring coaches who want to get into the info space and start making $100,000 per month plus, or want to start a micro niche YouTube channel like me, keep it very lean in the beginning, don't have an audience yet at all, I want to make 50 to 100K a month with videos like this, right? And this would be top of funnel content. So who am I going to attract? Well, I'm going to know because I've done extensive market research. If you're a coach watching this video, you're probably comparing yourself to other coaches all the time. Oh, well, she did that, he did that, he did that, whatever. So my funnel breakdown videos are the top of funnel because I'm going to get people into my top of funnel by pretty much saying, this is a funnel breakdown video. They think, okay, I already knew a few things, but I might learn a few things. Then I smash the value inside of that video, right? I give them a bunch and bunch and bunch of value, which they can kind of just copy off of, right? Like I'm going to tell them so many things that they didn't know before. I'm going to become an authority because I know those things, and then they want to learn from me. So they're going to book a call with me, first link in the description, to get my systems, processing, etc. done for you. And this is also what I speak about inside of my marketing, right? So that's kind of what top of funnel content is. Get people to click on your channel for the first time, right? And like I said, broader attracting a new audience. You want to spam proof in the first 3 minutes because obviously they've never seen you before. This is a middle of funnel video, but for example, but if it wasn't, spamming proof in the first 3 minutes, pretty much saying that you're legit, introducing a new mechanism. This is my mechanism, the way that I make money through the micro niche YouTube channels. Breaking down what he does, value for free, selling the implementation, and then CTA is essentially just like more content, right? Like watch this next video, watch this student interview, etc. Right? You're not going straight to book a call, right? Middle of funnel, very simple. People who come in through the top of funnel for the first time, this is the middle of funnel video. So they may have seen a funnel breakdown and they're like, okay, this sounds decent. They're going to go into my channel and now they're going to watch an A to Z breakdown on a specific topic. And this is exactly what this is, right? So audience kind of understands the topic that you're breaking down. They've seen the concept that you're speaking about maybe like 1 or 2 times. You've probably heard of micro niche YouTube channels, and now I'm just getting them warmer into the business model. Right now, usually, these are going to be longer A to C breakdown videos, just like this one, value for free, selling the implementation. And then again, I can CTA to more content, but I can also CTA to book a call with this video right here. But ideally, you're always CTAing to more content, right? And then the last one, bottom of funnel videos, this is for people who already knows what I do, and they're just looking for a very specific solution to a very specific problem. If you have a big Instagram account, I have bottom of funnel videos on my channel where I go into how to make story sequences that work very well. For example, I literally had a guy DM me. He had like a decently sized audience. He literally copied that framework, made 20K off one story sequence, and then paid him full for my offer. Do you know what I mean? And I have a 77% paid in full rate, so that's not like a big thing. But what I'm trying to say here is, he literally got the value, implemented it straight away, got the proof, and he's like, okay, this works. Do you know what I mean? So it really comes down to that. Then obviously building trust and authority, he has a solution to a very specific problem. These are typically 20 to 30 minutes long. Value for free again, sell implementation, and then we're CTAing 2 more content again, right? We're pretty much doing this on every single video. And now the last step of the process is your sales mechanism, right? What is your conversion mechanism to actually get sales out of your content, right? So usually what people do for a story sequence is they have a hook, they have a story, they have proof, and then they have a CTA, right? But what we're trying to do here is we're trying to achieve, we're trying to reverse engineer the process, right? We're trying to figure out what we want to achieve through each part of the story sequence. And for those of you guys who don't know what a story sequence is, it's essentially like those stories that you see of coaches that you follow, and they're like, oh, like they hype up a little bit of a story, and then at the end of it, it's like DM coach for my one-on-one mentorship or something like that. I'm sure you guys have seen one of those before. They're going a lot more mainstream now. So the framework for people you usually follow here is they just get you hooked in. They tell you a bit of a story, like how their mentorship's been growing so much. They show student results, and then they have a CTA, like DME mentorship. Very simple, right? And this is like the framework which pretty much everybody uses, even if they don't know it themselves. This is essentially the story sequence framework, and it's pretty similar to Instagram Reels, right? Just split up into a bunch of different stories. And we want to figure out exactly what we are actually achieving through each part of the process, right? What are we achieving through the hook? What are we achieving through the story? What are we achieving through the proof? What are we achieving through the CTA itself, right? So, the hook, it might just be, okay, we want to hook them in. We want to get them watching the story. The story, we need to sell them on something. The proof, people need to see results before they actually buy something. The CTA, obviously, like, we want to make money. We want to get them to click the CTA so that we can actually convert them, right? So here, it's nurturing, right? This is just getting the leads warmer. The warmer the leads, the easier the sale. And then two, we have the conversion, which is to monetize these leads, right? It really comes down to these two things. These three are just nurturing them. And then this one is to actually convert them and to give us the CTA. So these build hype, and then we monetize the hype off of the CTA. Essentially, like, it's saying it in the easiest way possible, right? And the cycle constantly repeats itself. It's always the same stuff. You're constantly repeating this exact same cycle right here. And my stories reverse engineered this process right here. So how do we reverse engineer this process? Well, what actually makes money, right? Like, what makes us the money? Well, it's warm leads. And then how do we get warm leads? Well, we need to nurture the leads, right? And then what's the output of nurturing the leads? Well, obviously it's more money, right? So what do we do to make more money? We get more warm leads. And then how do we do that? Well, we expand the cycles, right? We get even more nurtured leads, or not even more, we get the same leads, but have a higher percentage, which is nurtured, which gives us a highest percentage of actual converted leads, right? So we have the hook, obviously, very simple. And we're going to be doing this on Monday and Tuesday. We have the story, which is on Wednesday. We have the proof, which is on Thursday. And then we have the CTA, which is on Friday. And then we have the story again on a Saturday. And then we have proof again on a Sunday, right? So you can essentially kind of see how it works here. Monday CTA, Tuesday hook, Wednesday story, Thursday proof, Friday CTA, Saturday story, Sunday proof. I'm just repeating this again because of how important this is. And if you're able to follow this framework, if you're able to post every single day on a weekly basis, even not following a framework, and you're posting every single day with daily stories, the amount of more content that they consume of you, and obviously the more content they consume, the more natural they're going to be, the easier they are going to be to sell to, the better, right? Now, that's one step. So just posting as much content as possible. But then step two is doing it in a structured way, just like this right here, right? And then this is just very, very simple reverse engineering right here. Then phase two is getting this traffic and turning it into booked calls. So I'm constantly preaching my audience to pay in full, right? I have a 72% paid in full rate. It kind of, depending on the month, I'm 72 to 77. Last month I had 72. The month before that, 77. The month before that was like 69, 70, around there. That's one more thing, tracking with your metrics. But that's not what I want to go to in deep here. I don't want to get off topic. But essentially, I'm just saying I have a very high paid in full rate. And that's how we collect so much cash. This usually only works in B2B, but you can also try and transfer this over to B2C by just nurturing the leads more, right? Like, the more they trust you, the higher the chances are of them paying in full for your offer. A $3,000 to $6,000 offer, like, most people have $3,000 to $6,000. So it's not a money thing. You know what I mean? They just don't trust you. They don't trust putting all of their money into it at once. Maybe it might be all of their money, but they're scared. But if they're confident enough, they're going to put all of their money into it. And other than that, there's so many different options. They can pay on a credit card. They can get a loan. They can kind of do whatever. But you can get paid in fulls. If your pay in full rate is low, it usually, like, a lot of people like to blame it on the leads, but usually you don't want to blame stuff on different people or different things. You just want to take full advantage of your opportunity. And if you want to get higher pay and full rates, you just need to nurture your leads more. And for me, it's very funny sales marketing, right? Like, I have the content itself. In my content, I'm telling people to pay in full, and then I'm showing people closing in the DMs. And I'm showing literally people closing in the DMs because I have so much content. I'm nurturing people so much to the point where I get people to pay in full in the DMs. And that's why I get lots of people to pay in full in the DMs, right? And if they want to call, if they want to get on a one-on-one with either me or my partner, they need to send I need to get them an initial message, qualify them, identify the gap, transition into a call, propose a call, and then they're going to book in. So if you message me on Instagram, this is exactly what's going to happen, or what my setter is going to do, right? And the call itself, like, it really isn't overcomplicated. It's more like an onboarding call. I have like 100% close rate. Like, if you go on a call with me, I'm gonna close you because there's so much content out there. My stuff actually works. I have so much proof to back that up, and my system just works. It's just so simple. Like, it's micro niche YouTube channel, simple sales funnel to sales, right? And high ticket. It's so simple to the point where the prospects that get on a call with me, they can't even avoid that, right? They can't even say like, I don't think it's gonna work, because it's literally in front of them. I have so much proof to back it up, to the point where it's like inevitable, right? And this is what you need to do with your mechanism too. So it really is more like an onboarding call. I ask them a few questions. If they qualify, I'm going to help them. If they don't qualify, I'm usually going to refer them to somebody else, or I'm just going to give them tips, send them a few resources on the call itself. And the only reason I'm able to do this is because of how good my content is and how well I'm able to explain my mechanism, which is one of the most important things when it comes to content. So after you book a call with me, you're going to be met with this exact process right here. Step one, you're going to get booked for the call, and the setter is going to create a group chat confirming the call. Step two, the closer, usually I'm closing the calls, is pretty much just going to send a message to confirm the call. Closer talks to the lead, setter sends a message for the call, WhatsApp and Instagram. Setter sends a reminder for the call, WhatsApp and Instagram, and then Setter sends a link for the Google meeting 5 minutes before the meeting starts. And then automatically, it's going to page redirect to a page pretty much saying to confirm the call and say to go to the inbox and thank you page for the video. Step two, you can get a mail confirmation to add the event to your calendar. And this is all happening immediately, by the way. 12 hours before the call, email and SMS reminder. 1 hour before the call, email and SMS reminder. And then 5 minutes before the call, you're just getting an email link, Google Meet link via email and SMS, right? So super simple. And once they go through this entire process, they're extremely easy to close. And I'm sure you can see exactly why this process works so well, because we're not selling them the dream. We're not selling them a Lamborghini. We're showing them the process. You need to dumb it down to a point where anybody can understand the process. Anybody can see how this is going to work, right? Like, we're literally just giving the right branding. We're building a business around it. We have extremely good content. We have extremely good sales, and it's an easy sale. Do you know what I mean? If you have a mechanism like this, nobody can deny it, right? So if you'd like to implement this exact process, which I have right here for yourself, you kind of understand how to do it, but just, you don't really have the time, or you want someone who's already done it like a million times before to implement it for you, just to make sure that everything's perfect and you're maximizing everything out, I can help you with that, because this is exactly what I do for my clients. I have a two-step process which I help people with. I call it product market fit, which is essentially content, and I have the quantum launch funnel, which is building out the entire funnel infrastructure. So what we do, we're going to build you a micro niche ecosystem through Instagram and YouTube, post YouTube videos just like this, post story sequences, post reels clipped from the YouTube videos, then build you $100 million offer for you to sell to your audience based on your expertise, do an in-depth market research and competitor analysis, and then put them into the funnel, right? Build your entire funnel out on ClickFunnels, GHL, Webinar Jam, etc. Figure out not just what the website funnel is going to be, but what the traffic's going to be, the education's going to be, the opt-in, the schedule call, the close, service delivery, like A to Z, what it's going to look like when a lead comes into your process. Stacking the social funnel, so just optimizing all of your social medias, putting appointment setting frameworks in place, putting the right descriptions, the right captions, etc. Building out your elite sales team and infrastructure, so literally finding your DM closers, finding your closers, putting the pre-call process in place, all of these different things, and then a 6-month mentorship with me and my COO. You can book a call, fast link in the description, where we're essentially just going to walk you through this process, answer any questions that you have, and then get you onboarded onto the process. I'm going to be going step by step on exactly how to build an incredibly profitable Instagram account in order to sell your high ticket offer. And this video is going to be especially helpful to those who are kind of just starting out or have a very small audience and want to start with very strong fundamentals in place. They don't want to mess it up, so that when they have hundreds of thousands of followers, or when they've spent 1 or 2 years growing their account, they're not like, oh, I wish I had this in place, or oh, I really regret not having this specific fundamental in place, which would make it so much easier and make them a bunch of money. Or you're already in that position where you have a bunch of followers, you have a bunch of influence, but you're like, man, like, I wish I had this specific fundamental in place. I wish I had this. But with this video, I'm going to be telling you what your bottlenecks probably are in that situation, and then you can kind of just reverse engineer the process and fix it for yourself. So without further ado, let's jump straight into the Miro board right here. So it's a very specific process. I broke it down to 4 steps. This is usually what I do for my clients too, just in a less specialized way. So it consists of doing market research in this specific order, posting the content, obviously creating the brand around that content, and then doing the stories to actually convert all of this audience which you're building up, which is the last step of the process, right? So obviously I need to start with the market research, because the market research is going to dictate how we're going to post it, how we're going to create the brand, and how we're going to create those stories, right? So the first thing that I want you to understand is that all that info is simply copying competitors. Why? Because it works, right? You don't want to be this guy who's at the end of the wheel and reinvents the wheel, right? You don't want to be Iman, who's the first guy to post this video. You want to be the second guy who posts that video, and I'll tell you exactly why. Because in terms of the actual effort that there is to create a video, the first guy to reinvent the wheel, he has to put the most effort in, right? Like, this doesn't look like that big of a difference, but in reality, it really is like this in terms of effort. And then it just goes down, like it just sinks down for the second guy, because all the second guy needs to do is simply copy the video. So the effort goes down by a lot. But then in the lead flow, or output, or views, or whatever you want to call it, for that specific video, you have a linear pattern of outputs, right? I just put lead flow because this is for people selling high ticket offers, but just in content in general, there's a linear pattern, right? So you would much rather be this second guy right here, who reaps very similar results, than this guy up here, who you're still getting similar results to, but he puts in much more effort. You're putting in a lot less effort, and you're also seeing a linear pattern in terms of actual outputs, right? But with this, you need to get very good at spotting trends, which is what I'm about to get into. So like I said, you want to reap the similar rewards with a lot less work. But to do this, you need to find people which you can simply copy and make it very easy for yourself, right? Otherwise, you're just going to be the guy who's reinventing the cycle. So what I want you to do is I want you to create a dream 5 list, and it's going to be a list of 5 people who you'd want your content to be similar to, right? For example, here I have someone like Jordan Welch. This is someone which you don't want to have on your list, not because there's anything wrong with him, but because you don't want to have massive people on your list. You want to have a list of people who are in a similar position as you, right? So let's say, for example, if you're still small and you're kind of starting out, you want to have people with under 100,000 followers. You want to have someone who has a good view to follower ratio, right? Not that they have 100,000 followers and they're getting 2,000 views in a post, and then gets more than 5% of their IG followers to like their post. That's what you'd want to look at for a good view to follower ratio. So that means 10K followers would mean 500 likes on a post, right? Now, assuming most of you are beginners, you want to choose something which is very simple to replicate, right? So overcomplicating it in content doesn't mean more views or money inside of your bank account. So if you're starting out, there's a few specific styles which you can take, right? So here you obviously kind of have like the nick setting sort of style, where you have, the video at the top. This could be a video like this, and I could have this Miro at the bottom with captions in between. Then we have the sort of like Shelby Sap type of style, or Sam Mosap type of style. I'm sure you guys have seen content like this before. It's just talking head videos, usually in a car with a hook at the top. You have the clipped videos like this, and then you obviously have the more edited style with motion graphics and stuff. But at the end of the day, you want to make sure that you have the right competitors to not only copy off of, but you want to copy them right when they start the trend. So the easiest way to do it is in the first few days when they post the video, you can instantly tell this video is going to perform extremely well, or this video is not going to perform extremely well, just by simply seeing how much of a multiple outlier that it is. If a video usually gets 2,000 views and it has 2,000 views in its first few hours, then you instantly want to copy that video. And the quicker that you're able to copy that video and post it on your page, the more results you're going to get, right? Because it comes back to this pattern right here, which we were speaking about on the top. You don't want to be the guy who reinvents the wheel, right? This is why we've made the top 5 list of people who usually reinvent the wheel, right? They're doing all of the work. We want to be the people who instantly find the trend and can get as high up on this chart as possible in terms of work done, in terms of actually finding the competitor, because obviously you still need to find the right competitor in order to actually get the right idea, right? And then it all comes back to a linear pattern of what you're going to get in terms of output. You want to be the person right here who gets the output. You don't want to be copying a trend from 3 or 4 months ago and be at the bottom of the wheel, right? You want to find a trend in the past 3 to 5 days. Now, this may seem like not that big of a time span and you won't immediately be able to spot a trend, but this is a game that you need to get good at, because if you can get good at this, right, and if you can experience a non-linear pattern in terms of effort and a linear pattern in terms of lead flow, and you do this correctly, you will do extremely well for yourself in terms of content and grow your account extremely quickly, right? So market research is mainly about finding those main dream 5 competitors and then pretty much finding ways to reinvent the wheel based on the wheel which they've kind of created, right? So now that you have your market research done, you obviously need to post this content, all of this content which you're finding, right? So now that you have your 5 competitors, you want to find 5 different things, right? So thing 1, thing 2, thing 3, thing 4, and thing 5 that you want to copy from your competitors. And ideally, you're doing 1 per profile. So this one is competitor 2, competitor 3, competitor 4, and then competitor 5. And from each competitor, the one thing that you like most, you want to copy it from that specific competitor, right? So I have Iman Gachi pulled up here 5 times, but obviously it's not going to be Iman 5 times. And if you're listening to what I was saying before, you wouldn't have someone massive like Iman who you're copying from, right? So finding one thing, there's a specific thing. Obviously, these are just like random examples that I put here just for the drawing. But one specific thing that you copy in the post and you put it onto your profile, and maybe a way that he has his profile picture, or a different post or a reel, or maybe like a carousel which he posted or whatever. You want to find these 5 things and put them onto your profile to make it look like a well put together profile, right? And then just putting everything together. But obviously, you don't want to forget to always add your own spin to everything. You don't want to completely be copying everything. You don't want to be going word by word, of course. You want to copy around 50 to 70% of whatever they're doing, right? So for example, if it's Instagram Reels, you can be copying a font. You can be copying the fact that they're doing it inside of a car. You can be copying the fact that they're doing it inside of a specific location. You can be copying the fact that they're using a specific color consistently. You can be copying the fact that they're doing it in a specific time frame. And obviously, if their color is red, let's say, you don't want to make your color red, right? That wouldn't be the right thing to do. You would reverse engineer a little bit, change it up a little bit, and instead of red, let's say you took blue, right? Like I'm not saying copy exactly what they're doing, right? I'm saying copy 50 to 70%. 50% would pretty much just be knowing that they're using a specific color in all of their content, and that's helping them achieve consistent branding. We don't need that color to achieve consistent branding. We can achieve consistent branding through having our own color, which could, for example, be light blue. That's really the point which I'm trying to dial in here. And our end goal here, which I want you to keep in mind, is that the audience associates you with these things right here, and you're building your brand around it, right? Because you want to build a brand around yourself too, not just around the value that you're providing, because that's really what's going to get people to buy from you instead of somebody else. You don't want to be competing with people on price or deliverables or the amount that they're getting done for you. You want to be competing with yourself, and you want people to buying from you because you're a unique person inside of the market, and that's why they're going with you, right? So once you have the market research completed and you're posting in a way based on your dream 5 competitors on that market research, you need to create your brand. So now you kind of have an incredibly aesthetic Instagram account, which will get views, likes, and followers. But that's not why I'm making this video. I'm making this video to teach you how to build an incredibly profitable Instagram account, right? An incredibly converting Instagram account. And that's why this section of the video is explaining that, right? So essentially, if you think about content, it really is split up into 3 content types, right? You have the top of funnel where they get to know you. You have the middle of funnel where they get to like you. And then you have the bottom of funnel where they get to trust you. And then this is also where they convert into US dollars, right? So going to the top where they get to know you, right? How are we doing this? Well, we're doing this through content, which pretty much just gives them like a little bit of a shock, right? So I'm going to throw up a few clips here who I was showing before, but really, you can use anybody for this part of the process, right? So for example, here we have, you helped your boys scale from 0 to 80K a month, right? And this is a video which can get tons of views. Or, here it's like studying for an exam while he's showing that he's making $150,000 a month. And obviously this is kind of speaking a wow. And this is obviously translated into views. So the goal here isn't to get them to learn about whatever you're selling, drop shipping or whatever. It's really just to get them to learn more about you and just see your video in the first place. So this could be extremely random, but you really just want to get attention in this part of the process. And that's why it doesn't really matter what you post as long as you're getting views like this, right? Now, the next step of the process is obviously you need to get them to like you, right? So this could be, for example, 151K a month business owner gives advice to his younger self, right? He's giving advice, obviously that's making people, be like, you're not going to hate on somebody for giving somebody else advice. And then obviously this is going to get a little bit less views than this video, which is, talking about something a little bit more controversial, but it's going to get this person who clicks on this video and then went onto his profile to like him, which obviously moves them down the buyer cycle. And that's what he wants them to do at the end of the day, right? So that's what he got right here. And then POV, business is slow and everyone is stressed. Yeah, sorry guys, I have glasses on. I'm almost blind. But yeah, so everybody's stressed. And then obviously, they're going to relate to that stress in specific areas or specific months of their business. And then this is also going to get them to relate to him and then to like him, right? And now the final step to actually get them to buy is obviously to get them to trust him, because as you guys have probably seen all of these titles, trust is the new currency, or like we're in a trust recession or whatever you want to call it. So here, POV, you had to refund 3 people. Here's why. And now in terms of refunding people, it's going to make them trust him, because what they're going to think is, okay, he's happy to refund people. And then you usually have like this typical like image of coaches in this space, because obviously he's selling a coaching offer. People are going to be like, why is he refunding them? Like usually when you hear of coaches, it's like, okay, they never give refunds out, or they never do a specific thing, right? But here he's just doing that and he's giving them the refund, and that's why people are going to be happy, right? And once they know, like, and trust you, or they will be going through the entire buyer cycle. And this doesn't mean that they're instantly going to pay you, but this does mean that they're at least going to send you a DM and put in their first touch point in the buying process, right? I'm going to get more into this and how you convert a little bit later in the video, but the most important thing is that you got your first initial touch point, right? Now, after this, the way that I want you to think about this is, of every 10 videos which you post, you have 5 of them which are in the top of funnel, you have 3 of them which are in the middle of funnel right here, and then you have 2 of them which are in the bottom of funnel. But believe it or not, based on actual experience, which I've gotten from scaling over 10 offers to over $100,000 a month, and what we do for our clients right now to generate anywhere from $500,000 to $1 million a month combined throughout all of our clients, is all of this won't get you as many DMs as you're expecting, right? Like, you're getting all of these views, it's great, you're getting some DMs, but I'll be honest with you guys, I'll be upfront, this isn't the best thing that you can do, and it's not going to get you as many DMs as you probably think right now with me having this massive, flood image of DMs here. What's actually going to get you a bunch of DMs is them following you, right? And you may be thinking, okay, they just followed me, like I'm not actually getting a DM from them, or nothing's actually happening, they're just following me. Like, I don't care about a follow. I want to see booked calls, I want to see conversations, right? But that's where you're almost wrong, because I don't care about followers, I want to make money isn't the right way to think about it. Don't worry, this is the key pillar in every IG ecosystem, because once they follow us, they're going to be tapped in with all of our stories, which is where we're going to be making all of the conversions, which is the last step of the process and the most important step of the process if you actually want to make money. So this is single-handedly the difference between $30,000 a month, relying on this DM flood right here, and over $100,000 per month. And I've realized this and I've seen this firsthand from experience scaling offers, right? So the way that you want to structure your stories is like this, right? So on every Monday, you're going to have a story CTA. And this is going to be how you convert. And this will reveal below, like I'm going to reveal below how exactly you want to structure these right here. And obviously these won't work without these other stories, right? These are the nurturing stories. And once you build up enough goodwill, you can have these CTAs which actually convert people. So on Tuesday, you're just going to provide value. You're going to speak about why they haven't achieved, XYZ goal. You're going to dig into their pain points, help them realize what's wrong, break limiting beliefs, and give them new ones, right? So this is really about providing value to your audience. On Wednesday, you're going to share a personal story, inspire the audience, speak about your future goals, story about yourself, risk you took, and etc. Obviously, you're not going to give all of these in one story. You're going to choose one and speak about it in 1 to 5 slides, right? With no CTAs, by the way. Whenever I say no CTA, whenever there's not CTA written on that story, there's 0 CTA. On Thursday, post your own wins. Obviously, don't just show client wins, show your own wins too. On a Friday, there's going to be a story CTA. So there's always going to be a story CTA on Friday and Monday. Again, I'm going to get into how you're going to structure these below. And then on Saturday, general lifestyle picture. You don't even need to do anything on Saturday. You can kind of just let it cool off. And then on Sunday, Q&A day and you want to find a cool way to say it, for example, Sunday Q&A, or you can give it like a cool word and just use this every single Sunday, right? Now, obviously, you don't want to do CTAs every day. I've seen a bunch of people make this mistake. You're going to kill your personal brand because then they're going to start thinking, well, every time he posts a story, he's just trying to sell me on something. The way that you break out of that and the way that you build a sustainable coaching business is by giving them a little bit of goodwill every single day in between, right? So for example, here, and then you're only doing this 2 out of 7 times per week with the CTA. You don't want to go over that. And if you're not building goodwill, you're not doing these stories because you don't have enough time or you don't want anybody else to come in and do that for you, then limit it to a maximum of 1 CTA per week. Otherwise, you're absolutely going to ruin your engagement, right? And then in terms of the actual CTAs, the way that you usually want to structure these CTAs is with a 4-step sequence, right? So you have the hook, you have the story, you have the proof, and you have the CTA, right? It's going to be 4 story slides, right? Hook, you're going to be hooking them in. You're pretty much just going to be saying like, I have this new offer launching, or I have this new cohort launching, or I'm looking for 5 new one-on-one students, right? One example, right? You want to hook them in, tell them something's going on, and you want to make sure that they know that it's an offer, right? When you do CTAs, you want to clearly state, you don't want to say it's a CTA, but they should know that they're pretty much being, obviously people say like, you don't want them to know that they're being sold to you, but they should kind of, realize that this is like an attention thing for one of your mentorships or one of your courses or however you're doing it, right? Then you want to have a bit of a story, right? So this would essentially be something like, okay, this is why I'm doing this new cohort, or this is why I'm allowing more people into my mentorship, or this is what we've been improving on our mentorship in the past week. But you don't want to just have it like, oh, I'm accepting new students. You want to give them a reason why they should get in, or you want to lead up to that point. Then obviously proof, self-explanatory. You want to show different students from your mentorship or from your course or whatever. You want to show student results. And if you don't have any results yet, just use yourself as a result, because if you're selling an offer around something, you should have done it before. And then obviously a CTA. So this can be either to your website, a type form, a funnel, or usually what I like to do most, especially on Instagram, is just being like DM, certain keywords. So calling them out again. If you're hungry about XYZ and you're XYZ person, and just going deeper on them, and then speaking about the dream outcome, then DM learn, for example, to get access to one of the one-on-one spots, right? You want to get creative with this. I don't want to go too in depth on this because you really want to be creative with it. You don't want to copy everybody else on these. That's the main way, which I haven't seen people really get results. If you actually give them a proper story, there's a proper hook, there's a proper build up with proof, then you're always going to convert. And what you want to do, you want to track the drop off. So how many views this story got, how many views this story got, how many views this story got, how many views this story got. And you also want to track how much money you make per story sequence, keep it safe somewhere. And then over time, over 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, you're going to have all of those story sequences in place, and you're going to see which ones perform best, because obviously you want to be testing different variations in between, right? So now that should give you a pretty good understanding of how you want to structure these stories on a weekly basis. As you can see on my phone right here, today is the 30th of March, which means that we're officially 3 months into 2025. And in the past 90 days alone, I've been able to calculate $86,985 for my high ticket offer, right? And I didn't do it by luck. Well, I guess some people could call it luck, but I did it very strategically, right? I built an entire strategy and I just followed through with it, right? And I'm just going to be breaking everything down for you. And everybody who takes advantage of this right now, everybody who's watching this in April and March, well, March is almost over, but everybody who kind of watches this in April, and I won't even just say watches it, everyone who actually implements what I'm going to tell them to implement in this video is going to have an insane edge over their competition, just like I do right now. Because when I get on sales calls with people, people start working with their current service providers who they're already happy with, just to work with me after like a 20-minute sales call, right? It's insane. And it's only because I have this edge over the rest of my competition. I'm not that good at sales, right? I'm not trying to trick them psychologically, whatever. Like I literally, it's only because I have this edge, and I'm going to be telling you exactly how you can implement this for yourself in this video. And everybody who leaves this video, everybody who finished watching this video, everybody who gets to the end of the video is going to know exactly how to start, automate, and scale any high ticket coaching, consulting, done with you, done for you, whatever offer, to over $30,000 a month. And $30,000 a month, that's just what I'm doing for myself. My clients do 6 figures a month, right? A lot of my clients do 6 figures a month, in fact. And I do this Or they do this as well by posting 1 or 2 videos per week, which take them maybe like 3 hours, just like I'm doing like here. Literally, like I just broke down what I did. Take maybe 2-3 hours, right? Because I already know what I'm doing. I don't need to, make something up. I already know what I'm doing. I just need to break it down, just like what you need to do. Like you just need to break down what you're already doing, show it to other people, show how it can actually help them, and then just sell them on the solution, right? Just like I'm doing right here. So let's actually dive straight into it. Now, the first step of this is getting the right traffic, because we're not trying to become an influencer here. We're not trying to, get tens of millions of views, get tens of millions of followers. We're not trying to become an influencer. We just want to cash collect for our offers. We want to make more money, not get more views, which means that we only need to get 1 to 3,000 targeted views per video, right? Like at the end of the day, if you're selling high ticket and high ticket means more than 1.5K for your offer, you only need 1 to 2 clients per video. Like for me personally, I only need 1 client per video to actually make money, right? That means for me, I average it out. It's around $4,200 per video that I'm making in upfront fees alone, right? That's just upfront fees. But for any service provider, if you're selling high ticket, $4,200, that's 1 to 2 clients per week, right? And it's not that hard to get. So really, like, we don't need to get a bunch of views. We don't need to get a social media manager. We just need to do very simple videos following this exact formula right here. Now, the way that people like to kind of like approach this with content is there's 3 different buckets of content. There's top of funnel videos, middle of funnel videos, and bottom of funnel videos. And I'm going to break them all down for you right now. So top of funnel videos, it's a little bit more broad, right? For example, what's an example of a good top of funnel video? I don't know. Best business models to start in 2025. That's an example of a top of funnel video. Why? Because it's very broad, right? A lot of people can click on this. It appeals to a lot of people, right? Now, once people click on this, and then you need to, actually convince them that your business model is the best, right? For example, just taking the Iman Gachi VSL, he had that video, and then he convinced everybody that SMMA was the best video. Then he could push them to the middle of funnel content, right? Well, now they know SMMA is the best business model that they can take. Well, how do they actually, take advantage of this? Oh, wait, he has a video breaking down exactly how to start an SMMA. They click on that video. That video might be an hour long, and he's just nurturing them, and they know that this is the best model, and now he's just further selling them on it, right? And now bottom of the funnel, which is like, okay, now they kind of got aware of it, they know how it works, but now he needs to convert them. How does he do that? Showing them proof, student interviews, different case studies, etc., etc., etc. Now, the way that most people approach this, they approach it like an influencer. You don't want to do this. You don't want to focus on top of funnel content, because you're just not going to get that many clients. Again, we're not trying to go viral. Like, the less views we get, the more money we're going to make most times, right? So the way you want to approach this, or the way that most people approach this, 8 of these top of funnel videos, and then maybe 2 middle of funnel, bottom of funnel videos. But we want to focus on the bottom of funnel and the middle of funnel, right? Because we just want to target our very specific market. We want to go into a very specific niche and then just maximize that niche, right? As quickly as possible. So that means bottom of funnel, middle of funnel, this should be 8 out of every 10 videos that you make. And then top of funnel, you can do this maybe 1 or 2 times out of every 10 views that you make. Now, a lot of people are going to be like, okay, well, you're not going to get your name out there as much. Well, you don't need to do that for this strategy to work. If you just want to make 30 to 100K per month, or even 150K a month, I'd say anywhere up to 150K a month, you can literally just do it by posting middle of funnel and bottom of funnel content. After that, like, if you actually want to do top of funnel content, like, I haven't seen that many people get that to work and actually do good numbers with it. Like, I've spoken to so many people who literally have millions of followers and they don't even have $5,000 in their bank account. So many times I've been on calls with people that have booked in a call with me. They have millions and millions of followers. You'd think, they have a bunch of money. They get these brand deals, or even they're selling some kind of digital product. They have no money. They're flat broke. I'll just be honest with you. Like, they couldn't. I had a call with this one guy. He had 3 million followers. I'm not going to say his name, obviously. He couldn't even pay me $1,000 deposit, right? It's insane. These guys don't have money. You don't want to focus on the top of funnel content. You don't want to become an influencer. All you need to do is target a very specific market, get a few thousand views, and actually convert these people. Convert at a high conversion rate, at a low view count, and become an authority in your niche. Get everybody in that very specific niche to know you, just like I'm doing right now, right? So once you understand how to get the right traffic, well, now you actually need to package your content together where we're not getting a bunch of views, but actually converting people. Now, let me give you an example. This is actually one of my clients, Mo. We did around $60,000 cash collected last month, right? Cash collected, that means pretty much all profit. And he did it posting these very niche videos, just like I told him to do. And I took care of his funnel, obviously, as well. I took care of everything for him. I literally just told him what to post. He did it, and he collected $60,000. And the month before that, he did like $500. Literally, it was like 700 around that, but literally nothing, right? It didn't even count. And the way I'm doing this, the way I even do it with my videos as well, is I just copy William Brown. Now, William Brown, for those of you who don't know, let me just show you guys, just maybe in case one of you or some of you don't know. This is his channel, right? And William Brown, he pretty much blew up, or he blew up over the past year, just posting these very, very simple videos. And I think I was watching one of his podcasts. I don't remember what it was, but I heard him talking about the jockster effect. And essentially, what it is you're tricking people, right? Now, let me actually, that sounds a bit weird, but let me actually tell you how this works. So, when you're doing, or when you're using the jockster effect, it works like this. First, you hook people in. So, when people initially see this video, it's like this guy's making a massive claim, or he's not making a massive claim, but speed running an entire Shopify shop, an entire Shopify store. Like, it's like you need to know how a Shopify store works and have a profitable Shopify store before you can actually teach other people how to do it, right? And obviously, it's all lowercase. It's just a screen recording of his like desktop. Like, people are gonna think, this guy's making a massive claim and he doesn't even know how to spell. He looks stupid. Well, what this actually does is it piques their curiosity, because now they're like, okay, let me click on the video and see what he's about, right? Now, the most important step here is that you don't look like an idiot when they click on the video. And I know obviously this is kind of obvious to most of you, but this is where most people mess up, right? Because if they click on the video, while you pique their curiosity, they can go, okay, this guy's stupid. And in the first 30 seconds, they actually validate that, they're going to click off the video and they're going to think you're stupid, right? But obviously, we don't want that, because people who think you're stupid won't like and trust you. And then obviously, they're not going to buy from you. We all know that people need to know, like, and trust you before that they actually buy from you. So the way you need to do it is in the first 30 seconds, you need to tell them exactly why they should listen to you and why you're not stupid. For example, here, I said I made almost $100,000 in the first 3 months of 2025. Well, obviously, I know something that they might not if they haven't made $100,000 in the first 3 months of 2025, right? And this is really where you can't mess up, right? You want to change their entire belief system, and we need to and we need to take them from he's pretty stupid to he's actually pretty smart. I want to learn from him. And the rest of the video just needs to be insane value. This needs to be the kind of value that people would usually pay for the kind of value that people would, maybe give them $500 for, but, they're getting for free because it's obviously on YouTube. Now, why should you actually care about getting people value? Because obviously, like, they clicked on the video, like, why should you actually put that much effort into it? Well, if you give people value, it shows that you actually know what you're talking about, right? For example, if you watch the end of the video and this video was horrible, right? You didn't like it at all, you didn't learn anything, and you're like, this guy probably got the script from ChatGPT. Well, then you're also going to think, okay, well, you're not going to book in a call with me, that's for sure, because obviously, you don't think it was that valuable. I didn't really help you that much, and you don't think you can learn anything from me. But if you get to the end of the video and you're like, okay, that was actually pretty valuable. I see how this could work. If this is just one of the things that he knows, what else could he help me with, right? Is there anything else that he knows? Is there anything that he can implement for me? And that's where they're actually going to get to book a call, and that's where I can actually close them, because they're extremely warm from there, right? So if they get to the end of the video and they don't like it, they didn't learn anything, they're not going to think that they can learn anything else from you, and then they're not going to buy from you at the end of the day, right? So this is why it's so important to actually give a bunch of value inside of your videos. Now, once they actually, once you know how to actually create content, then you can actually package it all up. Now you need to understand your ICP, right? So that you can actually create videos for your, specific ideal customer, right? For those of you who don't know what is ICP, ICP is essentially just your ideal customer. And we need to go in extreme depth on who your ICP is, right? For example, this is a client from a few months ago. Obviously, you're not going to know who this is because I changed the name here, but it was a Forex client, right? He was selling Forex. And what I did here is I created this market research doc for him, which is what I do for every single one of my clients who work with me to scale their high ticket offer to $100,000 per month and beyond. And if you already have an audience or you want to build an audience, you have a good idea for a high ticket offer and you want me to help you with it, you can book a call with me for a subscription. But anyway, right, this is one of the market research docs that I put out for him. And I went extremely deep on who his ideal customer was. What is the promise, the dream land for them? What's the problem, right? Obviously, I use myself as an example here. What's the problem list? What are their desires? What's the desired situation? What is the gap? How do they actually bridge that gap? Reasons to believe, features and benefits, etc., etc. Like, it's literally 21 pages of me going extremely deep. This took me 2 days to make, but it was a very, very well worth it, because then I could use all of this information inside of his YouTube videos, inside of the VSL, on the sales page during the sales school script, for the pitch deck, for the appointment setting framework, for the dialers, for literally everything, right? This is why this is so, so important, right? It's literally essential. And this is the difference between making maybe $30,000 a month right now to making $100,000 a month. Like, if I wasn't that clear on who my ideal customer was and I was just making broad content, I wouldn't get any clients from YouTube. And that's, that's just the name of the game. Like, it wouldn't work for me, right? If you already have a very big audience and you try to sell something and you don't really know who your ICP is, are you going to make money? Yes, you might do a $50,000 launch, but could that have been a $150,000 launch? Probably, if you actually had the right systems, right? So I can't stress this enough. You guys need to go very, very deep on the market research. You can even look at this and really just copy it for yourself. Like, I'm literally scrolling through the entire thing. You can just pause through it and actually read through what this actually looks like, right? Now, next, we actually need an offer, right? We need a $100 million offer, Alex Hormozi, $100 million offer book. Well, here's kind of my takeaway from the $100 million offers after I read it, because I know a lot of people have the takeaway. I'm pretty sure there's quite a good offers picture. Analogy. Let's see. Images. There's this picture. Oh, I said $200 million offers. Okay. Here we go. There's an analogy somewhere. Can't find it. Picture. Because I know that this picture that everybody always shows around. Yeah, it's this. Okay, perfect. So this is the process of Alex Hormozi's $100 million offers, right? Here's the dream outcome times perceived likelihood of achievement, time delay, evidence sacrifice equals value, right? This is essentially what he shows people. But for most people, like, that isn't going to make that much sense without the right context. So here's how you need to do it, right? You need to, first off, you need to craft an exceptional offer, and you're not going to be able to follow this framework if you haven't done the market research yet. So you need to do the market research first before you actually create the offer. Essentially, first, you need to give them a quantifiable end result. What does that mean? Well, the final result or transformation has to be quantifiable, right? For example, take you from $0 a month to $10,000 a month. You can't be like, I'm just going to help you. Like, for example, you buy a fitness training program. You can't just be like, I'm going to help you get fitter. You're going to say, I'm going to help you lose 20 pounds, right? Just an example. After that, you actually need to give them a time frame, right? Because people buy results, people buy speed. They don't buy anything else. They could do it themselves, but it just take them a lot longer. They're kind of buying the shortcut, right? They're learning from you because you can help them get to their dream outcome a lot quicker. So, for example, what's the time frame? Well, you can't just say, like, I'm going to help you get there soon. You need to say, I'm going to help you get there in 30 days, 60 days, 90 days, 120 days, a year. At least you're giving them a time frame, right? Like, if you're going to tell them, I'm going to help you build your own car from scratch, well, obviously that's going to take a lot longer. But if you're going to say, I'm going to help you get to $10,000 a month, well, that's probably going to take them 90 days, right? Just depending on how quick they are, how quickly they can implement the knowledge, right? After that, you need to be niched, right? And this is the most important thing. You need to be specific with who you're selling to, and you need to know how to talk to a certain persona, right? Here, we really want to be going quality over quantity, right? For example, I don't know, if this video I was targeting, for example, my dream customer would be someone selling a high ticket offer, right? And then this video attracts a bunch of people selling Etsy digital products, books, right? $7 digital product books, right? Well, obviously that wouldn't be my dream ICP, but then also I'm not speaking to those types of videos. I'm not speaking to those types of people in my videos. I'm speaking to people selling high ticket offers. If you got this far in this video, you probably know what a high ticket offer is. You may have sold a high ticket offer before. You might be thinking of selling a high ticket offer, or you might know someone who's selling a high ticket offer, right? And that's why I'm going quality over quantity, right? And that's extremely important. After that, risk reversal. This is depends if you want to do this. Honestly, you don't really need to do this with these warm offers on YouTube, if you're running ads, obviously you're going to need this. But for most people, you don't need this. If you want to add this, get the extra conversion rate, I guess you could. But pretty much what you're doing here is you're taking all of the risk away from them, right? And this is where the offer, you make it look too good to be true, right? You don't pay, or you work for free until you do. These are pretty much the most common ones. The one that I like the most, or I'll keep working with you until you do, right? I'm gonna help you get to $10,000 a month in the next 90 days without running ads, or I'm gonna keep working with you until you do. That's an example. Because here, like working with them until they do, you don't need to keep running the one-on-one calls. It's literally just support. Like it's pretty simple to actually keep this offer up. Or if you don't pay, this is usually where you're gonna need a contract where it's gonna be like, okay, you need to do X amount of outbounds, you need to speak to X amount of clients, you need to get onto X amount of sales calls before you're actually eligible for the refund. Because otherwise, people are only going to get in for the refund, and then your chargeback rate's going to be insane, right? And then the last step, maybe the most important one, I would probably say this is the most important one, is your unique mechanism, right? How are you different from the rest of the market? How are you differentiating yourself? So this is where they should choose you instead of the competition, right? And it's your unique method to achieve their desired outcome. For example, a good example is breast scales. I'm sure a lot of you guys know breast scales now. For those of you who don't, he's pretty much an influencer. I won't even say an influencer, kind of like, I guess most of people would call him a guru. Oh, I got this new keyboard, so I'm a bit slower than usual here. But essentially, he's pretty much a lifestyle influencer, and what he's doing is he's selling a course, not a course, a coaching program. I actually did a breakdown of his funnel on this channel, but he's selling a coaching program on how to start freelance brand scaling. But if you really think about it, what is freelance brand scaling? Well, freelance brand scaling is running ads for clothing brands, right? So essentially, it's SMMA. How long has SMMA really been around for, right? It's been around for years, or I mean, obviously it's been around forever. But if you really think about it, like on the online space, people selling courses on how to start an SMMA, at least 5 years, right? Iman Gaji made that thing popular like 7 years ago, right? So obviously, right, this is just his unique mechanism. Like there's nothing, like the difference between SMMA and freelance brand scaling is literally just the name, right? But people are going with breast scales instead of, the traditional SMMA, because everybody's heard of SMMA before. And now they're like, okay, what is freelance brand scaling? What's this new cool thing? Let me get in on this before the rest of the competition does. I see Brez is living this cool lifestyle. Because of this, he keeps mentioning freelance brand scaling. Let me learn that too, right? And that's how the $100 million offer works. So if you can literally just use this and package that into an offer, you don't need to overcomplicate it, especially when these people are coming warmly inbound. But obviously, you can only fill these out once you know your ICP and you do your ICP analysis, right? Now, you actually have an offer, you know exactly who you're speaking to, you have content which you're pushing out, and you know what reasons you're pushing the content out for. Well, now you actually need to create a product, what they're actually going to pay you for, because they're not going to give you money for free, they're not donating to you. This isn't a charity that we're running up. So there are a few different offers or there are a few different things that you can sell, and I'm going to rank them in terms of how much money you can make from each one. So there's 3 different things. First off, done for you. Second off, done with you. And third off, digital products. Now, let me actually just give you guys examples of people who I know. So done with you, or sorry, done for you, right? I can literally just use myself as an example, right? I sell done for you services. So pretty much I'm helping people who, or the easiest way to explain it is I'm doing it for them. I'm implementing it for them. So how do I say this? Instead of me telling you what to do, I'm doing it for you. I'm literally implementing all of the systems which I have for all of my clients into your business so you can scale to 100K a month, just like my clients are, right? That's an example. I'm not telling you how to scale to 100K a month. I'm doing it for you. I'm implementing my systems. I'm not just telling you what systems to implement. And if I was selling it done with you, I'm telling you what systems to implement to scale to 100K a month, but I'm not implementing them for you. And then the last kind of idea, I guess you could say, Ali Abdal. I'm pretty sure that this is how you say his name. I'm pretty sure the last time I funnel hacked him, he was doing a digital product. It was like, let's see, what's this? This could be interesting for you guys. Looks like this is a webinar. No, all right, I guess he's running something new now. Yeah, he's running something new. But essentially, a digital product would be something that you'd see I keep bringing up Iman Gaji, but yeah, I guess you could say Iman Gaji. Let's just use him again, right? He was very very famous for selling his $997 courses, and that would be an example, right? You're paying him $997. What are you getting in exchange? Well, you're just getting the course, right? He's not doing anything for you. He's technically telling you what to do, but he's telling you what to do inside of his course. It doesn't cost him anything to fulfill. It doesn't cost him any time to fulfill. The only time that he really spends is filming the course. Now, obviously, you can't sell a digital product for $5,000, right? I mean, I guess you could if your if your information was that valuable, but most of the times you can't really sell it for more than $1,000 because it's just a course. Then you can charge a little bit more money if you're getting the one-on-one course. You're getting private access to the messenger, and then obviously you have a course attached to it too, so they can ask questions about the course. So they can ask questions about the course directly to you. Well, obviously you can charge a little bit more money just for them having that convenience and being able to ask those questions. And then the most amount of money that you can charge if you're literally just doing everything for them. They don't even need to do anything. You're just doing everything for them. You're making it as easy as possible. You might be telling them what you're doing, but it's just for them to just know what you're doing because obviously they paid you. They don't need to do anything with that information, right? Obviously, you can charge the most amount of money for this, but it's also going to cost you the most amount of time to fulfill, and it's going to be the most expensive to fulfill as well. Well, obviously, you can charge the most for this, but the way you need to look at this is you want to see what makes the most sense for your market, right? For example, if you're selling a digital product for fitness coaching, okay, well, most people might buy that, but then also how much money can you realistically make selling a $27 digital course to a 1,000 follower audience, right? That doesn't make much sense. But if you have a 100,000 follower audience or a million audience, which obviously we're not trying to create a million follower audience, but obviously you can't do one-on-one coaching if you have a million follower audience, or you're not tapping into a very big part of your audience if you have a million followers. So maybe if you have a million followers, then like for example, like Iman Gachi, why he sold his mids ticket, right, digital product, right? Well, then you might want to push a digital product. If you're doing it done with you, this is usually what most online coaches do. For example, if you want to teach someone how to get to $10,000 a month, you can't do it for them because obviously they're going to get to $10,000 a month, I don't know, with SMMA or whatever. And then after that, well, they're not going to know how to sustain it. So obviously you need to do them for them. That's kind of logical. But when you're selling a little bit more B2B, you're just implementing systems for, for example, businesses. You're giving them a certain convenience or something like that. Obviously, that needs to be done for you. You can tell them what to do, but most business owners won't have the time for that. So you just need to think logically about this. Now, how can you think most logically? You don't need to be a genius. It all comes down to the market research again, right? This is why market research is so important. You just always, like, whenever you have a question about what you need to do, you don't need to panic. You don't need to go on Google. You don't need to watch YouTube videos. You just need to go back to your market research, read through it once again, and then you're going to be able to answer your own question, right? So it's very, very simple, and that's how you do it. Now, the next step is building the funnel or asset creation yourself, right? Now, obviously, there are funnels that you can run, right? There's a million different funnels that you can run, but you don't need to overcomplicate it. Most people overcomplicate it with, I need to do this 3-day challenge, whatever funnel. You don't need to do that. There's probably a million funnels that you can run nowadays, but you really don't need to do it. It always comes down to these two funnels. These are always going to be the two most effective funnels. We have the webinar funnel and the VSL funnel. Now, an example of a VSL funnel, I can actually show you an example of one of my clients. His name's Dovey. Very simple. Let me just get this page to load. But essentially, this is what it looks like, right? You have the VSL itself, the video sales letter. You have, I guess you could say, the title. They click on apply now, and here they can book a call, right? Then you might tell them what they're getting on the call. You might give them a little bit of, student results, an FAQ, and that's it. But most of the selling process here is done during that sales call, which they're getting convinced to book during the VSL, right? And then the second example, let me just go back to here. There's also a little bit of a simpler one that I also created, a webinar funnel, right? This is very, very simple. I'm not going to click on this because you're going to see the client's information, because obviously you're going to see their name and everything, but it's very, very simple, right? You're just telling them what they're getting on the webinar. Oh, I guess you saw it here now, but you guys can look at his stuff. I don't really mind. But essentially, you're just telling them what they're getting on the webinar, and the selling is done once they actually, well, now I'm actually going to opt in because you already saw it. But essentially, usually you're going to use Webinar Jam for this, and they can just fill in their name, fill in their details, and then they are going to they're going to show up to a specific free training during a specific time point, right? For example, at some time, he's going to run a large whatever you want to call it, to keep it as simple as possible, like a large Zoom meeting, right? And he's just going to be showing everybody who comes to that Zoom meeting what's actually going on, what's happening. And then at the end of the Zoom meeting, once he's pretty much run through the entire pitch deck, he's going to pitch you, and you can already pay on that meeting, which is where he's going to be able to convert most people. This works a little bit better for larger audiences. Or at the end of that Zoom meeting, he can also tell you, book a call if you have any other questions before you want to proceed. But usually you're already going to give them the price on that pitch deck, right? I've seen some people not do that. It is almost a little bit easier, especially with smaller audiences. You do want to give them the price. But again, it comes down to your market research. So if it doesn't make sense for your ideal customer to see the price on that webinar, and it makes more sense for them to book a call first, well, then you need them to book a call first. If it makes sense to, or if they already have all the information, they don't even need to book a call, well, then you can just tell them the price and then put the payment link into the chat. Right? It's very, very simple. You don't need to overcomplicate it. It all comes down to the market research, right? Now, the last step of the process, or no, the second last step of the process, is sales process. Now, this is the most important part of the entire process. And obviously, like, I can't give you guys an entire masterclass because that'll probably take me 2 hours to make, but I'm just going to give you guys the fundamentals. So the way that it works is you have a sales manager, and a sales manager is almost mandatory if you're doing over $20,000 a month. This is the difference between $20,000 a month and $100,000 a month. But obviously, you're not going to need a sales manager if your show up rate is already like over 80% and your close rate is over 80%. You're only going to need a sales manager if you see my close rate isn't that good, my show up rate isn't that good. I don't know, my closer, no one's really managing him. My appointment setter, he's not hitting the numbers that he should be doing. He's not hitting the KPIs that he should be hitting. Only then you want to look into a sales manager if you're over $20,000 a month. And I'd say this is one of the most important things. Now, every day, a sales manager is going to be running one 15 to 30 minute one-on-one call with the closers, the setters, the dialers, and you or your growth operator every single day. Obviously, growth operator, you can call it whatever you want nowadays, every single day, right? And they're just going to be making sure is everything good. You know, they're going to be seeing, is there any bottlenecks? They're going to be reviewing stuff from the closers, setters, and dialers, and then they're going to be giving you or your growth operator an update every single day. And on this call, we're going to be reviewing the sales calls, right? For example, for the closer, conversations for the setters, and the dials for the dialer. And obviously, like I said, you or your growth operator is going to be getting the updates. Now, after that, I'm not too sure if I might need to blast some stuff out here, but I can show you guys an example of one of my clients' Discord servers. Yeah, I can actually do that. Okay, so for example here, yep, this should be fine. For example, yeah, obviously you can't see anything here, but the way that it's going to work is this is the most important area here: sales operations and appointment setting, right? So for example, here, appointment setting, what you really want here, for example, ads opt-ins. We're not really running ads right now anymore, but for example, because we post them because we just fired the entire sales team and then we just rehired a new one, so it's going to start running them again soon. But for example, here, calls booked, right? Every single time someone books in a call, you're going to see their information here, right? After that, cancelled calls, right? How many calls got cancelled, right? No shows, we don't have anything here. Training call recordings, this is going to get implemented, or we have a WhatsApp group chat for this. It just depends on how organized you want to have everything. Triage call recordings, coaching call recordings, etc., etc., etc. Now, the most important channel here is call updates. So after every single call, you're going to have something like this where you're going to be able to see what was the budget, right? And then what was the crew offer, and then the pitch rating and the discovery rating, the closed rating, and the objection rating, right? That's what it kind of needs to look like. Now, for all of you guys who want to search up this link, this is private. So yeah, you can do whatever you want with that. And then after that, obviously you need a tracking sheet. For example, this is an example of a tracking sheet. You want to just be tracking all the numbers. That's one of the most important things. Obviously, I'm not going to go on the tracking sheet because I don't want to show you guys our numbers. And then the last thing is you want to put that tracking sheet and connect it with a custom dashboard. So you can just log into the dashboard every single day and see what is the closing rate, what is the cash collected, what is the revenue, what is the total amount of calls, how many of those calls were live, how many of those people booked in. Obviously, this is empty, but I'm just giving you guys an example. You can build this on Looker Studio. I had a developer build it from scratch. This one right here, I give it to all my clients, but obviously, don't come DMing me on Instagram for this. This is strictly for my clients. If you want to become one of my clients, you can book in a call with me, right? First link in the description. And the last step of the process, after you're over $20,000 a month, you actually want to start running ads for your offer. But when you're running ads, everything needs to be extremely dialed in. The sales team needs to be dialed in, your VSL needs to be dialed in, your pre-call flow needs to be dialed in, your appointment setter needs to be dialed in, every single step of the process needs to be dialed in, or you're just simply not going to make any money with ads and you're going to lose your money. Now, one of the most important things that I want to add, this isn't drop shipping. You can't do a $15 per day budget, right? You can if you're running retargeting ads, but if you're running cold ads just to the broad market, not broad market, obviously you want to target, but just to the market who doesn't already know you, you need to start with at least $4,000 a month. That's where I'd say that's like under $4,000 a month. Realistically, I don't see you. You probably need to get a little bit lucky to get profitable, right? If you want to be safe, at least $4,000 per month. And with all I have an ads masterclass of my old videos. So if you want to check that out, you can watch. I think it was 3 videos ago. It's a video from 3 videos ago. I break down a little bit more in detail. So if you want to see that, you can watch that video. All of those guys you see on the internet teaching Amazon FBA, e-commerce, drop shipping, SMMA, all these different business models, they usually have a sales funnel. It's like usually a 2-step funnel. You give them their name, email address, phone number. That goes into a second page. They have a video sales letter, and you can book in a call for their one-to-one mentorship, right? You guys probably know what I'm talking about. In this video, I'm going to be teaching guys how you can build that for yourself in case, you guys have expertise in any of these business models and you want to start teaching that to other people, or maybe you're even just curious. So let me just start the timer, and I'm literally just going to be going step by step on how you can build the entire thing out. Cool. So first, I decided to make this pretty fun, and I actually took a little bit of a mystery wheel to pick a model. So let's see what model that we're going to be building this for. Cool. So looks like we're going to be doing a YouTube automation one, and these are just kind of the main niches. So this is cool. We're going to be doing something for YouTube automation. And just to show you guys that I've done this before, me myself, like I have my own offer. I've done 6 figures for my offer in cash collected, profit, whatever you want to call it. I've also done 7 figures for my clients who I'd built offers for, and obviously, like I've done a lot of different breakdowns, even on this channel alone. So in this video, we're going to be following this. This took me around 7 days to create, and I created a step-by-step roadmap on exactly what I need to do to actually build a coaching business. And in this video, we're just going to be executing on it. So just to kind of give you guys a roadmap, I'll do like a little bit of a 30-second rundown. First, we're going to be creating a bunch of content, figuring out how we can optimize it so we can actually get traffic. Because obviously, like if nobody knows what we're selling, how are we supposed to sell something that people don't even know exists? Then we're going to be doing market research, getting a little bit more, research on the YouTube automation niche, then building out an offer, creating a product, building a funnel, preparing the launch, building the sales process. So after people book a call, what goes on? If people don't show up to the call, what goes on after that? And then obviously, getting spreadsheets to track everything. Then we're going to be creating a really good onboarding process. We're going to be getting really good fulfillment. So what would that look like? And then looking into ad creatives and how we can start building that. Cool. And usually when I do this for my clients, I like to do a lot from scratch. But for the sake of this video, because we're not going to have that much time, I don't want to make this a 10-hour long video. I'm going to be using AI, and specifically Claude. You guys have probably heard of Claude before, but I have some really good prompts. I paid $500 for these prompts, and they're really, really good. And you guys are obviously getting them for free. So these are like really in detail prompts, and I'm going to be showing you guys exactly how you can use them. So first things first, let me actually just open up a new Miro board, and this is already named YouTube video speedrunning, and I'll be putting everything into here. So step one, following the process, is we need to optimize our content, and pretty simple stuff. Let me create a note, and we're gonna just say content here, and then actually zoom in. I'm gonna say YouTube automation, and that's gonna be good for now. So I'm gonna keep that as our title. Now we need to figure out how we actually want to post content. So I'm just gonna go on YouTube, and I'm gonna show you exactly how we should be doing this. But let me just give you guys some examples. So unless I see something from let's see if I can just find some videos that just instantly pop up. Let me just wait a little bit. See if I can find something from the start. I know this guy does these kinds of videos. So even this speedrunning video, I got
I'm
the idea.
living, breathing.
But like these really, really raw and authentic videos, I'm sure you guys have seen them before. I can give you like another example. It's actually one of my clients. We're doing around $55,000 a month for him in profit. And, again, like really simple videos. And they're all, how do I kind of call it? Like they're all really raw and authentic. Like, you go to the video
Hello.
and,
What's your
oh,
name?
wow, this is an ad. Let me just watch the ad real quick. Cool. And they're really, really simple, just funnel breakdown videos, exactly how this is right here. And they get tons of leads. So let's get straight into it. Now, first, we need to find a little bit of inspiration. But before we actually do that, let me break down what it takes to actually, build something like this out. So first off, one of the most important things is that, let me just remove this bold text. One of the most important things is that we stay really raw and authentic. So let me stretch this out. This is the most important thing. We're staying raw and authentic. Lower case titles. Simple thumbnails. No video editor. What else do we need? Long videos. So usually you're going to want to do 20 plus, where's my plus? Minutes. And another thing that I would say is just not overcomplicating stuff. Keeping it extremely simple. Cool. Now, let me actually just go ahead and find some examples. And then while I'm finding these examples, I might get a few other ideas pop up. So just for this specifically, I would even, let's say I find another video like this. This would be a good example. So I know that this title's also been popping off. So that's even if I just take this, and obviously we're going to YouTube automations. So let's say with YouTube Shorts, obviously just to match our niche to see if we can find any, good competitors. Just copy me. Let's see. So first, this guy.
How did I make over 3?
Cool. This is good. So let me just copy this link. Keep this here. I'm gonna keep
How
this
did I make
channel. I wanna find a few guys first before I actually go a little bit deeper into the analysis. With one faces channel, just copy me. YouTube automation. This looks good. 50k views 1 month ago. Very good stuff. Very, very good stuff. Then we can just go back here again. Let's see. This guy seems like he's doing okay. Because we really this is the most important part, right? If nobody knows what you're selling, how are they supposed to buy something that they don't even know exists? All comes down to that. Cool. Another title that I've been seeing do pretty well is this. Here's how I made, and then let's just say $100,000 with YouTube automation. And let's see if we can find anyone specific, because the really important thing here is just to find someone good, right? Look, okay, so for example, this guy, I've seen this guy before. This guy also does YouTube automation and he's crushing it right now. So obviously, you guys can see his videos. He's pretty consistent with it. I mean, not anymore, but he was consistent with it at least, and really good numbers. So 2.8K, 2.4K, 3.4K, 5.5K, etc., etc., etc. Let's see what he peaked at. So 40K 2 months ago. But yeah, this is also a really good example. So I would say this would be a perfect example. This guy, let's just go into his channel, see what his other videos look like. Let me just subscribe to him. This is also a really good example. And then with this guy right here, let's just go into his channel. This is actually a really good example too. Okay, this is actually a proper example. Okay, this is good, because right now with the meta that we're in, 3 days ago, 8.8k views. Those are some pretty good numbers. Cool. So let's just find one video from each of these channels and figure out which one we want to take as inspiration, because we just want to get some inspiration first. So with this guy, let's find something that's under 2 weeks ago, and let's find the best performer from 2 weeks ago or less. Because it's all about trends with these micro niche YouTube channels. So 2 weeks ago, well, let's even go up to 4 weeks ago, 3.9, 3.6, 4.4. Let's see which one's performing pretty well. So this one's doing pretty well. 5.5K. This is cool. New update. That's a little bit of, it's giving them a little bit of FOMO. Definitely very good stuff. So let's just take this, copy that in. What's the next one? Find something from this guy. So let's say this guy, he's a little bit more consistent. Let's say 2 weeks ago. Oh, the only a. Okay, this is perfect. Perfect stuff. 11 days ago, 32K views. Let's just take this as well. And by the way, guys, it's not always about the views, but when you go into the content and it's so micro niched, then it becomes about the views, because like these guys, they're not going broad. Like I know the argument that a lot of people make is, you know, these guys, like they get 1 million views, their content is just way too broad. But when you go to guys like this, I can tell you for a fact that this is not broad content. It's 18 minutes and he's literally just talking about YouTube channels. Like this is the least broad thing that's getting 32,000 views, which is insane. And let's actually just take a look at his funnel, because maybe we can keep this for future reference. Okay, let's keep this for future reference, because, you know, he seems to be doing pretty well. Cool. So we have one video from him, and let's find one video from this guy. And this guy's just doing a bit. This is literally perfect. 3 days ago. Oh, what did I just do? Let me just get this. 3 days ago, 8.8K views. Perfect. Oh, wrong one. There we go. So let me just take both of these. Decrease the size. Keep everything organized here. And cool, in the first 10 minutes, we already kind of know what we want to do with the long form strategy, which is very good. Very good stuff. Cool. So now we don't just want long form. We want to be actually taking advantage of this and also creating short form content. Going back to the game plan, you know, we have the long form content. We're going to be posting top of funnel, middle of funnel, and bottom of funnel content, right? But we also want to be repurposing on Instagram, because Instagram is a really good platform when it comes to specific features. There's two main specific features. Obviously, people can message you, which people can't do on YouTube. But obviously, there's also story sequences, which is a massive thing that I'm really big on. And it's pretty much just posting a series of stories which convert followers. And I'm going to get into that in just a second. Cool. So in terms of Instagram, I don't want to post specific content here because I don't want to waste too much of our time. But what we can do if we're already posting YouTube content is a clipping process. So what would that look like? Let me just put that here. Clipping process. Well, you know, obviously this isn't going to be the cheapest method, but if you just want to find someone quickly, you can get someone pretty solid on Fiverr. And what you want to aim for is around $5 clips. Let's say clipper short form, and exactly perfect. So most of these guys are charging €5 per clip. This guy's at 10. This looks a little bit more edited, but we really just want simple stuff. So we just want to figure out if we can get the simple stuff done. Short form video clipper. Let's see what this is.
Dealers,
He's affiliated with, well, he's with what? But this looks good. This is exactly what we're looking for. So really simple stuff. Now we have €4.56 per clip. So I know a lot of American people are going to be watching this. So what would that be in USD? So we're at $5.20, but we can definitely get this price down when we're actually getting more. So what I would probably average this out on is $4 per clip, $4 per clip, and then per month, let's say we're taking 30 clips, it'd be $120 per month, which is very affordable. Cool. And then let me just take this as a screenshot so I can keep this in mind. Cool. Keeping it very, very short and easy. And then let me actually just also just create a small sticky note with the link to this, so I can find this guy when I need to. Cool. So I'd say with this, we have a really good fundamentals built out. And the way that it would work is we would just take this and then we would clip it into short form content. So actually, let me connect this right here. And I'd say this gives us a really good fundamentals in terms of what it looks like in terms of the actual content itself. We really just need to keep it simple. Rule authentic videos, lowercase titles, simple thumbnails, so no video editors, long form videos, so 20 minutes plus. And we need to keep it extremely simple, just following these guys. Now, let me actually just make this entire thing bigger because I can barely zoom in. Cool. So yeah, just videos like this, we're copying this, we have the strategy outlined. And now that we know what we want to do in terms of the actual content itself, we need to move on to the next step, which is the market research. Cool. And let me just make this a slightly different color. Let me just make this a little bit darker. Cool. So in terms of market research, let me just go here, copy this, and I'll say the exact same thing. So market research. For this, we're probably going to need a Google Doc just because I don't want to do this on Miro. It's going to get a little bit messy. So then we'll just put the Google Doc onto Miro later on. Let me just actually rebrand this doc to market research test YouTube video. Cool. And if I had no idea about the niche, which obviously if you're creating content about this niche, you should have a good understanding of it. But then I would probably go to some of the competitors and watch the content and see how they're doing it. So for example, here, what we could add to the content strategy as well, let me just go back here, skip the ad, is the way that he's structuring it is that's all on a Google Doc. You could watch the entire thing if you want to for the first time, but you can also just look at the structure and be like, okay, this guy has a Google Doc, so you can literally even just take a picture of this, go back to your Miro, breaking everything down, and then inside of the video structure, just create this as a full new section. So the way that he's doing it is, he might be creating this Google Doc for a little bit, and the way that he wants to structure it is Google Doc with bullet points. Let me just zoom out, make sure that this is good. And then what we're doing inside of the content, or what he's doing, what we just saw, is regularly showing examples and going deeper on those bullet points. Cool. So I can just add this as a side note here as well, and then that should be good. But in terms of market research, we want to keep it extremely simple. So first off, just for your own research, watch some of the videos, look at the competitors and see what they're doing. But after that, we can actually use one of the prompts, which I'm about to show you with Claude. But for some reason, I just take this all off. So let's get started with the actual market research itself. Now, the way that it's going to look like is we're going to go to where's market research. Here we go. So we're going to just copy both of these prompts right here. And it's just going to look like this. So wow, how am I putting this into here? It's going to go into here. So I want you to do some market research for me. I'm selling now we're going to put the product description. So 1-to-1 mentorship for people looking to get into the YouTube automation space and build YouTube shorts channels which can consistently generate them 3 to 8K per month. And that's it. And I want you to find all the possible customer avatars and train them people. And then what I'm going to note, because obviously I knew this myself, customers will be between the age of 15 and 22. And this is, you just kind of need to use your market. You kind of just need to use your common sense here. Like if you're watching content like this, realistically, there's not going to be anyone above the age of 30 watching this kind of content, because it's just YouTube shorts. Like I mean, there could be some people, but the majority of the people would probably, let's say between 15 and 22. So let's just take that and tell them already. And what else could we tell them? I think that should be good for now. So let's just put this prompt in and let it do its magic. So we're going to get all of these different avatars. So we have college student, side hustler, 19 to 22 years old, is in university, college, limited to studies, giving them guidance. Cool. 17 to 22 years old, business minded, one-on-one approach, creative high schooler, so someone who's in high school, gap year taker, the early career shifter, so between 20 and 22 years old, dissatisfied with their job, they want to shift their career, social media native, so someone between 15 and 22, overly active with social media, those platforms struggles with monetizations, and then how it's going to help them. Like, so it's going to be the same stuff. Cool. So now we want to take the second prompt, and the second prompt is also fairly simple, and it's going to work. Now that you have the customer avatars, answer all the questions about them in detail and simple language. Cool. So here we're just kind of going to be going over the goals and dreams, fears and insecurities, embarrassing situations that they want to avoid, how the product helps them achieve their, goals, why the product is the best option, like why us, what alternative solutions they have used and why, and why they should take us instead of the competitors, and who is to blame for their problems. Cool. So let's just put that in there, and we can immediately, while that's just cooking up, we can paste this into our market research doc, because this is going to be fairly important. Change that with market research, YouTube automation niche. Cool. So we just crossed 20 minutes and we're already on the market research, which is good. And let's just keep going here. So what does this look like? Goals and dreams, financial independence from parents, studying, passive income, practical business skills, flexibility, resume with entrepreneurship. Cool. Fearful falling behind in academics, worried about wasting time on ventures that don't pay off, insecurity experience, anxiety about disappointing parents, being unable to activities, having to constantly ask parents for money, graduating massive debts, working low jobs, being pursued. How does mentorship help them achieve their goals? So your mentorship is structured, income generating YouTube shows. See, 3 to 8K monthly, cool. You just want to read over all of this to make sure that this actually makes sense. And market research, no one's actually going to be seeing this on the front end. Like, no one's actually going to be reading this, but this is just for yourself to get a better understanding and for the future AI prompts, and just to build that conversation history for when you're asking for the VSL and stuff like that. Cool. So what is the product, the best option? And schedule, cool. Having them with academics as well. What have they already used? Free tutorials, general entrepreneurship, campus entrepreneurship, big economy jobs, entrepreneurship, that cool. Why would they choose instead of competitors? Low upfront investment, competitors, specific market students, program affiliated with the university. Cool. This probably wouldn't be that good of an idea. Solutions promising fast results, even if unrealistic. Platforms that seem less technically than YouTube. Who, what is to blame? Rising education costs, traditional education system, job market being demanding, social media pressure, limited financial education. Cool. And I mean, obviously, like, we don't want to go over all of this. This is mainly to build the chat history, but you guys kind of get the point. Like, the goal of the market research, especially when you're doing it with AI, is just to build the chat history for, the AI bots to actually get a better understanding. And obviously, when I'm doing this for my clients, which, by the way, if you're someone in one of these industries, if you're selling a business opportunity offer, so SMMA, drop shipping, e-commerce, freelance brand scaling, group operating, all these kinds of different big niches. If you want help monetizing your audience, then you can book a call with me, first link in the description, and I can actually help you build all of this out if you don't have the time to do it yourself. Or if you want to start building this, let's say you have an income that's over $10,000 per month in profit and you don't have an audience yet, but you need help starting to build a coaching offer and you want to get it to $20,000 a month in the next 120 days, you can also book a call with me, first link in the description, if you don't have the time to do all of this. And by the way, when I work with my clients, I don't do it with AI. The AI is going to be 60% as good as what I'm going to do, but it's just, it's a really good foundation and you can do it really quickly, which is why I'm showing you guys this example. So this is a really good foundation, and you also want to copy this. We want to keep all of this organized inside of our Google Doc. Cool. So once we have the market research, this is most of the market research. So using the AI, watching the content, going over some vlogs, not vlogs, blogs, and that's pretty much it. You don't need to go too deep if your offer isn't as big yet. If your offer is a little bit bigger and you already have an audience, then you want to book a calls with people inside of your audience, ask them questions, and it'd be the exact same questions, right? So you'd still be asking them, going back to the AI prompts, what their goals and dreams are, fears and insecurities, embarrassing situations. And of course, like, a lot of people are going to be like, why can't I just use a type form? But why can't I just use a Google form? And a lot of people do use a Google form as well. But what I like to do is I like to get on calls with people from the creators audience that I work with, and then you can just go a lot deeper on, let's say, their fears and insecurities. And then, they say something and you could be like, well, why is that a fear or insecurity? Right? And you can just go a lot deeper on anything. So if you have a small audience or no audience at all, just use AI. If you have a fairly large audience, I would use a Google form, and then with the good responses, I would try book a call with them and go even deeper on everything, make notes, put it all into a Google Doc, and kind of have that as the initial research. Cool. So that should be good enough. Let me see if I can actually share this. I'm pretty sure that I'm able to put this in. Yeah. Just wait for it to load. Connect. Let's see. Curious if this would work. That could be a cool feature. Okay, well, nonetheless, I've got this here. So if I want to go over it, I'm going to have that ready. Cool. Next step of the process is going to be, we've built out the market research. Oh, my Wi-Fi has just been a little bit slow. Cool. So we built out the market research. Now we need to build the actual offer itself. So offer creation. Let's say the exact same thing down here. Oh, and we can actually do this inside of this doc right here. Cool. So we can go back here. Let me see if there's an AI prompt. Otherwise, I can just do this myself. That would be pretty cool if there is an offer creation doc. Cool. Competitor, nothing standard, ad text, headlines, market research, email flows via sales, offer creation. Cool. So there's no offer creation one, which is fine. I can kind of just run through this myself. So the way that it's usually going to work, and we can kind of just fill this out ourselves too, but an offer consists of 5 different things, and this is simple stuff from Alex Hormozi's $100 million offer. So quantifiable end result, the final result or transformation that the offer has to be quantifiable. The progress that leads to a final outcome should be easy to track. Time frame, so people buy speed, business results. The time frame to achieve the outcome is one of the main things that people are looking for. Then risk reversal, so taking away all of the risk, and this is where we're making the offer look too good to not to buy. So, for example, you don't pay or work with you until you do. Then niche, you need to be really specific with who you're selling to. So you need to know like the specific people, and it's quality over quantity here. And then unique mechanism, for example, really good example with Breast Scales, he was really just doing a glorified social media marketing agency just for clothing brands, but he rebranded it to freelance brand scaling. Even though freelance brand scaling really isn't like an actual thing, he just made that his own unique mechanism. So this is why they should choose you instead of everyone else, which is pretty much what makes you unique. So, for example, everybody else was doing a social media marketing agency. People got bored of that, and then Breast Scales came into the market, and he was like, let me actually build out a freelance brand scaling agency. So that's kind of what just makes you unique. Let me just copy this into here because this is extremely important, and I know that this is going to help a lot of you guys. So I just want to keep this as a main thing. Cool. That's cool. And then to actually put all of that together, what it's actually going to look like is the offer statement, right? So this is the actual offer itself, and let's just build this out. So paste this into here. Cool. So I help, let's just say, with this niche, most of the people are going to be beginners. So let's just be straight up with them. Tell them it's beginners. Go find a result. Let's say get to 3 to 8K per month with YouTube automation. And then within time frame, let's say 90 days, using the unique mechanism. What I would say in terms of unique mechanism is I've been hearing a lot of people speak about flywheel. So it's just kind of a little bit of a buzzword, but let's put that into here. So flywheel, and as a unique mechanism, we can call it the YouTube, let's just say, flywheel automations, something like that. So flywheel automations, that sounds pretty cool. Kind of just made that up on the spot. But what you can also do if you can't, like, let's say for example, you think of flywheels automations, but you don't like it, you can just take this, copy and paste this, put it into Claude, and say, give me 10 better names of unique mechanisms. Just wait for it to cook. Momentum matrix, velocity ventures, perpetual pipeline, cascade creator, Connecticut. These, I don't really like these. I would say make them easier to understand for the average person, because obviously we're going for beginners. Cool. Not like people who've been in content. So content engine, auto grow, easy channel, income streams a little bit way too vague, video autopilot, shorts machine, revenue runner. So you get it, like it can build out some decent unique mechanisms. Obviously it's not going to be the best, but it is going to be better than 99% of the stuff. And once in a while, like if you do this for, let's say, 5 to 10 minutes, you're going to get some really, really good ones. But obviously I don't want to keep you guys waiting. So I think flywheel automations is pretty good. So 90 days using flywheel, let's say YouTube flywheel automations. So obviously you want to keep it on track. Flywheel automations without pain points. So let's say without, well, here we'd have to go back into the market research. So let me just open this up and see what their pain points are. Alternative solutions, how they're used. Goals and dreams, fears and insecurities. Worrying about business experience. This is going to be the biggest thing for beginners. So let's say without any prior business experience. And then we want the risk reversal. So I help beginners get to 3 to 8K a month with YouTube automation in 90 days using YouTube flywheel automations. That we may be repeating ourselves a little bit too much. So let's say I help beginners get to 3 to 8K a month in 90 days using YouTube flywheel automations without any prior business experience, or I'll keep working with them until they do. So I help beginners get to 38K a month in 90 days using YouTube flywheel automations without any prior business experience, or I'll keep working with them until they do. This is going to be decent. Obviously, it's not going to be the best offer that I could create, but it's going to be better than most people. So I would stick with this. Cool. So now that we have the actual offer statement and we have the unique mechanism, there's something really important that I want you to understand about the unique mechanism. I'm just going to go over this right now. So let's just go here and then speak about carrots. I know this may seem a little bit off topic, but this is the most important thing within the content and within your offer. So the way that consumers work, especially in B2C, which is business to customers, so first time customers, people with not that much business experience, is you want to keep it the same stuff, right? So for example, with Brez, let's just say this is Brez, right? And he's speaking about freelance brand scaling. So he's giving them the carrot, right? So let me just create a small carrot, another one here, another one here, and then that should be fine, right? So wait, let's actually just make this all look good. So this is a carrot, this is a carrot, this is a carrot, right? With breast scales, if you watch his vlogs, he's always bringing up freelance brand scaling, freelance brand scaling, and freelance brand scaling, which is what makes everything seem really easy to the people watching the content, and it makes them pretty much sold on his unique mechanism. But here's where a lot of people mess up. Okay. Now, let's just take Brez again. So let's copy and paste Brez. And let's say they're speaking about freelance brand scaling. So freelance brand scaling and freelance brand scaling. But in between, he somehow mentions social media marketing agency, which even though it's the exact same thing, he mentions it. So let me just draw out a tomato real quick as well. So people are used to the freelance brand scaling. Freelance brand scaling is what makes sense to them. And in between, they see a tomato. So he speaks about social media marketing agencies or something else that isn't freelance brand scaling, but it's also related to him making money on the internet. Then what's going to happen to them is this person has full clarity, right? So, it's always freelance brand scaling, it's always on topic. But this person's going to get extremely confused. And once they get confused, they're not going to buy. And they're not going to book a call. They're not going to take the next step. They're not going to opt into your funnel. They're not going to do anything. Because it goes back to like one of the number one rules in sales is a confused prospect will never buy, right? And it all comes down to that. So if they don't understand the carrots, if you're not consistent with the carrots that you're showing them, then they're not going to buy. So it's extremely important that when we bring up the YouTube flywheel automation system, that we're consistent with it. We're not saying YouTube flywheel automation system, and in one video we're speaking about the revenue runner or channel builder. I mean, these are not good names, but just to set the example, or like some kind of growth system, or the content engines, or like the auto grow. Like it always needs to be the YouTube automation. So let me actually just copy this in a few times just to really market in your guys' head, because I know this seems like a small thing, but this is the number one thing where people just end up going wrong and they do end up making that much money. So this is the number one thing when it comes to offer creation. Once you have your offer built out and you have your unique mechanism, you need to stick to it and stay with the same carrots all of the time. Cool. So I think we have offer creation out of the way, and let me move on to the next thing, which is product creation. Product creation, we're about 36 minutes in. Creation. It's actually a pretty fun video idea. Cool. So let me just take something a little bit darker. This seems to be good. So the way that we want to do it in terms of product creation is really just not overcomplicating it. I keep losing connection on this Mario board. It's so big. It gets tricky. So in the beginning, what we want to do is there's a lot of different, products that people like to sell. We have coaching one-to-one, coaching one-to-many, inner circle, high-level course, community. We're not going to get into the hosting itself. We're just going to speak about what we could offer. So a lot of people like, speaking about these, and they choose a favorite from the beginning. But what I recommend everyone to choose from the beginning is the coaching one-to-one. Now, I'm going to tell you why in a second. So let me just paste this over, because this is what we're also going to be going over in this example. With coaching one-to-one, it is the best for a few reasons. Now, first off, you can take less clients on on making more money, because when you do one-to-one coaching, you can charge the most money. So let's say, for example, like you can't charge $5,000 for a course, but if you're, personally mentoring someone, you can charge $5,000 for it. So this is the number one thing. And one thing that I did forget to do while I was building the offer, or I guess this would kind of cater into the product creation, but what we're going to do here is actually figure out the price point as well right now, which is probably the most important thing. After I tell you why coaching one-to-one is the best thing to do. So first off, when you're starting out coaching one-to-one, when you're actually working one-on-one with people, that pretty much gives them the highest success rate. So you can get good case studies very quickly, get student interviews, which is the number one thing, and it's going to build so much more trust on the sales calls. Then it's one of the things where you can charge the most money for. So this can be between 4 to 10K. You only need to work with them between 30 and 120 days. Weekly one-to-one calls. You can also do bi-weekly, also text, and again, gets the best results. So the way that I've been seeing this offer be structured in the best way possible is we have this. So let me just put this here. It's going to be $4,000, and this is going to be the main offer. This is what I've really been seeing work well with YouTube kind of offers. And then we're going to have a downsell of $1,500. So we're originally going to pitch them the $4,000 installment, and if that doesn't work, then we can do the $1,500 plan. And we're also going to split this up into payment plans if they don't have the sufficient funds. So we're going to have 2 payments of $2,250, or 3 payments. I wouldn't go for more than 3 payments of, let's say, 1,000. Let's go $1,600. So that would come out to around $4,800 if my math. That would be $4,800. So 2 times payments of 2,250, or 3 times of 1,600, which obviously we're going to want to have a higher interest rate for the more installments that they take. I wouldn't take more installments than that. And for the $1,500 plan, we could do 2 installments of $800, and then 3 installments of, let's say, $650. And the way that you want to sell this is you're going to tell them on the sales call, you're going to be $4,000. You're going to say $4,000. You're not even going to tell them about the $1,500 package. And when they say, give you all these objections, you handle all their objections, you go through everything, and they're like, I can't afford it. Then you can tell them about the payment plans. 2 times 2,250, or 3 times 1,600. And if they don't want to do that because it's too much risk and they're going to have to pay the money either way, so like for whatever reason they don't want to do it, then you downsell them again onto the 1.5K package. And if they can't afford the 1.5K package still, then you can downsell them onto 2 installments of $800. And if they can't afford 2 installments of $800, you can downsell them again onto 3 installments of $650. So that's actually, I would even say, let's actually change this a little bit, because let's change this to $600, because then this would be 1,600 and this would be 1,800. So it's still, this would be 650, would be a little bit too high of an interest rate, but I'd say that would be good in terms of the actual pricing of the offer. And then in terms of the actual hosting, lots of people have been asking me what I recommend. So is it WOP or is it school? So WOP versus school. Let me actually just get a good image. Cool. So the number one thing that I recommend to people, let me just get into the right thing. I would say that currently, obviously both platforms are really good. I would say WOP definitely has the most potential out of both of them. But right now, I'm telling most people to go with school. And I know that this is going to change in 2 or 3 months. But the only reason why I tell people to go to school right now is because the UI on school is just so much easier to use and it's so much simpler. When you go into WOP, let me just load up WOP. WOP's a really good platform, and I know that in 2 or 3 months, it's definitely going to be so much better than school. But my issue with WOP is that they're literally changing the UI like every week, and it's very confusing. And every time I log onto the platform, it gets even more complicated. And I know they're going to fix everything. I know it's going to get better, but right now it's just a little bit too complicated for me. And a lot of people I've been speaking to people about this as well. They also say the exact same thing. So I'm sure in 2 or 3 months they're going to fix it. It's going to be a lot easier. But for now, I recommend school. It's so much easier to use, at least as of right now. But I know this is going to change. But if you're watching this 3 months after this video released, then go with WOP. And if you're watching this under 2 or 3 months, then go with school for now. It's a lot easier to use. I know WOP has a lot more features, but they're still working on the UI aspect of everything. Cool. So that should get that side out of the way. And then in terms of the actual communication, there's 2 platforms. So I want to keep this WOP and Discord. Oh, no, sorry, Slack and Discord, because these are like the main 2 platforms which people ask me, like, should I use Slack or should I use Discord? And with Slack and Discord, I would literally just say like personal preference. Doesn't really matter too much. Slack would obviously be a little bit more professional, and Discord would be a little bit more playful. So let me just put both. This is why I really would say like both are good. There is no better option. And then in terms of this, the school, I would put school for now, guys. I know WOP's going to be a lot bigger, but for now, I have school as my number 1 option. Cool, so this should get most of the fulfillment questions out of the way. In terms of the actual course itself, when you're just starting out, don't worry about building a crazy course. I would just focus and sell it as an actual one-to-one coaching program where you're helping them, and then have maybe, when you're starting out, if you have a really large audience, you're planning on doing a big launch, build a proper course out. But if you have a small audience, you just want proof of concept, and just like we're doing here, I would say 5 modules. No, I'd say 5 to 10 modules. By the way, this is if you're starting out, and that would be, these would be 20 to 20. I wouldn't say 240. Make them as long as possible, but 20 plus minutes each, so that they're getting a minimum of a little over 1.5 hours of course content, and just keep it as valuable as possible. The important thing with course content is that whenever you frequently start getting asked the same question, just make a module about it, and then you'll start stacking a really good course. I guess you could say, you could call it a course stack. I guess that's what you can kind of call it. But if you always try and make it better, that's going to be very good. People are going to notice, people are going to refer their friends. They're going to see the extra effort that you're putting in. So that's the main thing. But again, 5 to 10 modules if you're just starting out, just to have something at least. And then if you actually have something fairly big, I'd say 20 to 25 modules if you're planning on doing a fairly large launch. And if you are planning on doing a fairly large launch, book a call with me, first link in the description. I'll help you execute on it. And if you don't have an audience at all and you only want to make 5 to 10 modules, also book a call with me, because I can help you execute that on that too. So I think this is a good place to be out in terms of the product creation. We know what the pricing is going to be. So $4,000, we have installments. $1,500, we have installments. We chose coaching one-to-one to keep it as simple as possible in the beginning, get the best results possible. We're choosing school over WOP for now, with 5 to 10 modules if we're new, 10 to 25 modules if we're not new, 20 minutes each. So let's actually just put this like this, put this like this. That makes sense. And then personal preference, if you want to take Discord over Slack or Slack over Discord. Cool. So what is the next step of the process? I'm pretty sure it's funnel creation. It's completely lagged out. This is a big Mario Bros, to be honest with you guys. So it does lag out. I just had to pause my Loom real quick, but Now we're actually moving on to my favorite part of the entire process, which is building the actual funnel out and, creating everything. So before we actually get into this, first off, I do recommend the VSL funnel. So I'm just going to say that to preference that. Let me actually just move myself back here. It's a good place to be out, and let me move this away so that I have more screen to use because it's already pretty small. So yeah, I recommend the VSL funnel. So before we actually start building out the landing page and all that kind of stuff, which I absolutely love doing, I need to build the actual or script the actual VSL first. So let me go back into here, and we're gonna use this. We're gonna do this with AI. So, oh, went not deep enough. Let me go here. Cool. And then say, oh, what's going on? Cool. Wait, I probably look so stupid doing this. Okay, let's just say VSL creation. Let's not worry about all that kind of stuff. So let's take this, boom, make this bigger, make this bigger. Cool, this is good. And then let's remove this from here. And now it's messing everything up again. Cool, so VSL creation took us long enough to create this actual Google page right here. But yeah, we're going to go back to our AI prompts again. When I do this for my clients, I want to emphasize this. Don't take this as an example. If you have a really big funnel that you're building out with a massive audience, I wouldn't recommend heavily using AI. I'd still use it for some ideation, but this is really just to show you guys how to do it and get 60% of the final product done, because this is still going to be really good and a lot better than most people's VSL. So let's actually just take this prompt right here and see what it says. Pretend to be the greatest direct product. Yes, they just try to copy it here again. But yeah, let's just take this AI prompt, and this is going to be, I'm telling you guys, a lot better than most of the VSLs that you see. Like, AI is getting really, really good. But I just don't want you guys to think that I'm just using AI for all of my clients. So cool. So pretend to be the greatest direct response copywriter ever. You have over $100 million in sales copy and your ability. You have memorized the book Breakthrough Advertising and have studied Eugene Schwartz, Joe Sugarman. Cool. Write me a direct VSL based on information below. So be sure to include shots in this VSL and only give me text for the script. I want the sales page to have a very strong attention grabbing headline. So insert sales page sequence here. Okay. Wait, did I take the wrong one? I'm pretty sure this could be wrong. Okay. Yeah, this is fine. So insert sales page sequence here. That's just actually, we can just use our actually offer here. So let's just paste our offer into here. Should be fine. Cool. Unique mechanism is, like we previously mentioned, the YouTube flywheel automation. The authority is authority story. Obviously we're using ourselves here, so let's just say, keeping it as simple as possible, 22-year-old entrepreneur got into the space about 2 years ago and now consistently doing $50,000 per month. Normal American upbringing, so we can actually relate to some people. And the product is, now he can say 1-to-1. Pretty sure we actually wrote this down somewhere. Did we? I can just take this. So 1-to-1 mentorship, including, yep. So let's make this sales page 2,000 plus words, easy to understand, massively persuasive and use tons of, let's just say, easy words, because our audience is going to be a little bit younger. So easy words. We're just approaching an hour. We're already at the VSL, which is good. If you need any inspiration on how to write this, use the following examples. Partially from, not copy. We don't have any examples. So let's just delete that, and then we should be good. So let's just put that in and let it cook. How complete goodness, 3 to 8 game months. Cool. Just letting it cook right here. And then we can actually go to this. So here I'm going to be really straightforward with you. If you've been searching for a way to make real money but feel overwhelmed, or if you're thinking about us out there, this might be the most important message you've ever read. My name is Name. I'm 22 years old, and just 2 years ago I was exactly where you might be. Frustrated, confused, maybe even a little bit desperate to find something that actually works. Today I consistently bring in over $50,000 a month. So simple. I've helped complete beginners, people with zero experience, reach $58,000 a month in as little as 90 days. Let's get real for a second. Most make money online advice is complete garbage. They sell you systems or worse methods that are 5 years but are completely dead now. The internet's filled with people. And by the way, I'm just reading through this. You should be reading through this too. I'm just kind of like scattering through everything to make sure it's all good. I just see if there's any major changes that we need to make. The internet's filled with people. 2000, I discovered the hard way of it about 2 years ago. While determining different online business models I stumbled upon seemed too good to me. A method that consists of a YouTube platform in a way nobody's talking about. Not the standard becoming a YouTuber advice you've heard a million times. This was different. I created a system. Flywheel. The first month I made 237. The next month 1.8. By month 4 over 7k. Today the exact same message consistently brings in $50,000 a month. Let me be crystal clear. Well, this is not. The YouTube flywheel automation system works differently, sustainable. It's properly set up. By the way, guys, if this is too boring for you, you can just skip. You can skip this part of the video. I'm just making sure that all of this is good. And you guys can also be reading along. I don't know if you're just looking at me read through this. Cool. Okay. Good stuff. Good stuff. Is this? No, this isn't the actual thing. So do we have a copy? Yeah, we have the copy button right here. This is really good stuff. Now, obviously, again, like this isn't going to be perfect, but this is going to be better than 99% of people. And again, like AI is getting pretty good. So it's definitely going to be a really solid foundation for a lot of you guys. So I would definitely run this. Obviously, again, like there are definitely a few things that could be improved here, but keeping it very simple, I think that it's pretty decent. So yeah, definitely something that you could run, especially when you're first starting out. So this is going to be great. Cool. So once that this is completed, we have the VSL, we need to start building the actual landing page out. And let's actually just get into that. So for the landing page itself, we're just going to run a VSL funnel, and we're going to go into ClickFunnels and get loaded in. Cool. Now, what we actually want to do is we're going to go onto YouTube, and we're actually going to start looking at all of these guys' funnels. So obviously I saved this one from before just to get a little bit of inspiration on what the funnel itself could look like. So Daniel Bitten, he's also, a fairly good example. He's not running a VSL funnel anymore, it looks like. Let's see anyone else. I know this guy runs a VSL funnel, or a really short VSL funnel at least. This one's
Hey, my name's Blake Ryan, and at the age of 19, I've made over $2 million from content creation as a whole. And honestly, I never thought I'd be doing this, opening up a mentorship program. I've always been really against courses,
Okay.
as you know, most people.
How do I pause this? Just had to refresh the page. Cool. Let's see if anyone else that we can copy off of. 100% free YouTube course. Work with me one-on-one. Seems decent. We can keep this too. Who else can we see? Anyone getting recommended? Nope. Because we really want to find people posting real and authentic content. Like, it can't be anything too crazy. We can even go back here to the guys who we were seeing before, which we can't even see their names anymore, which isn't, I should have probably saved their names. That's a bit of a bummer, but we just crossed an hour, so it's good that we're at this point right now. But still, we can say with YouTube Shorts, just copy me. Cool. This guy, here we go. Let's see what his page looks like. Done for you. Yep, this is probably this Mr. Beast. Oh, this is cool. Okay, that's awesome. That is cool. Let's just see if we can find any other examples real quick, and then I think we should be good to actually start building. Whoa, I've never seen this. This is some very good stuff. This guy must have got 1.7 thousand signups at $37 a month. Well, let's actually run the numbers on that. That must be a decent amount, and he probably has a good backend offer as well. So times 1,700, 62k MRR is insane. He's definitely doing six figures if he did high ticket though. Let's see, 17. Wait a minute, why is this guy doing so well? Wow. Oh, I think he was the first guy to actually do this title over the One Faces channel, Just Copy Me. Okay, so he's went from like this really edited kind of content to more real and authentic content. That is awesome. I think he's just the first guy to do it. Yeah, he's also doing edited content, so that wouldn't really match into our style. Like, it's a bit, it is a bit much. It is a bit too much, but obviously it's working. He's probably just the first guy to do it. Cool. Let's see if we can find anyone else before we actually get into it. Just real quick. Yeah, well, now I'm just looking for YouTube Shorts. One more thing. Here's how I made, say, YouTube Shorts. Just copy me. See if we can find anyone else. So I really want to make this as good as possible. We can go back. I know this guy's pretty good in the YouTube short space. I don't think he sells anything though. I remember checking a bit earlier. Yeah, he doesn't sell anything. Let me just refresh my page real quick to see if I can find anyone, because I've just been searching for these guys. Scaling channel. What's this? Nothing here. Nothing to be found. Cool. So we are going to be in an unsaturated niche, which that at least is a plus. Let's go through it one more time, and it doesn't look like anything else is coming up. So we can begin in ClickFunnels. We can go to funnels, and I'm just going to start one from complete scratch so you guys can replicate it. Cool. And we're going to be going for a video sales letter funnel. Video sales letter funnels, select. And then do we want to take a template? I suppose we could. Let me preview. We want to be doing this ourselves either ways, but I would probably, because the thing with these pages, you want to keep them very simple. So I'd probably prefer to keep this just from complete scratch. Let's see if there's an option, start from scratch. Speed. Running video example. Cool. Let's put that in. And then we're good to go. So this is complete scratch. Okay. Yeah, I've never started from this much scratch before. But yeah, let's just take this as an example, create page, and then we're going to be good. Edit. See if we need to delete everything on this page. Yeah, we probably do. I like this though, so I'm going to keep this. But everything else, I say we get rid of. I like the, yeah, we probably need to get rid of a lot of the stuff, to be honest. First off, let me actually change the font here because I don't really like this font too much. I have my own font. It's called Alex's Funnel Prompts fonts. This is just something that I found while I was just browsing different fonts. But you can go and download these fonts as well if you just go into the internet. But obviously, it doesn't really matter what font you use. This is kind of just one of the fonts that I like. Exclusive report guide on topic. Yeah, this isn't too great. What I would do here, delete this. Honestly, delete this. Delete all of this. Powered by, yeah, obviously we're going to delete this. This is going to be replaced. This is going to be replaced. This, we need new text either ways. Add element, add headline, delete, and then this. Is this already? Let's just make sure that all of them are in Alexis funnel prompt. Alexis funnel font update. Make sure that that was good. Perfect. Now let me just increase the size of this. This is a little bit big, but I think we should be fine for now. So in terms of the actual stuff, let me just go into Canva and let's actually build a logo. Cool. So let's see. In terms of actual logos, what font do I like? And it needs to match with YouTube automation as well. So what I'm definitely going to want to do is make it red. But I think I saw one before. Do I really like this one? This one's nice. This one's good and it's free. So everyone could use it, I guess. Cool. So what we're going to do first step, the most important thing is YouTube Shorts logo. Go here. Color. Guess you can say picker. Cool. Taking this, putting this here. Can you just do it like that? Cool. Putting that in, changing the color on this, and then taking this and just adding that in here. See if can we just take it directly? Can we? Let's see. Nope. Cool. So let me just add that into here. Can I do that? Wait, I might just have to download the entire thing. Cool. Because I think I used to be able to do this, but yeah, that's fine. Put that into here. Change this background to white. And then actually get into our unique mechanism. This looks pretty good actually. So let me just go back to our unique mechanism, YouTube flywheel automations. So let's just say Where do we? Oh, I just deleted the entire thing. Okay. Cool. Fly wheel automations. Let's see if this would look good. Doesn't need to be perfect, but I want it to at least look decent. This doesn't look that good, to be honest. I should just keep it simple. The fly wheel and the flywheel. This looks good, but we're gonna need it vertical. So let's just say YouTube banner. YouTube banner. And let's say it doesn't really matter which one we choose, to be honest. I just know this is a good size for logos. So let's just take this like this, take a white background, take everything we've got here, paste that into here, delete this, put this a little bit larger, and this is going to be good. This is going to be better than 99% of the stuff that we're going to see elsewhere. So let's just take this, download, and then I think we're good to go. Awesome. This looks good. It's just way too big. Go back into ClickFunnels, change the logo, and then we're chilling. See YouTube. Yeah, this looks fine. Let's say image. No, we want to go image. Probably decrease this by a bit, and then we're good. Now let's look at what the competition is doing. The evergreen. I mean, this funnel isn't that good, to be honest. We are still gonna keep it. Now I'm playing some kind of game here. Let's go back. Blake Ryan one should be a decent example. Oh wait, look. Is this guy selling something? Yeah, this is just straight up not good. There's so many reasons. But let's go back to Blake Ryan. Cool. For the first time ever, my mentorship is live. I don't really like that, to be honest. What I would say is for college kids, let's say, how could we frame this? I'd just say I'd say free training reviews. I'd probably make this bold, to be honest. And then we just want to start working with this. Exact. Free training reviews. How beginners are making 3 to 8K a month. Let's see how this guy's running it. How beginners are making 3 to 8K a month in 90 days. In their first 90 days using flywheel automations without any prior business experience. I could probably just leave it at that. Try and maybe make this smaller potentially. Maybe not smaller. We should make this bigger for sure if we have it that big already. Or free training videos, how beginners are. For some reason I don't like the way this looks. let's just keep it at this for now. So let's highlight 3D8K a month. Put that in red. This looks like the same red. 3D8K a month. Highlight this as well. And then use 3D8K a month within 90 days using the YouTube flywheel automations. Cool. Highlight this as well. Although if we have double highlight, that doesn't look too good. So let's actually just remove this. Or I'll just fully have to delete this using this would look perfect if we only had this many words. How beginners are making in the first 90 days using the YouTube flywheel system. This looks good. We want to change it to this is good as well. Using, I think I messed up the unique mechanism. YouTube flywheel. Oh, stay on page for sure. YouTube flywheel automations without any prior business experience. Free training reveals. Cool. Free training. Let's add this up a little bit higher. Make this a little bit bigger. This is a little bit small, to be honest with you. And then that looks fairly decent, to be honest with you. All right, cool. Anything we want to have in between? Cool. And then this is going to be good. Now what we want to do is we kind of want to fake them out. Now, obviously, I don't have a picture of myself, but let's take a picture of one of these guys actually breaking something down. So let's use this guy. Let's just use this guy as an example. Let's go through the ad. Let's see. Oh, another ad, double ads. It's crazy. Let's just go somewhere where he's actually showing something. Go here. Go onto Canva. YouTube. Video. We have the perfect size for YouTube video. Doesn't really matter what comes here. Removing all of this stuff. Going on to recent downloads. Taking him here. Cool. This is good stuff. Then potentially, if you want to, you can add some shade. I like adding shade, so let me just show you what that looks like. Here, you can just type in shade. You can also use this on the free version. I have the paid version, but you know, just for everyone who wants to do this all for free. Cool. That may be a little bit too little, so let me just make it a lot bigger, but drag it a lot further down. Cool. This is wrong then. Put this like this. Oh, just open the second page right here, just for this one specifically. But yeah, you want to flip this. I'm not too sure. I'm just on desktop right now, so I'm not really able to properly flip it how I'd want to. Oh yeah, here we go. Here it is. 90-degree angle, not too much. Not too much. I think this is a good amount of shade. And then click, because we want to kind of fake them out here. Video, play. Why is it not loading up? Yeah, this is, I already have it here. Cool. So video play, and then obviously we want to keep it to the color of the funnel that we're running. So let's just go back onto ClickFunnels, paste our actual color back. go here, make sure that it aligns. Cool. I think that this looks good. This looks good now. Looks fairly decent. So let me just download this and then add this in. Cool. Just waiting for it to download. It took a little bit long to download, to be honest with you. But yeah, now we're just going to take this, add element, go to image, upload image. For some reason, is it just not ready, or what is the reason? Oh, I see the issue. It's done in a video form. I've done this all wrong. That's fine. Okay, so what I should have done is YouTube thumbnail. Yep. This is I accidentally did it via video in the beginning, which is completely fine because I'm just gonna go over all of this. Boom. Wait, just make sure that this is dragged to the right size. Wait. Needs to be a little bit bigger than this. This is gonna be very good. Very good stuff. Let me just make sure that it is all straight and everything. But I'll do that right after we get this uploaded. So we got this. This goes up a little bit. Then obviously going to want to copy and paste this. Make sure this is straight. Not showing too much. Not showing too much again. And then we have it on the top, but it is just showing too little on the top, I'd say. Cool. Let's add this in. Then we're pretty much good to go, I'd say. This looks good. So let's just download this, make sure that that's all good. Cool. Now we're going to go back onto ClickFunnels, download the image. All good. Here we go. Image has been successfully downloaded. I think this looks pretty good. In terms of a border, let's see what black would look like. This looks good. And then we can even add a element button. Or no, we can, but we need to. Cool. Has giving me a little bit of a weird shape, which is fine. I don't really like the weird shape, to be honest with you, though. Yeah, it's using two different colors, which I really don't like. See if I just put them both into one, it's fine. So click here to sign up. Get access. Padding, slides, we can make this. I mean, the main thing is the actual font size, right? So making sure that that's big enough. Font size, padding verticals, making sure that she looks clean. Get access, I think this is a little bit big. Okay, let's see what this would look like. So if we were to just go onto this page, yeah, I don't like this page at all. For some reason, it just doesn't look clean to me. let's go on to a page I know for sure has an option. So let me actually, because I remember I set it up pretty nicely. Or this is one of the guys that I've seen use this pretty well. So, oh no, not yet. I think the way that this does actually, for some reason, this is okay. So let's actually just start with some simple changes. First, I can definitely drag this to the top. That could make it look cleaner. Maybe it is also just the border, me not really liking the way that the border looks. I just feel like something's missing for some reason. Let's just test what this would look like. Maybe highlight a little bit more text. Maybe highlight automations as well. Boom. Cool. Automations, and I think this looks good. Cool. So obviously nothing happens when that gets triggered. We need to set up the pop-up. So with the pop-up, we're going to say the exact same stuff. One column, and then we're going to have a headline. Let's say get access, get instant access to the free training, and then we can add something subheadline. See if we can make this a little bit bigger. Say no degree, no certificates, just a simple system that works. Maybe I have to decrease the size of this. L, adding the size of this, making sure this goes up. Cool. This is good enough. And then adding a actual, we actually need to add things. So what do we need? We need the email. Let me see if I can set it up like this. Okay. Let's see. Input, because I know a lot of people like to just have it here, which this is something that we can also do. So first input, we need first name, second input, email address, and then third input, the phone number itself. And then we're going to have the button that actually makes sure that this will get submitted. And then going over the style, sorry, not the style, just for this page specifically. So let's just drag this with each other again. Make sure that the colors are aligned. Make sure that it's aligned with the actual page. Get access. And then let's see what this looks like. So this, I'd say, definitely also needs some work. Obviously, if I had, I don't know, 2 hours, I could be a perfectionist and make this really look good. I just want to give you guys the fundamentals here of what you need to do. So yeah, this would be good. Making sure that this is connected. So once they click on it, where's that feature? Open pop-up, perfect. And then here, the exact same thing. So after that, open pop-up. Let's go here, make sure that all of that's working. Opens pop-up, get instant access to free training, no degree, cool. And then maybe one more thing that I would change here would be, I mean, I just don't really like, it's a little bit small in my eyes, but yeah, this is good. This is good stuff. How beginners are making 38K a month in the first 90 days using the YouTube automation system. This is good stuff. The only thing that I would say is, actually, now that I'm looking at it, with this funnel specifically, I don't like the shade. Sometimes the shade looks good, sometimes it just doesn't. But I'm not going to try and force it. So to be honest, I don't like the red color. I don't like the background on this video to begin with. So let's actually find something else, which is a little bit better. Because I actually want this to look good and give you guys a good example here. So let's just go into here, see if I can find something nice. Maybe, yeah, this is good stuff. Very good stuff. I guess he's got a video editor, but this is very, very good stuff. Add this in. Copy and paste this on top. Yeah, this looks a lot cleaner, especially with the white background on ChatGPT. This is looking very good. Cool. Take this as the pop-up page. Go to ClickFunnels. Set this up. Cool. Yup, this is good. And I think a border would look good here as well. I think this is pretty good. Very large improvement since about 15 minutes ago. How beginners are making 38K a month in their first 90 days using the YouTube automation, using the YouTube flywheel automations. That grammatically doesn't make sense. Using in the first 90 days, using the YouTube flywheel automation system without any prior business experience. That unique mechanism may be a little bit long, but I really want to get my point across here. So beginners are making 38K a month in the first 90 days using YouTube automation. Cool. And then let's bring, so let's just delete these example pages. Let's bring this up because obviously we're going to need this to get ATP. Actually, we can even keep this a little bit down. And then my company, what are we calling this? The flywheel. The flywheel LLC, all rights reserved, terms and condition, privacy policy, disclaimer. Looks good. Okay, I'm happy with this first page here. This first page is gonna, I made this pretty quickly. I could make this look a lot better, but obviously I just want to get my point across, so this should be fine. And then also what we can maybe try and play around with is not having this fully black, but a little bit like this. A little bit gray. I know that looks good sometimes. Yep, this is good. So I would honestly just take this and work with this. Cool. So now we need, I don't want to we need to create a copy of this. So clone page. And now we actually need to do the new page where we're actually giving the actual information out. So first off, free training. Watch free training below. And then watch free training below. And then we're going to have, instead of get access now, actually going to have, let's just take this, take a sub headline or a full head. Wait, what we could also try and do here, I don't want to overcomplicate it too much, but we could take, for some reason, ClickFunnels is weird with this stuff. It doesn't want me to, okay, step 1 from 2, so we're going to use one of these step funnels, is watch free training below. Cool. And then step 2 from 2 would be booking in the calendar. So step 2 of 2, book your one-to-one transition call with me, making sure that's wide apart. And obviously this would need to be changed. So what I like to do here is we can use an app called VTub. Now this is just one of the accounts that I have, but we don't have a specific video, so I can literally just take my own video, my own current video, and we can slightly tweak this. I know that's a little bit weird in terms of the actual tweaks. Actually, no, this isn't going to work. But the way that we're going to do it, because this is going to ruin my own VSL page. So the way that we're just going to do it, I'm just going to keep it like this. But you guys know what you guys need to do. You just need to go into styles and change the color if you want to do it for yourself. But the way that this is going to be with VTab is you're going to want to go to embed. HTML. And then with HTML, when you click on HTML, put this in like this. Then this is going to be ready right here. And then when we go in for the second step, actually that's even, we can probably mark this red. That should be fine. So step 1 from 2, and then step 2 of 2 would just be looking like this. So very simple stuff. And then this is also going to be the exact same thing with step 2 of 2. We're going to need this from Calendly. So in terms of Calendly, I mean, I don't want to ruin my own Calendly here, to be honest. I want to keep it pretty simple, so I don't want to change the color either. But let's just take my thing here. You want to click on share, add to website, inline, continue. Actually, I can change it with this example here specifically. So just to make everything on theme. Wait, need to get the color again. Make everything look good. Hide event details. No, hide cookie partner. And then we are good to go. So gonna paste this in instead of the V tab because I just made a copy. Cool. Close this off. And obviously this is my V tab, so it's gonna be whatever. And then we have this. So what we can actually do here, because obviously this isn't gonna be as smooth as we'd want it to be, is we can go into here and then we should look at stretch. So Calendly invite data. Why do we have the stretch? Width, we should probably change this to 500 pixels and see what that looks like. .500 pixel width. Sorry, not the width isn't the problem. This is the problem. So 1000 pixel height. And it's definitely better. I think it needs to be even higher than that, which is kind of crazy. Just for a page like this, let's say, okay, so let's take a proper long width. Let's say 700 width, 1200 pixel height, just to make sure. And we are good to go here. So what we're maybe gonna want to do, because obviously now it's kind of stretching in, but let's put this above, make sure that that still looks fine. And this is all good. We're all good to go here. So before I have the video here, this is going to be me. So I like VTub just because initially, let me just open this up on my Google Chrome so you guys see the entire thing. It's going to look like this on Google Chrome. So if we actually take like a full new browser, this is what the entire funnel looks like. So the flywheel, watch retraining, how beginners making 3 to 8K a month in their first 90 days using the YouTube flywheel automation system without any prior experience. Step 1 of 2, watch retraining. Then I like this thing that comes up. So very simple stuff. Let me actually increase the width of this right here. Should be inside of here. So height, width. Let's see what would happen if we go with 130%. Just play around with this. Refresh the website, and it's already looking better. So this is something that I'd be fairly happy with in terms of a landing page. Isn't going to be the craziest landing page, but it is definitely going to get the job done. And again, like, I made this in like 20 minutes. Like, I really didn't spend too much time on this. Could be a lot better, but it is going to set a really good foundation on what you need to do. It's going to give you a good idea. So just to get back to it, the way that's going to work, I don't want to connect all the automations here, but the first page is going to look like this. The flywheel, free trading reveals how beginners are making 3 to 8K a month in their first 90 days using the YouTube flywheel automation system without any prior business experience. They're going to click on this, they're going to get this, and if they click on this, they're going to get the exact same thing. When they fill out all of their information and put all of this into here, then it's going to go to the next page. And the next page is going to be the exact same stuff. So watch free training below, how beginners are making 3 to 8K a month in their first 90 days using the YouTube flywheel automation system without any prior business experience. Step 1 of 2, watch free training. Obviously, I don't want to change my VSLs one, but this would be red. And then step 2 of 2, book your transition call with me. And then, you can also add some more stuff here. And then at the bottom, people usually add some testimonials. Now, this isn't going to be completely optimized. I can make it look a lot better than this, like I've done many times, but I just don't have enough time in this video. So that should set a really good foundation in terms of what we need there. Let me actually take a screenshot so that I have this when I'm doing the recap at the end. So this, let's just take this right here. Let me take myself out of the picture. Take the screenshot for Myro. Page 1, and then page 2. In this video, I'm going to be speaking. Okay. Just take this right here. Cool. So we got this right here. Make this a little bit smaller. Funnel plus VSL. Actually, let me just say VSL funnel creation. Cool. And then I'm going to have this page right here showcasing what I do, having the opt-in so that obviously we can run email marketing and have a dialer on the back end, calling everybody up. And then this is what that would kind of look like. So that'd be fairly simple stuff. And then we'd move on to the next step. By the way, if you guys have any questions about this stuff, DM me on Instagram. I'm also going to link that in the description. Cool. So the next step after this is preparing for the launch. Now, in terms of launch strategy, I really like this launch strategy right here. I'm just going to completely copy this. So let me just take this. And by the way, I created this too. So it's not just some kind of random thing out of the internet, but this is literally the most, or one of the most optimized launch strategies, which I've seen a lot of people use. So let me just paste that into here as well. Take a different font, launch strategy, make this, I don't know what color, turquoise, I guess you could make it turquoise, and then putting this into here. So the way that this launch strategy works is actually very simple. We have the pre-launch and we have the launch itself. And let me actually get my marker out to show you. So on day 1, it's going to be very simple. And this, by the way, only do this if you have an Instagram and YouTube audience. So on day 1, Instagram reel, And then, here you could put the Instagram reel script, change all your YouTube descriptions, Discord and school if you already have this announcement, and a story sequence, which would kind of look like this. But I'm going to get into that at the end. And then all of this would be going to an email list. Then day 2 to 5, kind of the same stuff. So daily stories, 2 lifestyle stories per day, 1 educational story per day, and then daily educational reels, then daily educational emails, daily reminders to read emails in the Discord, and all of this would go to the email list. Then when we're launching up, we have a very strong and warm email list, and obviously you want to run daily emails inside of the actual email list itself, which is kind of obvious. But I stated this here as well. Just wanted to, in case any of you guys missed that. So launch strategy. On day 1, we're going to have the power offer. So Instagram story sequence, Discord and school power offer announcement, YouTube video, which is going to be an undercover VSL, Instagram power offer reel, and then we're going to have the dialer booking the appointments, pretty much calling everybody up, because we're not just asking for the email, we're asking for the name, email address, and phone number, and all of this goes into our funnel. And then between day 2 and 4, we're just going to be running the power offer. So the Instagram story sequence, Discord school, power offer announcement, Instagram power offer reels, and then we're going to have the dialer booking appointments in. So this is fairly simple, really simple launch strategy. You don't want to overcomplicate it when it comes to launches. All that you want to get is proof of concept, and especially in the beginning, you just want to get good results for your current students. So this is extremely simple. Then the next thing is the sales process, which is actually the fun part. So let me put this into here. Sales process. Cool. So in terms of the actual sales process itself, I'm just noticing that my loom's about to end. So it's capped at an hour or something. So I'm just going to start a brand new one, and I'll get back to you guys in a sec. So in terms of sales process itself, there's only a few things that we really need to understand. First, we need to build a sales team. So let me just copy this text from here so we can keep everything organized. Paste this into here, and then we're just going to say sales team. Now, who and what does a sales team consist of? Well, usually you have 3 people inside of the sales team. So you have the closer, then you have the setter, you have the dialer, and then somebody needs to manage these people, and this somebody is usually called a sales manager. Cool. So let's just drag this down, get our black pen out, sales manager, closer, setter, dialer. Okay. But now you're like, okay, cool. You just kind of threw these buzzwords around. What do these people actually do? Okay, well, the closer is the guy who gets onto the calls and closes the calls that get booked in, right? So if someone messages asking to book a call, all people just book directly on this website. You know how we had here, step 2, book your one-to-one transition call with me. That's where they could book that call. So that would be that. Let me just drag that down. And then setter would be the person inside of the messages. So that'd be, or if you want to keep that, the full thing would be called an appointment setter. So would be inside of the DMs. The easiest way to explain this is sometimes you see people saying like, DM me the word X to get the resource, and when you DM them that, you're having a conversation with someone, and obviously it's not going to be the creator themselves because they don't have the time to spend all day responding to messages, which is why we're just going to have the appointment setter there, and then we have the dialer. So here inside of this opt-in, remember how we were asking for 3 things. So what we were asking for when I was creating that was 1, the name, 2, we were asking for the phone number, and 3, we were doing email marketing. We were asking for the email so we could do email marketing, and then the phone number, we need to actually use this phone number, right? So somebody needs to be taking advantage of this phone number so that we can be as lead efficient as possible. So what the dialer is doing is he's pretty much the same thing as a setter, but instead of being inside of DMs, he calls people up. But don't get the closer and the dialer confused. The difference between the closer and the dialer is that the closer is just taking qualified calls, and then the dialer is just calling all of the leads up, just like the appointment setter. So in terms of the actual pay for these people, it's going to vary. So let me just make these arrows here again. Arrows here again. Cool. So actually, I'm just going to do 2 hours going to the same thing. So the setter and dialer, and by the way, guys, you can decide if they get a base pay or not. I wouldn't recommend that, but I would recommend things to incentivize them. For example, if they hit KPIs, so if they book a certain amount of calls, or if a closer collects a certain amount of cash, they get rewarded with this as a bonus. But the general rule of thumb is that the setters and the dialers get 5% of the deal, and the closer gets 10% of the deal. Let me just put that in, 10% of the deal. Cool. So fairly simple stuff. You don't need to overcomplicate this. Let me just make this green in terms of base pay. And then obviously what I would really recommend doing based on, the standard of the offer is figuring out what a good milestone would be to incentivize them with a bonus. And you could also add a base pay. Cool. Now, in terms of actual sales process itself, obviously now we have the sales team. And by the way, with the sales manager, his role and the way that I would do it is usually the sales manager, depending on how big the offer is they get a base pay, which is usually going to be between $1,000 to $3,000, depending on how big the offer is. And then they're getting a percentage of the entire offer. So not just the deals that they close, but the entire offer. And this is between 1.5 and 3%. Now, I know some people who have a little bit higher than that, but at that point, it just doesn't even really make sense. But again, this does depend on how big the offer is. Cool. So once that we have this out of the way, I want to speak about the reminders and more so sales process and not just sales team. So I actually have some really good examples here, which I just want to, straight up copy. So let me just get this here, copy and paste this so I can just break this down while I'm actually kind of going at it. Oh, let me remove this, add it back so I can get the entire thing to make it smaller. Cool. Let me just make this smaller again. And let's keep this simple. So in terms of sales process itself, well, now it looks kind of tiny, but at this point they scheduled the sales call, but they might not be ready for it yet. So what are we going to do to make sure that they show up to the call and they show up as warm as possible? Well, manually, we can have the setter qualifying the prospect over the phone call. And then we can also have them sending them the VSL in the DMs or over WhatsApp, just to make sure that they actually watch it. Then 3 hours before the call, we're going to have the first meeting reminder. Second meeting reminder would be 1 hour before the call. Third meeting reminder, 15 minutes before the call. And then 5 minutes before the call, send them the link via DM or WhatsApp. And this would just be the manual ones. Then we have the automated ones as well. So then after they book in the call, they're automatically going to get redirected to the pre-call sales assets. They get an email with a confirmation and a time, location, and link to the sale assets. Then 48 hours before the call, they're going to get a mail reminder and testimonial plus text reminder. 24 hours before the call, they're getting a mail reminder and testimonial plus text reminder. 12 hours before the call, they're getting a mail reminder and testimonial plus text reminder. 6 hours before the call, mail reminder and testimonial plus text reminder. And then 1 hour before the call, mail and text reminder. 15 minutes before the call, mail and text reminder. And then right before the call, they're getting the email with the link to the call. Now, this is a little bit much. To be honest with you guys, you don't want to go over 4 reminders. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This would be a little bit too much. What you could also do is just completely remove the 48-hour one. It just depends on the audience and the market research that you do. So 48-hour one, you could remove depending on the audience. And then you could also remove the 12-hour one. And then what I would recommend is just removing the 12-hour one and the 48-hour one. And then you're pretty much good. But obviously, you can get this many text reminders too. The only issue is that sometimes they just get a little bit annoyed that, they're getting so many reminders. Cool. But what about if they give you the info and they don't show up to the call? Well, then we're going to have manual actions. We're just going to have the dialer calling them up. And if they don't respond, then we're going to text them. We're going to dial them again, text them, and we're going to repeat this process 4 times over 4 days. Then automated actions. We're going to put them into an email sequence. We're going to have a value email, a call to action email, a testimonial email, a call to action email, transformation email, and a CTA email. And this is all going over 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different days. So we don't do it all in one day. I just realized the timer isn't on, but we did waste a little bit of time before. So let's just keep the timer rolling. But yeah, that would be fairly simple, and we really just don't need to overcomplicate it here. We just need to keep it very, very simple. Cool. So once this is out of the way, the last thing that I want to touch on is this thing right here, which I'm just going to copy and paste back into here. So let's put this here. One of the most important things about this entire process is that we're actually tracking every single metric inside of the businesses. And this is one of the most important things. And I'll tell you why. For example, when you track all of your metrics, you know exactly what you need to improve on. So for example, if you're tracking the closing rate, and the closing rate's bad, then obviously you need to work on the closing rate. You'd only know that if you knew the closing rate. If you see the people who are showing up to the call, there's not that many people showing up to the call, maybe you need to work on this process right here. If you see that you have a lot of broke leads coming in, maybe there's something you need to change in the marketing. If you see that the cash collected to revenues pretty high, a pretty big difference, and you're not getting a big average order value, then you need to work on the way you're selling it and the way that you're actually packaging it to them on the call, right? So it's little things, but little things add up extremely quickly. And once you can do this over a long enough period of time, these things are really just going to compound onto each other, and it's going to make a massive difference. Cool. So once the sales process is dialed in, I'm just going to do onboarding process and fulfillment in one. So let me just copy this so that you guys have a really good onboarding and fulfillment system. Cool. And let me just actually make this, I don't want to make it dark blue again. I don't want to make it cyan again. I'm using all the different colors. Let me just do a little bit of light pink. Cool. So in terms of onboarding process, we can take this one from here again. I did spend some time. I made these specifically for this video, but obviously I wanted this to be a little bit more of an actionable video. So I'm just, taking these and taking the most important things. So once the call gets closed, once someone gets closed on a call, and close isn't when they say yes, a close is when you see the payment inside of your payment processor. You're manually going to send them the first message to confirm the first call with use of the onboarding call, and then you're going to set everything up plus schedule the second call on the onboarding call, and that's going to be 1 to 2 days from the close. Then in terms of automated actions, they're automatically going to get an onboarding email with a video explaining the entire community, how it works, and breaking down the setup that you have, and then obviously sending them the link to the first onboarding call again. And then after the first call, they're going to get access to the community course, inner circle, whatever you want to call it. But you can also just give them access to this straight away. So usually you want to keep the onboarding process pretty simple. Don't overcomplicate it, and just, you really don't need to overcomplicate these kinds of things. And in terms of the actual fulfillment, a lot of people don't like to go deep on this. They don't like to have a good fulfillment system, but I pretty heavily disagree with that. So in my opinion, the more results, the more case studies you can build up, and the more trust you can build up equals, the more money that you're obviously going to make. So what I would do is, this is mainly for just having an overview of the progress of everyone, knowing the success rate, seeing what's working, understanding everybody, and always being updated on everybody's overall journey. So what you can do, and I'm just going to paste this in, is having a client CRM. And this is just a template that I found on the internet here, but you guys should create your own on Notion specifically for your needs. So for example, here we see Yusuf, relations, client payment, monthly payment. Let's say if they have a rev share, fine, we can take a rev share. I don't know, that'd be a really specific offer there, but we could also just see all of the installments and keep track of, first off, if they're paying in multiple installments, keeping track of when the next payment is, and then also keeping track of the progress. So you can have a progress bar, you can have amount of calls that you've had with that person, You can have amount of check-ins that you've made with that person, and just keeping track of everything and making sure that everybody's getting the same level of support. And then obviously you're also going to see like, oh, maybe I'm doing a lot less calls than I thought I was doing, and I need to get a lot more active in the community. Or, oh, like I'm doing a lot more than I should be doing. Maybe I can allocate more time towards posting more content, right? So you really don't want to overcomplicate this process. And then obviously the last step of the process, which is actually scaling with ads. And in terms of scaling with ads, it is simple stuff. But again, for most of you guys who are just, starting out with this, don't worry too much about ads until you collect your first 20, 30K. But I still want to give a little bit of a brief overview. So let me just put here. The number one thing that you want to do before you start scaling with ads, and let me just make this look good and everything, is you need to have two things. Proof of concept, which would be collecting cash, and at least 20 to 30K cash collected with the existing offer. And the reason for the proof of concept and the initial cash is because then you already know what angles are going to work. You already know what works. You already know how to sell the offer. You already probably have a decent VSL, and then you can funnel this into ads as well. Now, I have a pretty good trading that I put onto ads in the past. Let me just get onto it. So where did I hide this? Cool. This is right here. So let me just actually copy and paste this so that you guys can see what the ad scaling process looks like. This is going to be a very good video of me just pretty much like a summary of everything that I've ever done in terms of funnel breakdowns. But yeah, let me put this a little bit closer. Add this high to the top. Actually, this looks a little bit way too small. Let me just break it down here, and then I'll add it into the Miro board later. So first, research and strategy development. You wanna, and this is what you need to do when you actually want to build some ads that you want to get profitable. So first, you need to analyze your competitors, define target audience, explain the ad strategy. Then you need to build the funnel out. So you need to map the funnel out on Miro, landing page development, and email sequence setup. Then you need to script the ads themselves and script the VSL. After that, you need to set up all of the tracking links, set up the Facebook ad account, duplicate the tracking sheets, create the lead magnet and the CRM, and then launch and optimize. So you're going to launch the campaign, monitor it on a daily basis, and optimize it pretty regularly, and retargeting campaign setup. And then the last thing is reporting and scaling. So weekly and monthly reports, scaling campaigns, and scaling campaigns, which is the main thing right here. I'm going to be breaking down exactly how I was able to scale 5 coaching offers to 6 figures, 3 coaching offers to 7 figures, and my own service-based business helping coaching offers scale to $35,000 per month. And, to be completely honest with you, there really are only a few things. And, just being behind these guys, like I've seen it all. Like the Italian guys, they're saying, I'm not printing because I'm not in the US market. And the guys who are in the US market are saying, I'm not printing because I have too much competition. And the guys who are in kind of like the low-key niches, they kind of have no competition. They're saying, I'm not printing because my offer isn't validated, and etc., etc., etc. It goes on and on and on. And just to be completely honest with you, like the grass is always going to be greener on the other side. And 99% of the time, the reason you're not able to print isn't because of your audience, your ICP, your market, or your niche, right? It's because you don't even have the fundamentals down. And in this video, I'm going to be breaking down all of the fundamentals that you need to pretty much put in place, and exactly how you need to put them in place too, so that you can finally scale. And they really are just these few infinity stones, right? Number 1, we have conversion. Number 2, we have building the right offer. Number 3, we have scaling. Number 4, we have the fulfillment aspect. Number 5, we have scaling. And number 6, and the most important one, is actually generating traffic. And I've broken all of this down on a massive Miro board, right? Not so that you need to do any guesswork. Every single step of the process of you actually scaling, if you're stuck under $25,000 per month, everything you need to do is broken down in this video. So take your notebook out, take your pen out, start taking notes, and start implementing this stuff. So let's start at the very beginning of every single funnel, which is the actual traffic, right? And there's 2 types of traffics that you need. Number 1, we have the organic traffic. This is for when you're stuck under 5 figures per month. And once you have 5 figures per month, you're going to actually have to start scaling with ads. But obviously, just to kind of keep it as simple as possible, even if you're over 5 figures per month, you're still going to need the organic aspect. So let's start with the organic. And via organic, there's two main platforms that you should be utilizing. Number one, we have Instagram. And number two, we have YouTube. And let me just start with YouTube just to make it with Instagram, just to kind of build our way up. So this is just an example of one of my clients. His name is Talk with MQ Knox. And we're doing two main things. By the way, I'm not talking about the conversion aspect at all yet. All I'm talking about is getting views so that we can convert these people later down the line. There's two different things that you need to be doing to actually be getting the right traffic and getting the right ICP. Number one, we have stories, and number two, we have content. And with stories, obviously, we're going to be running story sequences. Like with this client, we've even gotten to the point where, we're doing 20, 30K per story sequence, right? It's absolutely insane. But let's just start, like, to even fuel these story sequences, we need to be posting lifestyle content. And it all comes down to you wanting to avoid this thing right here, which is detrimental for your coaching business. People thinking every time he's posting, he's trying to sell me something, right? We want to avoid this, because if they're thinking this, our story views are going to go down, right? And it's not going to make the other sequences work. And obviously, we want to make the story sequences work. We want to be printing 20, 30K every single time that we're posting. And by the way, I'm going to be breaking down exactly what that looks like inside of the conversion aspect, right? I'm going to be breaking that down inside in a second over here. But you need to watch everything up until that point. You can't just skip through the video, because stuff isn't going to make sense and you're not going to be able to scale to the point where you want to, right? So just keep watching. And then after that, we have content, right? And what I really like to do with a lot of these clients is reels, and more specifically, kind of the Cardinal Mason style type of reels, not over edited, right? Really just raw, authentic content, giving them breakdowns, telling them what to do, showing your lifestyle. And ideally, you're doing it at least once per day. Anything under once per day, like, that's not really acceptable. Making these reels takes you about 5 to 15 minutes, right? It's really, really simple. And ideally, you're doing 1 to 3 per day. I wouldn't say over 3 per day, just because that isn't sustainable, but you just want to be at least doing 1 to 3 per day. And different types of lead magnets for each reel, right? For example, where they're like, DM me the word, I don't know, story, right? DM me the word story and I'll give you my story template. You want to be doing different types of call to actions, different types of lead magnets for every single video, and actually building up an email list or building up a list of people inside of your DMs, which are appointments that you can retarget when we're launching up, which I'm going to talk about more in just a second, right? And this is all you need to be doing to get traffic on the Instagram side. A lot of people want to overcomplicate it. You really just don't need to overcomplicate it. And step number two is YouTube, right? This is one of the best platforms for you to be posting content on, just because of how long you can make your videos and how well you can nurture your viewers inside of those videos, right? So let's say every 10 videos you're posting, I don't want to, like with YouTube, like, just depends how much effort you put into some videos. Like, we have clients who are posting 1 video per day, which is absolutely insane, and they're just grinding, right? But realistically, you should be doing at least once per week, just because they take a lot of effort. And obviously, like, you want to have a sustainable coaching business, right? Like, the amount of time you're putting into content directly correlates to the amount of money that you're making, right? So just keep it realistic, stay at 1 per week. You can go all the way up to 3 per week. And out of every 10 video, I just got out of my red marker. So out of every 3 videos that you're posting, this is just an example of a different client, just to kind of keep the theme going. So we have, out of every 10 videos, we want top of funnel content. That's going to be around 1 video. With top of funnel content, that's just people who, top of funnel content is for people just to get as many views as possible. This is more like broad content, right? And the middle of funnel content is you're taking the people who came in through the broad content and just educating them about your niche, right? And then bottom of funnel content, this is, by the way, going to be the majority, 7 videos out of every 10, is going to be the people who already know about your niche. They're educated on the niche and they want to learn something specific about the niche. Let's say this is one of our clients, he's in trading. We're just explaining exit liquidity, right? So it's really, really simple. And inside of the descriptions, I just took another one. This is for an e-com client that we have. You want to keep it really simple with the descriptions. Like here, if you want to learn more about supplement dropshipping and the reality of it, apply here to work with me one-on-one. And then we're pushing them to a landing page. And I'm going to be showing you this landing page in just a second. The second one is more of an opt-in, so free guide on how to start supplement dropshipping.
right here, getting the options. We're running email marketing, we're dialing these people. And then the third one is follow me on Instagram, where we can kind of retarget them later on with our story sequences. We can DM them. Obviously, our appointment setter is going to be outbounding people as well, where he's going to be messaging every single person that follows us, right? And for this specific strategy, like the guy, his account was kind of dead. So we built a new Instagram account and we're pushing everybody towards there, right? And this all goes towards our funnel where we can finally close them. But I'm going to be talking more about the funnel aspect in the conversion side. So it's really, really simple. And just following this framework, just following everything that I just broke down over here, should get you to at least 10K a month, right? And once you're at 10K a month, you don't want to go spend all your money. You want to reinvest it into ads, right? And running ads isn't really that complicated. A lot of people like to overcomplicate it. You don't need to overcomplicate it. So step number one with running ads is you need to build a research and a strategy development. So inside of this process, you just need to analyze your competitors, define your target audience, and plan these ads, right? After that, you need to create a funnel. So map the entire funnel out, create the landing pages, and set up the email sequences, right? If you guys want to pause the video, you guys can read through all of the steps that comes into each part of the process. After that, you need a creative development. So you need to script these ads out, script the VSLs, and that should give you everything that you need. And after this, you need to set up your campaign, right? So set up all of the tracking, set up your Facebook ad account, duplicate the tracking sheets and the lead magnet creation. After that, you need to launch and optimize, right? So you're going to launch your campaign. You're going to be monitoring it on a daily and optimizing it as much as possible with a retargeting campaign as well. And then after that, you're going to want to report and scale it up. So weekly and monthly reports, scaling campaigns, and scaling campaigns. So that means increasing your budgets for winning ad sets and testing new audiences and new campaigns. And here you just want to be collecting setters and closers feedbacks and refining the offer. And here's what the timeline for that should look like. So in phase number one, you just want to be testing, right? You want to be testing different angles. You want to be testing different creatives. You want to be testing ad copy. You want to be testing funnels, right? Phase number two is actually optimizing everything. So optimizing for more of what's already working. And then phase number three is scaling. So scaling accounts with winning creatives and testing new ones. And ideally, you want to start running ads once your offer is kind of proven. So you're already cash collecting around 10 to 20K a month so that you have the funds for the AdSense. And you're going to need around 3 to 5K per month to invest into ads for it actually to work. Right. And by the way, just kind of pausing the video, for everybody who is a coach or creator, whether you're an existing one or an aspiring one, you're going to be able to book a call with me, first link in the description, and we can go through your entire funnel and I can kind of point out where you're missing out and what you can improve to actually scale past 25K a month. Right. So let's keep going with the video. Now that you actually have all of the traffic that you need, we need to move on to the next step of the actual sales process. Right. And in terms of the sales process, you really don't need to overcomplicate it, right? Number one, you're going to need an appointment setter. That's for sure. And he's going to be handling everybody who's inside of the DMs and following an exact appointment setting process, right? We build this out for all of our clients. There's different appointment setting frameworks for each client, but here's just an example of a pretty simple one to follow. So the first thing would be just initial message, right? Kind of getting them to respond, qualifying them, identifying the gap, transitioning into the sales call, proposing the sales call, and then them booking in, right? And after this, obviously the call is going to be booked and the closer is going to need to go through this process. And by the way, like the appointment setter is going to be doing this, but the closer kind of needs to be on top of each step. So the key points for getting people to actually just show up to these calls is limit how far your lead can schedule, right? So I'd say 2 to 4 days maximum in terms of availability, then sending automated texts and reminders, confirmation calls, texting and email 24 hours before the call, double dialing to avoid people who are on do not disturb, post-booking resources, so giving them VSLs, testimonials, and case studies, increasing personal touch points, for example, on WhatsApp group chats is a great strategy. We're going to dive into that in a second. And then having a fast response time in case of reschedule, right? Having an irresistible offer, which I'm going to be talking more about in a second, and as many touch points as possible after the lead books in, which is scientifically proven, right? So first, what does the setter and closer need to do? And then after that, we're going to move into what you can actually automate with Zapier. So setter and closer, step number one, after the lead books in after 1 to 4 days, the setter is going to create a WhatsApp group chat with the lead, right? And the client and closer, right?
And by the way, the client doesn't need to, well, in this case, the client would be the creator, but the creator doesn't even need to be in the group chat. We can create a new WhatsApp business phone number where the appointment setter is going to have that phone number, right? And the setter has a WhatsApp business, right? Just like I said. So for example, Mo, who's one of our clients, is going to be second phone number, right? And it's going to allow them to have the one-on-one connection between lead and the client. Then step number 2, client's going to send a message and check the document. Step number 3, the closer is going to talk with the lead, and all of this is happening immediately, by the way. After that, step number 4, setter sends a reminder for the call via WhatsApp and IG. That's happening 24 hours before. Step number 5, the setter is doing the exact same thing, so just sending them a reminder, WhatsApp and IG, 1 hour before. And then step number 6 is setter sending them the link for the Google Meet or, the Zoom 5 minutes before, right? This is everything that gets done by the setter and closer. And then automatically, what we're automating with Zapier is step number 1, immediately the step is going to redirect and confirm and just tell them to confirm it via their inbox, right? Step number 2 is mail confirmation, telling them to add it to their calendar. And again, this is all happening immediately. Step number 3, 24 hours before the call, there's going to be an email and SMS reminder. Step number 4, 6 hours before the call, an email and SMS reminder. Step number 5, 1 hour before the call, an email and SMS reminder with the call link, by the way. And then step number 6, an email and SMS reminder 5 minutes before the call. And it's extremely important. As you can see here, we don't have 12 different reminders, right? And that's extremely important because the prospect's kind of going to get pissed off once they realize that this guy's just spamming me. It's going to create more friction and they're not going to want to show up to the course. So it's important that you kind of limit them to 4 to 5 maximum, right? And once this pre-call process actually, goes through, the chances of the prospect not showing up to the call is extremely low, right? And then once they show up to the call, right, the closer is going to be talking to them. And it's extremely important that the prospect knows exactly what the offer is, right? Because a confused prospect will never buy. So we're always going to have a crystal clear pitch deck for the closer to use. And then once we're collecting fan base and once we're collecting the payment, we want to be using fan bases simply because let's say the prospect only has $400, right? So let's just write this down. But the offer is 4K, right? Obviously they can't afford the offer, but if they have a credit card, they can use Klarna via fan basis, and we're still going to get the full $4,000 upfront, which is obviously going to inject more cash into the offer and give us more money to scale with ads, which is why using fan basis is extremely important, and you can't do this with WOP, right? So I definitely would recommend fan basis. We're using it for all of our clients, and it's been working really well. Then after this, obviously, once they're closed, we're going to need to fulfill for them. And we need a really clear structure for fulfillment because we want to be avoiding refunds or chargebacks, which is why immediately on the sales call, they're going to be signing a contract right here. And essentially what the contract says is they can't get a refund or they can't charge back. And if you're, by the way, for offers like this, you can just be or in terms of the risk reversal, you can be or I'll keep working with you for free. But if you still want to have the guaranteed inside of your offer, you pretty much just need to be yeah, if the client wants to claim a refund, they need to have, put 10 hours in per week, did everything that we told them to do, build XYZ landing page, let's say it's for an e-com offer, and they need to be able to prove all of this, then submit it to us if they actually want to get a refund. And we want to get it to the point where it's extremely hard for them to get a refund and it's all inside of the contract. So if they try and charge back, it's just not going to work, right? After that, we want a streamlined onboarding process to keep all of the momentum of the students, because obviously, the better student results, the more student results we can post, and the more students we're going to get in just because we have the undeniable proof. So let's say a call ends up closing and we collect the payment. Well, automatically, right, immediately, they're going to get the onboarding email plus a video explanation, plus they're going to be able to book in their first call with our creator. And then after the first call, they're going to get access to the community, the course, and the inner circle, depending on what you're selling. Right? And the manual actions are 3 hours before the call. You're just going to send them a message to confirm the call. The chances of them showing up to this call is going to be extremely high because, they just paid for it. And 1 to 2 days after the close, we're going to set everything up. and schedule the second call. And the really important thing on this call is to set good expectations, right? You don't want to tell them like, yeah, after the first 30 days, you're going to be at 100K a month, because if they're not at 100K a month after 30 days, they're going to be extremely mad at you, right? So just important that you always set good expectations so you have happy students and, you know, you're not dealing with them all day long. But obviously, if you want to even be getting these students into your offer, you need a good offer, right? So building a good offer really isn't that hard, especially initially when they're coming from organic. You just need two types of offers. And offer number one is the offer statement, and offer number two is the power offer. And the offer statement is just going to be the first phrase on your sales page. For example, for Charlie Morgan, we have agency owners, coaches, and consultants. You're one step away from learning how you can fill your pipeline with 30 to 100 qualified appointments every single month, guaranteed, right? It's not what you're saying inside of the videos. Like, if I was trying to sell you something in this video, I wouldn't be like, you're one step away from, you know, whatever. It's kind of just what goes onto the landing page. And then we have the power offer, which is what you're actually saying inside of videos and what you're actually posting, right? And in terms of building the offer statement, it's fairly simple. You need a quantifiable end result, right? You need a time frame. By the way, this is all based on Alex Hormozi's frameworks. You need a niche, and you need a risk reversal, and you need a unique mechanism. And at the end of everything, it should look like this. I help niche do goal or final result in time frame using unique mechanism without pain point and risk reversal, right? And an example of a power offer, kind of what you'd say in a video, would be, or even just post it up, right? I probably get 10 messages every day from people out of this Discord asking me XYZ. Because of this, I've spent the past 30 days writing and summarizing the exact 5-step process I've used to XYZ. I don't care if you're X, Y, or Z. This applies to everyone doing X, and I want you to take full advantage of this. And to be honest, I've been gatekeeping this from everyone else for the past 2 years. This is the exact thing I've read for the past 2 years before every X, every single one. This isn't going to be the average information you get from watching YouTube videos. I've seen people charge 10K for this exact principles, and over the next 5 days, I'm going to be emailing them to all of you. Here's how it works. Over the next 5 days, I'll send you one principle per day via email. You'll have the opportunity to read it through it, take notes, and instantly implement it into your trading strategy, right? Or, you know, whatever you're selling. I'm giving you all inside of here early access, and I want every single one of you to take this opportunity seriously. And then we have the link here, join before it's too late. And obviously, this is kind of getting people into an email list, but then you also need to think, like, after these 5 days, right, kind of similar to the Iman Gadji events, obviously we're going to be selling them on something. So this is why this is still kind of the power offer, and all of this just goes to our offer, right? So once you have this mapped out, you know, you really don't need to overcomplicate it, especially if you're running with an organic audience. And now you have most of the principles laid out. You know, you're getting good traffic, you're able to fulfill for the traffic, your sales team is dialed, and you have a good offer. But now we need a funnel, right? We need an actual conversion mechanism. So step number one, if you don't have a current info product running right now, or you want to relaunch your info product, you want to take this exact process right here. So this is just going to help you launch up whatever you're selling, right? As long as it's a high ticket info product, right? So before you're actually launching it up, you want to have the pre-launch, right? And then day one of the pre-launch, you're going to be posting an Instagram reel, right? Not only an Instagram reel though, you're going to be changing all of your YouTube descriptions, creating a Discord or school announcement, which would pretty much just be the power offer that I just ran through, and a story sequence, which would look something like this, right? Just to give you a good example of the story sequence, big announcement, I'm about to give you access to something I've spent the last 30 days writing and summarizing. I can't really post it here on Instagram because it's kind of personal. So far, I've only shared it with a couple close friends and family members. It's something I've been reminding myself before every trade for the past 2 years. Every single one. Without it, there's no way I would have come as close to making hundreds of thousands of dollars in profit through Forex trading. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm about to drop a link to a newsletter, and to be completely honest, I've been gatekeeping what I'm about to share in this newsletter for the past 2 years. Starting on the 19th of October, I'll be sending everyone subscribed one core principle per day to trade Forex profitably. And then the next story would just be the link. So really similar to the power offer that I just broke down. And all of this is going to our email list. And we're going to continue pushing this email list for 5 days. And every single day inside of the email list, we're going to be talking about one principle inside of our unique mechanism, right? And we're going to be doing this for 5 days, right? So let's say from day 2 to 5, you're going to be posting one daily story sequence, not story sequence, just daily posts. And at the end, so let's say 2 lifestyle posts. and then one educational one with a call to action at the end to the actual email list, right? Then daily educational reels, daily educational emails inside of the email list, and then daily reminders to read the emails inside of the Discord or the school community or whatever you're running, right? And the email list is just going to be building up a bunch of hype, talking about the unique mechanism and just telling them that, this is the best thing ever or whatever. And then when you're actually launching it up, on day one, you're going to be giving them the power offer, right? Which is literally what we just broke down just earlier. I'm pretty sure, yeah, it was over here. So the power offer, you're going to be just sending this directly to the email list, right? And we're also going to be posting an Instagram story, which is pretty much just going to be a story sequence, a Discord and school announcement, power offer announcements to just copy and pasting into that into there too, a YouTube video, which is going to be an undercover VSL, an Instagram power offer reel, and a dialer booking appointments. And this is all going to be going towards our funnel, which I'm going to be breaking down in just a second. And from day 2 to 4, there's going to be an Instagram story sequence, a Discord or school power offer announcement, Instagram power offer reel, and a dialer booking and appointments. And this is all going to be going towards our funnel, right? They're going to be going through the funnel, booking the sales call, and obviously getting converted from there. And from this first launch, you should have your first 5 figures, right? Depending on how big your audience is, like minimum 10K, right? And by the way, like we've had launches, they did 6 figures, right? But you'll be getting a minimum of 10K from this. And this is going to be reinvested into ads. But obviously you can't get a new info product every single week, which is why step number 2 would be building a sustainable info product. And you need to choose one of these funnels. And just depending on what your audience kind of looks like, you want to be either doing a webinar funnel, a VSL funnel, a DM funnel, an email funnel, a lead magnet funnel, or an opt-in, or Discord or school funnel, right? And this is all going to be going to a super simple funnel. Not super simple funnel, but this is all going to, like, these funnels are going to be going through a super simple process, right? Which is literally what I just broke down. Let's say from YouTube, you're using the exact content strategy, which I broke down before. And with Instagram, you're using the exact content strategy that I broke down before as well, right? And these, like, once they go through this funnel, you just need to make sure that the execution is correct, because at the end of the day, like, you can have the best funnel in the world, you can be getting all of these leads, but if you're not converting them the right way, like, it's not going to help you at all,